Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Deku built his own power armor? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Now baited and edited by Kyla Katarn 77. Found 2 lost children. A single act of kindness throws out roots in all directions, and the roots spring up and make new trees. Amelia Earhart. Not without a quirk. Those words echoed in Izuku's head as he stumbled home, his very world crumbling all around him. Words spoken to him by his childhood idol, the world's greatest hero, All Might. Izuku Midoriya was different, quirkless, and could never realize his dream of being a hero. You're just a quirkless freak. Go jump off a building. The words of a former friend, of a peer Izuku admired and respected. Bakugo, who had always been stronger and better than Izuku. He'd spent years showing Izuku that with no quirk, he could never rise to Bakugo's level, could never achieve their shared dream of becoming heroes like All Might. Izuku, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. His mother had wept as she spoke those words to a young child in mourning, words that had been the first to try to shatter Izuku's desires. He'd tried to ignore them all. He'd studied, he'd planned, he'd thought he'd done everything he could to emulate All Might, surrounding himself with memorabilia and imagery, hoping to become like the world's greatest hero. And then, Izuku met All Might. He'd been saved from near certain death at the hands of a monstrous slime villain. Just as Izuku had always imagined, All Might had swooped in, and with a single blow, saved Izuku and reassured him with a smile. But then, Izuku had asked the fateful question. Can I be a hero? Even without a quirk? All Might had sighed. He'd shook his head. I'm sorry. Not without a quirk. He'd said more after that, and part of Izuku knew All Might had been trying to save Izuku from the scars and pain All Might had gone through to protect this quirkless boy. But that hadn't been what Izuku had heard. All he'd heard was the cacophony of his dreams shattering. I'm worthless, Izuku muttered, kicking at a dented can. It splashed through a puddle and clattered down the battered pavement of the alleyway, banging against a rusted dumpster. I'm quirkless. How could I ever be a hero? By helping me, the dumpster said cheerfully. Who are you? Izuku stammered, nearly jumping out of his skin. What are you saying? You can be a hero. Just help me and my baby out, I'm stuck. The dumpster answered, its voice echoing and distorted. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Did your quirk turn you into a dumpster? Some people have transformation quirks and they can lose control. Maybe I could call the police or dash. No, just help me. I'm not the dumpster, I'm in the dumpster. I got stuck. Oh okay, I'll try. Izuku set his bag on the ground and lifted the lid off the dumpster, stretching to toss it off. Inside he found the smiling face of a girl wearing a pair of odd-looking intricate goggles, her face coated in grim and most of her body buried in trash. Hi, I'm Mei Hatsume, the girl said. I am looking for materials for my super cute babies. But, well, my newest baby seems to be malfunctioning. I think some trash got stuck in its servo joints, or the wiring got tangled. But that's okay because you are going to help me. Yeah, I think I can. What about your baby, is it okay? Izuku asked, peering into the dumpster. I don't see it. It's the power suit. I'm wearing it, Mei stated. It's a mechanical exoskeleton designed to enhance the user's strength. It's going to revolutionize the hero industry. I was going to use it to find some salvage to build even more super cute babies, but the power suit has seized up and now I can't move. That is amusing because it should make moving easier. Oh, maybe I should just call for help. You don't need a quirkless nobody making things worse, Izuku said, looking down. Don't be silly. You can help me, just dig me out. Please don't call the police. They always get mad when they have to get me out something and then my parents and Hari are angry and I don't get to make any cute babies for days, or even weeks. You said you wanted to be a hero, so be one. Yes. I can help. Izuku clung to Mei's words like they were a lifeline and began to recklessly toss rubbish out of the dumpster, slowly unburying Mei. After a minute or two, he managed to dig most of her torso out, revealing the upper part of her power suit. It was a rough metal frame with hydraulic joints, connected by bundles of haphazard wiring. You'll have to unbuckle the straps. They're under my armpits, so you'll have to reach under there to get me out, Mei told him. That would mean I'd have to, touch you, Izuku stammered. I know I am very dirty right now, but I would appreciate it if you would unbuckle me, Mei said. I know some people don't like dirt, but you are already very dirty, so I don't think this will make a difference. No, I'd have to touch your... Izuku blushed, looking away. Though Mei was dressed in sodden overalls and a grungy old t-shirt, she was still obviously a growing young woman, and he didn't want her to think him lewd. It's fine, you can touch my baby, just as long as you don't hurt it, Mei told him. You look like you know how to be gentle with machines, so I think I can trust you. Besides, this is the only way you'll get me out of here. You would be my hero if you helped me. Those were the magic words. Blushing furiously, Izuku dug his hands under Mei's arms and managed to find both the straps, unbuckling them. She then guided him through unbuckling 2 more straps on her arms, apparently unconcerned that a boy was so obviously touching her body. Once the last strap was undone, Mei started wriggling even before Izuku could move away, rubbing up against him. He jerked back, but she reached out and grabbed onto him. Pull me out, she ordered. I need leverage. Reluctantly, Izuku firmly gripped Mei and pulled, bracing his legs against the dumpster. After a few seconds of struggle, she suddenly shot out of the dumpster. Izuku cried out, falling back and landing hard on his rear, Mei tumbling on top of him. Aha! Mei laughed, sitting up atop Izuku's chest. You saved me. You really are a hero. Why you think so? Izuku gasped. Mei pressed herself down on Izuku, smiling broadly. He noticed for the first time that her hair was pink, underneath the layers of slime and grime they had acquired in the dumpster, and also how very close she was to him. If it wasn't for the smell and filth, he might have found it enticing. As it was mostly just uncomfortable. Of course. Here, save people, and you saved me. Come on, now we have to save my baby. Mei stood up and started rummaging through the dumpster, trying to pull the exoskeleton out. Groaning, Izuku stood, then came over and helped Mei. Together, they managed to haul out the power suit, despite its being coated in slime. Hold on, I have a can of grease. See if you can find any breaks in the wiring, Mei told Izuku, bending to begin ministering to her creation. I don't really Izuku protested, but Mei handed him a pair of pliers. Just reconnect them, that should do the trick. Izuku ended up finding several places where the wires had become frayed or loose, either from Mei's initial scramble into the dumpster or from their struggles to free her. He dutifully reconnected them, careful to match the colors of the outer coating correctly. He had built circuits a few times in school for science class, and Izuku had been good enough at it, though he'd never really found it interesting before. So, you said this is a support item for heroes? Izuku asked, feeling awkward working so close to a stranger. Mei hadn't said much, just humming tunelessly to herself as she worked. It will be. One day, I will be the greatest inventor in Japan. I will make super cute babies, and they'll be used by all the top pro heroes. I'll have unlimited funding, and I can spend all my time in my lab and workshop making babies and no one will ever bother me. Mei declared happily. That's why I'm going to get into UA High School, where all the best heroes go. They have lots of funding for their support course and they always make super cute babies for their students. Yeah, I wanted to get into UA too, Izuku said with a sigh. I've always wanted to be a hero, but I can't be one. What are you talking about? You can be a hero because you already are one. You saved me and my baby, Mei said. Izuku hung his head, fighting back tears. I can't because I don't have a quirk. He sniffed, wiping his nose with the back of his hand, but he mostly just smeared more filth over himself. Well, then you'll just have to use one of my babies, Mei declared as she inspected Izuku's work. She made a few adjustments, but nodded approvingly. With a power suit or another of my super cute babies, anyone could be a hero. Even you. You too can be a hero. How long had Izuku waited to hear someone say that? All his life? At that moment, Izuku's life was changed forever, because at last, someone believed in him. You really think so? Izuku stammered. You'd help me to be a hero, to get into you? Mei nodded. Of course. You saved me and my baby. Now, you just have to get that microwave out of the dumpster. What? It turned out that the reason Mei had climbed in the dumpster in the first place was to haul out a cracked microwave someone had tossed in there. With her encouragement, Izuku scrambled in, handing her the broken appliance, then climbed back out, completely covered in filth. He looked at himself, wincing. His school uniform was ruined, and his mother was going to have a fit when she saw him. Come on, let's go. Mei said eagerly. Put on the power suit and you can carry the microwave back. I don't dash. See, it enhances your strength. With this baby, you'll be as strong as you need to be. Just like if you had a strength-enhancing quirk. Imagine it, you with the power suit, showing the world how cute my babies are in the UA entrance exam. Mei boasted. With her cajoling, Izuku allowed himself to be strapped into the power suit, despite the fact that it was still dripping with filth. Mei was a bit on the tall side for a girl, and Izuku was still fairly short, so they were about the same height and build, making the fit fairly good. Activating power suit. Mei cackled and flipped the activation switch. The contraption hummed to life, and Izuku experimentally flexed his arms. Just be careful not to move too fast, I nearly broke my arm that way, Mei advised. Just move slowly and carefully at first. Gingerly, Izuku bent down and picked up the microwave. To his surprise, with the power suit on, it felt as though it weighed virtually nothing. The suit's mechanical muscles were doing most of the lifting. He took a few careful steps, feeling as though he were light as a feather. His stride was slightly bouncy, like that of an astronaut on the moon. He stumbled and fell a few times, but Izuku was determined not to let that stop him. Finally, he had something that could make him into a hero. Mei happily strode along beside Izuku, humming tunelessly to herself. She seemed rather oblivious to the stares and grimaces passers-by gave the two reeking teens, pinching their noses or muttering rude remarks. We don't have to go far, do we? Izuku asked nervously after someone called them a public menace. My workshop is just over here, Mei stated, pointing across the street to a two-story building with a sign reading Hatsume Motors hanging above it. It appeared to be a mechanic's shop of some sort, with signs advertising appliance repair, automotive maintenance, and other mechanical help. Mei led Izuku around to the rear of the shop, which had several open bays with cars and appliances in various states of repair inside them. Mei, is that you? A voice called. A young woman a few years older than Izuku stepped out, wiping her grease-stained hands on a dirty rag. She had the bright pink hair Izuku suspected Mei's was, though her hair was pulled back in a ponytail that stuck out the back of a beaten ball cap. Like Mei, she wore goggles, though hers were less ornate and looked like simple workwear. Hey, who's this? You kidnapped someone? Going to break him down for parts? I do not know, Hari. But he saved me and my baby from a dumpster, and he's going to show off my babies so he can be a hero and I can have unlimited funding to build babies forever, Mei stated. Izuku flushed deep red, realizing he'd never introduced himself. He bowed deeply, nearly falling over as the suit exaggerated his motion. He windmilled his arms, managing to right himself, but dropping the microwave. I'm sorry. I'm Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. I found Hatsume trapped in a dumpster and I pulled her out and then she asked me to help her bring this back and dash. Hari laughed, coming over and gently steadying Izuku with one hand despite the state of his clothes. It's fine. Good to see Mei made a friend. I'm Hari Hatsume. Mei, did you introduce yourself? Yes, and my super cute baby. He is already doing an excellent job using the power suit. I shall have to make several improvements so that it does not fail when immersed in garbage again. But, well, before you get started on that, you two go get cleaned up. You both reek. Mei, do we have any old clothes this kid can change into? You both stink. Yes, probably. But it's fine, I can just start taking apart the microwave for the parts and then dash. Go get changed before mom and dad see you or you'll be grounded for a week, and help poor Midoriya, too. Take a shower too, and make sure you wash your hair. But it's Tuesday. Mei protested. Washington. I'm warning you, Mei, dad sees you and dash. Ugh, fine. Come on, what was your name again? Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, Izuku said, feeling a bit confused. Why wouldn't Mei want to wash her hair? And hadn't he just said his name? Right, well, Midoriya, come on. I've got some old clothes somewhere in my workshop you can have. They're probably even clean. Mei lead Izuku past the open bays to a door at the back of the building, with a sign on the front that read, Mei's super cute workshop. No brats. Inside was a dimly lit large space that appeared to have once been a two-car garage. It was full of tables that were piled with stack of items, from tools to parts to what looked like projects Mei was building in various states of completion. The walls had shelves piled haphazardly with tools and finished items. One looked like a tube loaded with an umbrella, another like a fire extinguisher that had been modified, and others of various designs and origins that Izuku couldn't determine with a glance. Mei started rooting around in a pile of cardboard boxes stacked near a pallet that had a pile of clothes and blankets on it. After a moment, she let out a cry of triumph. Here we go. She sniffed the clothes she pulled out, then nodded. Yes, these are clean. Here, take these and get changed. If you want a shower, the bathroom is over there. Izuku unstrapped himself and took the clothes, looking down at them. They were worn and had a few old grease stains on them, a pair of overalls and a shirt with the Hatsume logo on it. Okay, I guess I'll dash. Izuku looked up and let out a squeak, going pale, then deep red. What? Mei asked, pausing with her shirt over her head. She was stripping off her sodden clothes, having already undone her suspenders, her overalls sagging around her midsection. Il baint the bathroom suri. Izuku yelled, then ran inside and slammed the door, breathing heavily. He quickly stripped off his clothes and jumped in the small shower. It felt good to rinse off the coating of filth, and he sighed in relief. After thoroughly scrubbing himself and then rinsing, Izuku turned off the water and dried himself off with a towel he found crammed under the sink, then changed into the clothes Mei had given him. The overalls were a smidge too big and the shirt a bit too tight, but they were better than the sodden uniform he'd taken off. Feeling better, Izuku knocked on the door. Mei, is it safe to come out? I didn't start any fires, don't worry. That made Izuku blink, as that had not been what he'd meant at all. Carefully, he slowly opened the door, peering around carefully. Mei was sitting at a work table that she'd placed the power suit on, and was disassembling it under the harsh light of an incandescent lamp. Her hair was now damp, showing that it was indeed a bright pink color like Hari's was, though it clung in wet clumps to her head and back. Don't you want to shower? Izuku asked, carefully stepping out. He gingerly held his dirty clothes in one hand, and after a moment he spied a plastic bag from a corner store. He took out the empty energy drink cans and wrapped his clothes in it, stowing them in his backpack. He'd try to wash them, but he didn't have much hope they'd ever be wearable again. Showers are in the mornings. I did wash my hair though, you can tell Hari that. I just used the sink, it's faster. Don't you feel dirty? And, well, doesn't the smell bother you? Izuku asked. He blushed, realizing he just implied that Mei stunk, though amidst the smell of grease, fuel, and other chemical smells in the workshop it was hard to tell. Nope. Mei continued to work, ignoring Izuku and humming happily to herself. Can I help? Izuku asked. You did okay with the wiring, Mei told him, not looking up from her work. See if you can unhook the main power source there. I need to clean it and maybe build a new housing. The exposed wiring is a problem, so I'll have to find a way to keep it safe during use. Izuku sat down across from Mei and began to carefully unhook the wires with pliers. Once he'd managed to take off one bundle, he looked for a place to put it, but the workshop was so disorganized he couldn't see where to put it. The mess bothered Izuku, who was naturally a very neat and tidy person. Maybe we should clean up a bit? Izuku suggested. Mei just shrugged, intent on her tinkering. I know where everything is. I need a place to put the wires I'm taking off. Where do I do that? I have a box of wires over there somewhere, Mei said, waving vaguely towards a table piled high with toolboxes and crates. Izuku looked through it, but each box was a jumble of wires, nuts and bolts, and other small parts. He carefully set them in rows, and began sorting through the mess, designating a box for each. He found a permanent marker, carefully labeling them with neat handwriting. After about 30 minutes, he'd managed to bring at least a little order to that particular corner of the workshop. Feeling satisfied, Izuku took the box he'd labeled for wires and put the ones he'd stripped off the power suit into it, then went over to keep working. He'd been at it for about 10 minutes when he heard something behind him. He turned to see a younger boy with strange eyes looking up at him. Izuku stared into those eyes, which had iridescent irises that made a strange, swirling pattern with their luminescent pupils. He felt himself falling into those eyes, a sense of confusion and disorientation coming over him. "How are you?" the boy demanded. "Why are you in Mei's room and wearing Hari's old clothes?" "Kamaru!" Mei snapped, standing up fast enough to shake the table. The jolt knocked Izuku out of his stupor, and he shook his head. "You know the rules. No brats in my workshop." "Yeah, but who's this weird boy? Is he a robot or something you made?" Kamaru demanded, blinking his strange eyes slowly. Izuku had to look away, feeling a sense of vertigo. "No, he's a hero. Who saved me and my baby from a dumpster, and now he is helping me make babies so that we can both get into UA." Mei declared. "Moo, Dad, Mei's bringing strange boys home and making babies with them in her room. That's against the rules." Kamaru yelled, darting out of the workshop. A headache started throbbing in Izuku's head, and he clutched at his temples, gasping slightly. He heard Mei pound after Kamaru, yelling at him to get out of her room. "Hey, who's there? What are you doing in Mei's room?" A deep male voice demanded. Izuku winced, blinking and looking up, his vision swimming slightly. Sorry, I can't. What's going on?" he asked dazedly. "Oh hell. Kamaru, how many times do I have to tell you to wear your goggles and not look people in the eyes?" the man roared. He bent down over Izuku, gently rubbing his forehead with strong fingers. "It's okay. Here, come on, let's get you a cold pack and some water. You'll feel fine in a moment." Izuku let himself be led by the hand, his vision slowly recovering. He found that he was being taken along by a large man with a bristling black beard and a receding hairline. He was dressed similarly to what Izuku was now wearing, though his shirt was monogrammed with Head Mechanic Hatsume. His arms were thick and a bit hairy, and he smelled faintly of sweat and engine grease. The man, who Izuku assumed to be Mei's father, took Izuku up a flight of stairs and sat him down on a pillow at a low table. He brought Izuku a glass of water, which Izuku drank thirstily. "Tea, thanks, I feel a lot better now," Izuku said. Sorry, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I met Mei, and then I helped her bring a microwave back here and she gave me these clothes and then we were working on the power suit and I dash." "Slow down there, kid," the man said gently, peering into Izuku's eyes. "You feel okay? Kamaru didn't put the whammy on you too hard?" "Sorry, he's only 8, but he should really know better." Izuku noticed that Mr. Hatsume had odd pupils himself, shaped a bit like an X. He didn't feel strange looking at them though, and they were the normal black color. He had goggles like Hari's up on his forehead, which was sweaty and a bit grimy. Yeah, I'm okay. Does he have some sort of hypnosis quirk? That's really cool. You can do all sorts of things with a quirk like that." "Yeah, like get into trouble," Mr. Hatsume muttered. "Oh, I'm sorry, where are my manners? I'm Shu Hatsume, Mei's father. Are you not a friend of hers? From school?" No, I don't go to Mei's school," Izuku admitted. We sort of met in an alley. She was stuck in a dumpster and I got her out. She, said she could help me." Mr. Hatsume groaned, rubbing his face with a large hand. "Don't tell me she tried to get you to try one of her babies. Please tell me you didn't get hurt by one of her contraptions." "No. It was really awesome. Mei's inventions are so cool. I was so much stronger wearing the power suit, it almost felt like I had a quirk. She says she wants to make support equipment for heroes, and to get into UA. Well, I want to go to UA too in the hero course. Please, let me help Mei make more inventions," so that I can be a hero and she can be an inventor. We can pursue our dreams together. Izuku bent low in a kowtow, praying that Mr. Hatsume would consent to this. Whoa there, no need for that. Come on kid, up you go. Mr. Hatsume gently lifted Izuku back to a sitting position, then patted him on the shoulder. He grinned broadly, showing a few chipped and crooked teeth, but it was a friendly look. So, Mei finally made a friend, huh? Hari told me she'd brought someone home but I didn't believe it. This is fantastic. Of course you can come over and play with Mei Midoriya. We'd be happy to have you. Mei's never brought home a friend before. And you're not mad about Kamaru? No, his quirk is really cool. He's still little, so I'm sure he's learning to control it. You mean it, I can really come over and try out Mei's inventions whenever I want. Of course, just be careful. She gets a little over-enthusiastic sometimes, Mr. Hatsume cautioned. Thank you, sir. Izuku said fervently, bowing again. He knew, with Mei's help, he really could be a hero. Author's note. New chapters go up on ff.net first, but I'll be posting here the next day once I catch up. New chapters daily until then. The primary AU element of this story lies in Mei having grown up much closer to where Izuku lived, instead of Kyoto. Further points of departure shall arise from that. Thanks for reading and reviewing. Titles old and new. If just one person believes in you, deep enough and strong enough, believes in you, hard enough and long enough, before you know it, someone else would think, if he can do it, I can do it. Just One Person by Hal Hackaday. Hey Midoriya. Your usual? Izuku smiled and shook his head, looking around the cluttered and cramped comics store fondly. It was filled to the brim with all sorts of hero memorabilia, new and old, from the omnipresent All Might to far more obscure heroes like Eraserhead. Not today, Mr. Azara. I'm looking for something a bit different. The pudgy proprietor of the Coruscant Comics store raised an eyebrow and leaned over the glass counter, which showed off rare and valuable trading cards, comics, and other hero-related merchandise. Really? We've just got in issue number 487, with the deluxe cover. And I've got pre-orders for American Year's All Might figures too. Shifting nervously, Izuku shook his head. No thanks. I was actually going to ask you about something else. Well, okay, but this isn't like you, Midoriya, Mr. Azara said, scratching at the stubble on his chin. You're one of my best customers. I'd hate to lose you. Oh, don't worry about that, Mr. Azara. Actually, I was wondering, do you have any comics of, quirkless heroes? You know, like from the before times. Mr. Azara nodded, smiling. Yeah, sure, I got plenty of Superman and Spider-Man, of course. They're popular collector's items. Broadening your collection? Maybe you want an old shonen title, like Dragon Ball or One Piece. No, I mean like heroes with no quirks, Izuku mumbled, looking down at his shoes. Oh, not just powers that aren't quirks. The store owner scratched at his balding pate. Totally quirkless, huh? Well, those haven't been popular in a long time. He frowned at Izuku, then sighed. You finally accept it then, kid? What do you mean? Izuku stammered. I don't dash. Knock it off, Midoriya. I've suspected it for a while, Mr. Azara said. Quietly, leaning across the counter on one elbow. You're quirkless. Feeling a lump grow in his throat, Izuku could only hang his head and nod. Yeah, I thought so. Hey, don't sweat it. So am I. Izuku looked up, startled. You mean it? Mr. Azara grinned. Course I do. When I was growing up, it wasn't quite so strange yet. Hell, there's lots of older folks like me walking around with no quirks. We're in the minority, sure, but yeah. Then how can you stand to be around all these heroes all the time? Izuku whispered. He didn't really have to. The store's only other patrons were engaged in a noisy card game in the back corner, and were totally oblivious to what was going on at the counter. Guess it's 'cause I love heroes just like you do, Midoriya. Tell you what. Come to the back with me. Hesitantly, Izuku followed Mr. Azara to the cramped back room. You know, the owner said as he walked to a locked cabinet and dug in his pocket for a key. I wanted to be a hero when I grew up. Read all the comics and stuff. Didn't really give up on it until I got to high school. I tried for UA, but, well, I wasn't the best student, and I was quirkless. So, didn't go very far with that. Plus, even though I wanted it, I never tried all that hard. How come? Izuku asked, ping his head to one side. Wasn't that your dream? I guess I just kept on dreaming. I couldn't be a hero, so I read about them, collected them. And now I sell them. Mr. Azara pulled out a bundle that was wrapped carefully in old newspapers. He took it out, slowly peeling away the papers until he reverently revealed the contents. On top was a comic book depicting a man with a dark blue cowl and cape, with a black insignia in the shape of a bat on it. He was fighting a villain dressed as a clown, who had a sinister grin on his twisted face. Detective Comics? Izuku asked, gingerly picking up the plastic-wrapped book. I've never heard of it. Batman isn't very popular anymore, Mr. Azara said with a chuckle. For obvious reasons. Well, him and the other guy. Here. He reached into the pile and pulled out another well-preserved comic book. The Invincible Iron Man, Izuku read. On this cover was a hero dressed in a red and yellow suit of armor, with glowing blue discs on his palms. He seemed to be flying through the clouds, blasts of light coming out of his boots. I don't think I've ever heard of him either. Yeah, well, Batman and Iron Man just aren't really well known these days, like I said. They're both superheroes, but they're completely quirkless. No powers at all. Izuku looked up, shocked. What really? Mr. Azara smiled, nodding. Yep. But Batman was such a popular and powerful hero in his heyday that they said he could even beat up Superman. While Iron Man, well, he was sort of Spider-Man's mentor, at least for a while in the comics. But how? Izuku asked, looking back down at the books in his hands. You said they don't have quirks? Nope. Batman, he's the world's greatest detective. He has a plan for literally anything. He even carried around kryptonite in his belt pouch, in case Superman ever went evil. He was in peak physical condition. He trained every day, knew dozens of martial arts, and had a mind like a steel trap. He could go toe-to-toe with any supervillain and come out on top. What about Iron Man? Izuku asked, unable to take his eyes off the confident-looking hero in the armor. Well, he was also pretty smart. But he wasn't a detective, he was an inventor. He made all sorts of gadgets. Well, Batman did that too, but Tony Stark focused more on that suit of armor you see him in. That's the Model 51, also known as the Model Prime Armor. With that suit on, he was one tough hero. But even without it, he was still one of the smartest men alive. It was his inventiveness that made him a hero. An inventor like Mei? Izuku practically felt giddy holding the ancient books. Whoa! Reverently, Izuku set the comics down, then looked up at the store owner. How much for all of these? I've only got about 3,000 yen with me, but I've got more saved up in Dash. They're yours. Take 'em. No charge. Mr. Azara pushed the comics towards Izuku, smiling. These books, well, they got me through some tough spots when I was a kid. And you're in pretty much the same boat I was in, Midoriya. You've been a good customer for a long time. So I think I can trust you with these. Sniffing, Izuku felt tears welling up in his eyes, and he wiped at them with the back of his hand. You really mean it? Yeah. Keep on dreaming big, Midoriya. And when life kicks you in the teeth, read a few of these and smile a little. Yes, sir. Izuku said enthusiastically. I promise I won't give up on my dream. I will become a hero. Just like Batman and Iron Man. Scooping the books into his backpack, Izuku ran out of the store, hurrying towards Mei's workshop, dreams already swirling in his head. Go get him, kid, Mr. Azara said, smiling as he watched Izuku leave. Enjoy the dream while you can still keep it. A short train ride later brought Izuku to the Hatsume home. He waved to Hari as he passed by her work area. She stood up from the car she was working on and smiled at him. Mei hasn't scared you off yet? Not a chance. Izuku called back, hurrying to Mei's living space. Wait, you're just in time. Mei called as he hurried in. I've just about finished my modifications to the Power Armor MKII. It had been a few days since their initial meeting, and Izuku had found time to come to help Mei after school for at least an hour every day. He spent some of that time simply tidying up the room, sorting things into their proper places or in some cases creating one, and generally bringing order to the chaotic environment. A few times Mei had huffed that she couldn't find anything now that Izuku had moved things, but he did notice that she was now giving him things to put away, and when he wasn't there at least trying to put things back in an orderly fashion, she would often just stick it somewhere if she got distracted enough. Which was most of the time. "That's great, Hatsume." Izuku said excitedly. "I brought us something to look at, for ideas and stuff." "Why would I need something to look at?" Mei said dismissively, clearly not noticing or caring about Izuku's enthusiasm. "I've got plenty of great ideas already. I just need the materials, funds, and time to make them." "Oh, well, it's just, I found these old books about quirkless heroes, and the equipment they used," Izuku said, digging out a couple of the comics from his bag. "Like Iron Man, he's got power armor like you're making, but it's got repulsors that he can use as weapons or to fly and dash." Mei grabbed the books out of Izuku's hands, flipping through them. "Hey, these aren't schematics at all. They're just comic books. Why'd you bring these to me? I can't use them for anything." Blushing, Izuku quickly took the books back before Mei simply dropped them. "Well, you see, I was thinking, if they could be heroes even though they didn't have any quirks, maybe I could copy some of what they were doing and dash." "Did you not hear me, you?" Mei grabbed Izuku and started dragging him over. "You don't need anything else. You've got me. I'll build it and you'll field test it, and together we'll get into UA and build anything our hearts desire." "Hey, Hatsume," Izuku stammered. He found himself loaded into the power armor Mk2 before he even knew what was happening. Unlike before, when it had just been servos and cables strapped to his limbs and torso, now the power armor was closer to an actual suit of armor, fully covering his torso and limbs. It still had exposed wiring running along the arms and legs, and it was welded together out of scrap metal made from old bits of cars, air conditioners, or whatever other kinds of scrap metal Mei and Izuku had been able to drag back to her place over the last few days. Still, when Izuku had it on, it felt not right. The weight of the metal settled on him, and he stood up, the actuators whirring softly as he did so. "Initializing." Mei cackled. "Come on, baby, show mommy what you've got." Izuku looked down at the battered set of weights they'd found. There were 100 kilograms on the first one, just a bit more than he could easily lift on his own. He bent down and easily picked it up though, the armor amplifying his movements. "Wow, Hatsume, it's actually working," he said excitedly. "Of course it is. I made it. Now come on, do the next one," Mei urged. Izuku quickly bent down and lifted another 100 kilograms in his other hand, flexing his arms as though he were lifting little more than a few kilos. Eagerly he dropped the weights, only for them to crash onto the floor with a bang. Sorry," he stammered. Just keep going," Mei commanded, and eagerly Izuku obeyed. He easily lifted up to 300 kilograms, but at that point he was starting to sweat and struggle. It's at its limit." Izuku gasped, straining to lift the 400-kilo bar. "That or you are," Mei mused. "Still, that's a good start. Set it down now, I'm going to have to run some diagnostics." She came over and happily patted Izuku's arm. "Good work, baby, you made mommy proud." Izuku blushed, though he knew she was talking to the machinery, not to him. He spent the next few hours helping Mei rewire the suit while she made adjustments to the servos and actuators. "Hatsume, this doesn't look right," Izuku told her, examining some of the wiring. "I don't think these capacitors are high enough grade for the power you're trying to put through this circuit." Slid out from under the armor and frowned at Izuku. "What are you talking about? I wired it myself. Those capacitors are fine." "Why, yeah, but, well, the stuff I read online said you needed to do multiple series for a setup like this. I think, well, you're putting too much draw on the power over this circuit as well. Maybe if I rewire it with a secondary power source, like a backup battery, it would work better. Here like this." Izuku quickly sketched out his idea for the circuit, with more redundancy. "Okay," Mei said, frowning at the sketch. "Well, you can try that. But I think we're going to need better hydraulics, too. The fluid in this just isn't up to specs," Mei said, tapping at one of the joints. And we'll need better motors here and here. We'll have to really search hard to find the right parts. I can't wait until I can actually work in a real lab. All we've got here is a bunch of junk. Mei, what you said earlier, do you really think it would help if I did some physical training? Izuku asked, looking down at his arms. They were skinny, like they'd always been. He'd gotten a bit of muscle when he'd hit PBRTY, but he'd never tried very hard to improve his physical fitness. Most of his hero obsession was limited to watching videos, collecting figures, and reading comics and manga. Couldn't hurt, Mei agreed. She poked Izuku in the belly hard, causing him to gasp and wince. If you're really going to show off what my babies can do, you'd better be good enough for them. You hear me? What's your name? Midoriya, Izuku grunted. He'd had to remind Mei who he was frequently, but he didn't mind that much. Well, Midoriya, do you think you're good enough for my babies? Glancing over at the comics peeking out of his bag, Izuku nodded. Mr. Azara had said that Batman had trained to be in peak physical condition. He'd had gadgets, sure, but it was his training that made a big difference. I'll make sure to start some strength training then. Maybe if I run here instead of taking the train, and practice with the weights we have while you're working. Just as long as you keep up with your other duties as well, Mei said, going back to tinkering with the power armor. My mom and dad like how the workshop looks now and I find things better. Keep doing that. Yes, of course. Izuku agreed. He didn't even think to protest that keeping Mei's room and workspace clean should have been her job. Mostly, Izuku was grateful that someone, anyone, believed in him, even if she was exploiting him while she did so. Once they were finished, Izuku tried some push-ups while Mei did some diagnostics. He managed 12 before his arms gave out and he dropped down, gasping. But he forced himself up, then started doing crunches. He managed only about 35 of those before he was laying on the floor, groaning softly. He'd already had a long day at school and worked hard on the power armor before this. I'll have to come up with a systematic exercise plan, he gasped from the floor. Why, 'cause you're a wimp? Izuku looked up to see the second youngest Hatsume, Nikio, looking down at him. Unlike his father and siblings, he lacked the distinctive Hatsume eyes, though he did have the same pink hair as his two sisters and mother. He'd gotten his quirk from his mother, which made their spit an adhesive similar to glue, though they couldn't produce any more saliva than a normal person. Nikio! Mei snapped, looking up from her work and glaring at her. Brother, how many times have I told you not to come into my workshop? Yeah, whatever. Anyway, dinner's ready and Mom sent me to get the two of you. But whatever, you can starve or something, Nikio declared, turning and leaving the room. Hatsume, we really should eat, it's getting late, Izuku urged. You go on without me, Mei said, waving her hand. I'm not hungry. Sighing, Izuku forced himself up and walked over to Mei. Please, I would feel really awkward sitting down to dinner with your family. It would be a huge favor to me if you came and ate. Besides, we can talk about what scraps you want me to look for tomorrow. Yeah, okay, Mei agreed. She absently wiped her forehead with her arm, then hurried towards the door. Come on already, let's dash. We should wash our hands first, Izuku said, opening Mei's bathroom door. We're still all dirty. Ugh, fine. You're worse than my mother is sometimes, Mei complained. But she did wash up, even cleaning her sweaty and grease-stained face when Izuku reminded her. They hurried down the hall and up a flight of stairs to the family dining room that was situated above the shop. The rest of Mei's family was already seated, serving out bowls of rice, vegetables, and tofu. Well, look who decided to join us. Hari teased as Mei and Izuku entered the room. Dinan Midoriya, you must be a good influence on her. That's 4 times this week she's had dinner with us. We're so glad you two are getting along so well, Noriko, Mei's mother said as she set a bowl in front of each of them. Mei's had some hard times at school, and well, we were worried she didn't have any friends. They're all stupid anyway, Mei declared between mouthfuls of food. She didn't believe in wasting time at the table, or in good manners it seemed. Who needs them when I have my babies? Plus, Midoriya actually understands how important my work is. Unlike some people around here. All you do is make stupid crap anyway, Kamaru complained, glaring at Mei with his odd iridescent eyes. When are you going to make something cool, like a jetpack or something? Mei glared at her brother over her bowl of food, pointing her chopsticks at him. Do you have any idea how hard it would be to get the parts for that? I'd need a better power source, something to generate jet propulsion, all sorts of things I can't make with the junk we get. Even with his help improving the wiring, that's way beyond me right now. Kamaru, leave your sister alone, Mr. Hatsume ordered. And put your goggles back on. Hari grinned and winked at Izuku. Besides, the latest stuff they've put together is actually interesting. Think you could ever let me borrow it, Mei? Only if Midoriya is operating it. He's the only one I trust to use it. The rest of you keep breaking things. Mei accused, which started an argument between her and her siblings, with her parents taking turns scolding them. After the noisy dinner, Izuku quietly took his leave, hurrying towards the train station to take it home. Halfway there, he paused and considered. It was just about 10k to his home if he walked or ran it. If he wanted to focus on his physical training, what better way than to do a 10k run? About 3 kilometers into the 10k, Izuku was fairly certain of two things. One, he had grossly underestimated just how far 10 kilometers was, and two, he was really out of shape. He stumbled along the streets now, his breathing somewhat ragged and sweat dripping down his face. He was forced to find a vending machine and purchase a bottle of sports drink, which he quickly downed, then took a 5-minute breather before he continued on, refusing to give up. Mei's working hard so that I can become a hero, he gasped to himself. And I have to work hard too. It took Izuku just under 2 hours to make his way back home, by which point he was utterly exhausted and had thrown up twice. His clothes, already greasy and dirty from working with Mei, were now soaked with sweat. He dragged himself up the stairs to his apartment, opening the door and stumbling for his room. Izuku, you're so late. I was worried half to death. I sent you a dozen texts but you didn't answer any of them. His mother wailed, running up and cupping his sweaty head in her hands. What happened to you? You're all flushed and sweaty? Did this Hatsume girl do this to you? You've spent nearly every night this week at her place. This is going too far. You're going to fall behind on your studies, and you're worrying me half to death. Mom, it's fine, Izuku panted. I just thought I was just going for a late-night run. In overalls? His mother demanded. Izuku flushed, looking down at his clothes. He was still wearing Hari's old overalls, though he'd switched to his own t-shirts. It still weirded him out a little that he was wearing what had been a woman's clothes, but he hadn't had time to get his own, and besides they did fit reasonably well. Maybe next time I should bring my gym clothes, Izuku admitted. Next time? Next time? Izuku, I haven't even met this girl. His mother suddenly went beet red, looking away and tapping her fingertips together. Are you doing anything? What? Somehow, Izuku went even more flushed than he had been, waving his hands and stammering. And no, and nothing. It's not like we're just, building things. Yeah, it's a new hobby. We're making gear so that, I can use it to, be a hero. Oh, Izuku, his mother said, tears welling up in her eyes. She reached forward and pulled her son into an embrace. I'm sorry. I know I should have said something else back then, when you asked me if you could be a hero. But you don't have a quirk. And the doctors, they say if it hasn't happened by now, it's never happening. I know, Mom, Izuku whispered, hugging her back. But I think I've found another way. Mei's an inventor. She's showing me how to build and create things. I'll be a different kind of hero. A new kind of hero. One who doesn't have a quirk, but instead uses technology and training to push himself beyond his limits. Look, see, Mr. Azara gave me these. Quickly, Izuku separated from his mom and pulled out some of the comics he'd been reading. See, this is Batman and Iron Man. They're heroes from the before times, but they didn't have quirks at all. I'm going to be like them. Oh, Izuku, his mother sighed. More comics? Honey, those aren't real. They're not even like the ones with All Might in them. Those are at least based in reality. But those? They're just fairy tales people used to tell themselves. They can be, Izuku said firmly. I'm going to be like Tony Stark or Bruce Wayne. I'm going to be a hero. I thought you wanted to be like All Might, his mother said gently. And maybe there's a way you could do that. You could join the police or be a firefighter or a rescue worker or dash. No! Izuku half yelled. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Tears welled up in his own eyes, and his hands holding the comics started to tremble. I'm going to be a hero. I'll save people with a smile on my face, but not like All Might. If a kid ever asks me if they can be a hero, even if they don't have a quirk, I'll smile at them and say, yes. You too can be a hero. Upon hearing this, Inko paled slightly. Izuku? What are you saying? You've always loved All Might. What happened to you? For a moment, Izuku almost told his mother about his darkest hour. About meeting All Might and being told he could never be a hero. But he didn't. That wound was too fresh, too painful. Instead, he smiled. I still respect All Might. In many ways, he's what I want to become. But I can't be like All Might. You're right, Mom, I don't have a quirk. But I'm not going to let that stop me. Izuku stalked off to his room, nearly slamming the door behind him, though he ended up just closing it very firmly. He looked around at his room, which was still full of All Might memorabilia. A sudden urge seized Izuku, and he walked over to one of the posters, ready to rip it down. He nearly did, but couldn't bear to do it. For all the antipathy he felt towards All Might now, he'd idolized the man growing up, and still looked up to him as a hero. Sighing, Izuku carefully took the poster down. He found an empty box, and carefully placed it inside. Then he went about, taking down the rest of the posters. He collected all the various All Might figures, toys, and comics he had, stacking them in boxes as well. He had to go get a few from around the house, but after an hour or so he'd packed it all away. He felt utterly exhausted, but not having All Might looking down on him, judging him and his lack of a quirk made Izuku feel a bit better. He reached into his backpack and took out the copies of Iron Man and Batman. He started to read about their adventures, these two men with no quirks, who'd used their brains, gadgets, and apparently unlimited wealth to forge themselves into heroes. After only a few minutes of reading though, Izuku's eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted off to sleep. As he often did, he dreamed of being a hero, but this time, Mei was there, and it was with the power suit, not muscles like All Might, that Izuku Midoriya saved the day. This document baited by Katarn 77. 3. Laying mortar. I am different, not less. Dr. Temple Grandin. The teacher frowned as he set the test on Izuku's desk, 78% circled in scarlet ink. I'm disappointed, Midoriya. Your grades are usually a lot better. For someone who says he wants to get into UA, you're sure not showing it. Izuku guiltily tucked the test away in his binder, his face burning as red as the ink. It wasn't actually a terrible grade to get, all things considered. The test had been a difficult math exam, covering the basics of trigonometry. Izuku glanced up at the teacher, but they'd already moved on to lecture the other students. Suddenly, a wad of paper bounced off the back of Izuku's head. Cringing, he turned around to see Bakugo leering at him from a few desks back. Well, nerd, have you just given up on life yet? You can't even get good grades. Guess you should just give up on getting into UA. Or better yet, try. Runts like you will make it easier for someone like me to get in with the competition so weak. You just been really busy, Kakin. I didn't study enough and dash. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It just shows that someone like you can never hope to measure up. UA will laugh your application right out of the building. With that, Bakugo went back to goofing off with his friends. He'd been out for a few days after the slime villain attack, but after a bit of moping Bakugo was back to his usual self, claiming he'd fought a villain so tough even All Might had struggled to defeat him. Izuku glanced at Bakugo's desk, where his own test had been haphazardly thrown into his folder. His score was 98%. Normally, Izuku was a match for Bakugo, at least academically. But if I fall behind here, I'll never catch up to Kakin, Izuku muttered to himself. The problem was he really was very busy. In the month since he'd met Mei, he'd spent hours a day helping her find salvage or working on the power armor, now up to MK3. Plus, he'd started physical training, using a plan he'd found on the internet called the Hero. It called for 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and a 10K run every day, plus a rotating daily routine of other exercises like weights or specialized training for various muscle groups. It left him physically exhausted by the time he got back home, usually very late. And that had left little time for studying. Until now Izuku had simply coasted on his already solid academic foundation. He'd never found most of his classes particularly hard, and for the most part, the amount of studying he'd done had been excessive. But both Kaken and his teacher were right. If he wanted to get into UA, his grades needed to be the very best. At the end of the school day, Izuku decided to run to Mei's home, which was about 5K from his school. This gave him time to think and consider his next steps. Hatsume, he called when he arrived at her shop. He'd stopped once to grab an old toaster he'd seen sticking out of a dumpster, and the run had taken him longer than usual. Despite that, she wasn't home yet, so Izuku sat down and pulled out his textbooks to do some studying. After about 20 minutes, Mei barged in, her bag bulging with various objects she'd scavenged. She took differing routes home every day to find new and interesting things to bring back to strip for parts, and seemed to have a rather impressive haul today, including a large piece of sheet metal. Ah, Midoriya. You are Midoriya, right? Well, great, you're here already. Did you manage to figure out the power drain issues on the dash? Hatsume, not right now. Come on, we need to study, Izuku said, patting the bench next to him. You can help me with math. What? Mei walked over, frowning at the page. Oh, those are easy. The answer to that one is dash. Don't just tell me the answer. Izuku said, half panicked. I need to learn. How to do this? That made Mei glance askance at Izuku. What do you mean, learn how to do this? The answer's not gonna change. Izuku blinked. He realized he'd never seen Mei study, not even once, and by now he'd spent a very long time in her lab, including 2 whole Sundays. Don't you ever study? No, Mei said with a huff. I already get good grades in all the important areas. Math and chemistry and physics. The rest of it isn't important to an inventor like me. Well, doesn't UA look at all your grades? Izuku prompted. Do they? Mei said, frowning. She lifted her goggles, showing her crosshair-shaped pupils, and looked at Izuku, then at the page. You mean like Japanese, history, and English and stuff? I hate English. It doesn't make any sense. I'm pretty sure all those matter on the entrance exams, Mei, Izuku said gently. How are your grades in those? I'm passing, so it doesn't matter, right? Mei asked. For the first time since Izuku had met her, she actually sounded unsure of herself. Well, UA looks at all your grades. And well, if they're not good enough, they might reject you. Izuku flushed and looked down. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about that. I've been so busy working with you on the power suit, training my body, and, well, my grades are starting to slip. If I want to get into UA, I need to spend more time studying. Otherwise, even if we build the most amazing armor ever, they won't even let me take the entrance exam. You're serious? Mei demanded, scrambling over and putting her hands on Izuku's shoulders and pressing her face close to his. You mean if I don't have great grades and everything, they won't let me in and I won't get unlimited funding to build all my babies? Why yeah, that's how entrance exams usually work, Hatsume, Izuku stammered, leaning away from Mei slightly. He was getting used to her frequent violations of his personal space, but it still felt strange. They screen out anyone who doesn't excel. Lots of people want to get into UA, so they can afford to be picky. Mei let go of Izuku, sitting back on the bench with a poleaxed expression. Then you mean I actually have to learn English and stuff? Yeah. Mei suddenly jumped up, scrambling over to her bag. She dug out a battered textbook, its cover stained with grease and torn and tattered from being thrown in with scrap of all kinds. She raced over and dumped it on the table. Okay, well, you're my partner. Teach me English. Izuku winced. Well, it's not that easy. And, well, I could use some help in math. Because if I don't get my grades up, well, I won't get into either. That is completely unacceptable, Mei declared. You are, in fact, the best partner I have ever had. I tried to get Nikawa to help me, but he's always gluing stuff in random places because he thinks it's funny or something. Hari and Mom and Dad are too busy, and Kamaru is no help at all. I cannot afford to lose you. My production efficiency had gone up by 50% since you arrived. The power issues are improving, I have more materials to work with, and my parents have stopped bugging me about making friends. It is of vital importance that you keep helping me, especially when I get to UA. Well, that maybe you could help me in science and math, and I can help you in Japanese and English? Izuku suggested. That is acceptable. We shall spend 30 minutes a day studying. Mei, I think it might take more than that. We should really spend 30 minutes on each subject. This seems like a tremendous waste of time. Mei bowed her head, thinking. Finally, she looked up. All right. If it means I get to obtain unlimited funding and keep you as my lab partner, I suppose it would mean an overall increase to our production capabilities. Very well. We shall study. Now, the way they teach you to do these problems is stupid. I know a much better way. Let me show you. As it turned out, Mei's method of solving the problems involved a lot of rapid mental math and skipping of steps that left Izuku confused. But once he got her to slow down and explain what she was thinking, it took a few tries, but they did get there. Her methods did turn out to be fairly effective. Conversely, Izuku was shocked at just how bad Mei was outside of math and science subjects. Apparently, she had a low C average in English and Japanese studies, and a high C in history. It ended up taking a considerably longer time than he'd thought it would to fully tutor her in those areas, but by teaching Mei material he was already fairly solid in, Izuku found he gained a better understanding of those subjects himself. It was actually sort of fun, and kinda nice, to have a study partner. It had been a long time since other kids had wanted anything to do with Izuku. While 80% of the population might have quirks, the number that didn't have a quirk was concentrated mostly in the older generations. In Izuku's generation, that number was more like 95%, and Izuku was one of the few kids at his school who were quirkless. It made him something of a pariah, especially since Bakugo, who was popular and powerful, seemed to have made it his life's mission to make Izuku miserable. As they worked, Izuku managed to learn a bit more about Mei's school life as well. It turned out they were both social outcasts, though for obviously different reasons. As Izuku had guessed, Mei didn't have much in the way of a friend group. The other kids never understand. I bring one of my babies into class for show and tell, and it suddenly turns into run and hide. They just don't understand how amazing my babies are. So what if there was one little explosion or two? Barely anyone was hurt. Mei complained as they worked on the power suit. The explosion? Izuku gasped, looking around. Don't worry, those hardly happen at home anymore. Mom said if I set the building on fire again she'd take away all my babies. Can you even imagine? Unlike Izuku, Mei was perhaps too talented for her peers. She was clearly a natural-born genius, as her aptitude for math and science quickly showed Izuku during their study sessions. She also easily picked up the subjects she'd struggled in, apparently only having put in enough effort to pass previously and get my parents to quit bothering me. That, and Mei's obvious lack of social skills. She was domineering and blunt, and completely unaware of social conventions. There had been more than one time when she'd simply started undressing or barged in on Izuku when he was changing in the bathroom, apparently oblivious to the fact that she had an admittedly attractive body to a boy of Izuku's age. Thankfully, Izuku had learned to lock the door, and had gotten quite adroit at looking away when Mei decided she needed to change into a different set of clothes when she came home from school or to head out dumpster diving. Hey, Mei, I was wondering, my mom, she'd like to meet you, Izuku said one afternoon as they were testing out some of the modifications to their creation. Oh, does she want to see some of my babies? I could bring that grappling hook I built for you. Mei said excitedly. Grappling hook? When did you do that? Izuku asked, confused. Oh, I saw it in one of those books you're always carrying around and thought maybe it would improve the mobility on the Power Armor Mk3. I just modified baby number 17. It was originally a spring-loaded umbrella launcher I built back when I was a kid. It didn't work out very well for keeping the rain off, but it was great at hitting pigeons. It's gas-loaded, but I want to see if you could figure out a way to give it more power. Yeah, that might be cool, and I have been experimenting with gas-powered stuff on the suit. But, Mom just kinda wants to meet you. I don't have many friends, you see, and she just wants to get to know you, Izuku explained. What? Do you even have a workshop at your place? Mei demanded. No, but we do have some old stuff laying around the apartment we could maybe bring back here, like, an old vacuum cleaner and my dad's old electric scooter that's just sat around for a while, Izuku offered. I think I could get a motor with a decent power draw off the scooter. Well, why didn't you say there was salvage? Mei said happily. We can go over and pick it up right away. Izuku quickly shook his head. No. My mom, she's kinda sensitive. She worries a lot, and, well, I want to give her a good impression of you. Well, what's wrong with me now? Mei demanded, furrowing her brow in irritation. Izuku blushed, looking away. Mei was once again in her stained overalls, with a ragged gray shirt that she frequently used to wipe her greasy hands on. Her face was smeared with oil, grime, and sweat, and her hair was unwashed and uncombed. It turned out her older sister practically had to force Mei to wash and clean her hair properly, but as that day was a Saturday with no school the next day, Mei absolutely refused to bother. Maybe you should think of it like an interview. You know, impressing a potential investor. Maybe if my mom thought what we were doing was useful, she'd be willing to, support us. You mean like a showcase for investors? Mei demanded. When Izuku nodded, Mei immediately ran over to where her sleeping mat and clothes lay, one of the few areas of the room Izuku flatly refused to organize for her. Why didn't you say so? I think I've got some clean clothes somewhere. Yes, we'll definitely need to bring number 0. And number 35, that's my handheld heat ray. Good for drying hair, but I meant it to be used for melting metal. Couldn't get enough of a power source. Okay. Izuku gasped, turning his back and sidling towards the door. I'll, text my mom and tell her you're coming over for dinner. I'll, need to go get ready too. What? But we've just finished modifying our baby together. You were going to take it for a test drive. Mei protested, her voice coming closer. Izuku risked a glance, then quickly turned around at a glimpse of bare skin. Mei appeared to be in the process of removing her overalls. Ija violata dao doi tamarawak sayo ala turbi. He was halfway home before he felt his phone vibrating. He took it out to see a text from Mei on it. You did not give me the address of our meeting location. Please respond. Izuku quickly returned Mei's text, and a moment later her reply came. Confirmed. We'll be there at 6 p.m. sharp. Please have devices ready for PowerPoint presentation. Sound required. Letting out a soft groan, Izuku quickly fired off a text to his mother warning her that Mei was coming as he continued to jog home. Hopefully, this wouldn't be a complete disaster. It's just so nice to know you've got a friend coming over, Izuku, his mother babbled for perhaps the 50th time. You've told me so much about Hatsume, but I just can't help but wonder what sort of girl she is. She's, very passionate, Izuku said, looking up from his computer that he'd connected to the TV. She's really helping me work towards my goal of, getting into UA. Does she want to be a hero too? Is she, like you? His mom said, dropping her voice so low it was hard to hear her over the sizzling sounds from food she was frying. No, not really. Hatsume wants to get into the support program at UA. She has a quirk, but she doesn't really use it that much. It just gives her the ability to zoom in on stuff with her eyes. She has great vision. Oh well, that's good. Maybe you could be in the support class with her. It would be so nice to go to school with a friend, don't you think? I go to school with Kachan mom, Izuku said, smiling slightly. Izuku. He turned to see his mom standing over him, wringing her hands slightly. Izuku, Bakugat, he isn't your friend. Izuku felt his smile freeze in place, and cold sweat trickle down his back. What do you mean? Of course Kachan is dash. Izuku, that boy's a bully. He's been cruel to you for years. Since you were in kindergarten. It's just gotten worse. I know you like to think of him as a friend, but His mother took a deep breath. I've tried so hard and so long to protect you, to encourage you, but you're almost in high school. I can't do that to you anymore. You have to realize what the real world is like. And Izuku, I'm so very, very afraid for you. If you try to get into the UA Hero program, I think you'll be hurt, or even worse. And how would the other kids treat you? You're a great kid, Izuku. His mom knelt down and hugged Izuku, who felt her tears trickle onto his shoulders. God, this is hard for me, I'm sorry. But you're a lot of things. You're smart and talented and brave and cheerful and kind, and all the things a mother wants her boy to grow up to be. But you're also quirkless. And if you tried to fight a villain with no quirk, what would happen to you? Something bad, I just know it. I don't want to see you get hurt. Mom, it's okay, Izuku said, patting his mom's back. Inside though, he felt numb and cold. Did no one believe in him? Mei and I, we're both going to chase our dreams into UA. We'll make amazing gear, better than any quirk. And I'll be the world's greatest hero someday. You'll see. Tears continued to well up in his mother's eyes. Oh, Izuku, There was a knock at the door. Oh, that's Hatsume. Izuku said, seeing the clock read 6. Well, at least she was punctual. He separated himself from his mom and hurried over to open the door. As soon as he opened it, Mei strode in uninvited, a wide grin on her face. Hello. I am Mei Hatsume, and I am here to show you the incredible things that myself and my partner Midoriya have created together. Oh, pleasure to meet you, Hatsume, Inko said hesitantly, taking Mei's offered hand. To Izuku's immense relief, Mei had actually taken the time to dress presentably for dinner. She was wearing slacks and a clean polo shirt with the logo of her family's shop on it, and was carrying a backpack that was bulging with several objects. For once, she was without her distinctive goggles, apparently having left those behind. She had even washed her hair. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to meet with me, Ms. Midoriya, Mei said, bowing slightly. Her politeness was somewhat ruined by the manic grin plastered all over her face. Oh, well, I just wanted to get to know Izuku's friend. He's kind of shy, and he's always had a hard time getting to know people, so when he told me he had met a young lady and the two of you were working on a project together, That's baby number 47. Oh, it's so wonderful. When we're done, it's going to be the greatest of my creations. Izuku will be able to lift over 1,000 kilos, run over 35 miles an hour, and jump up to 10 feet, plus more with the attached grappling hook. Inko only blinked very rapidly, clearly baffled by this. Well, I brought over a present to show you, with footage from our last field test along with a few graphs I made in Dash. Why don't we eat dinner first? Izuku interrupted. We made miso soup with tofu. Oh. Mei paused, glancing at Izuku with a slightly confused expression. Is it traditional to eat first before the presentation? At this house, yes. Izuku said, frantically taking Mei's hand and leading her over to the table. He sat her down and hurriedly served up the food as his mother made her way over and sat down. So, Hatsume, Izuku tells me you're, an inventor. Thus, I have created 51 adorable babies so far. But the most impressive one is number 47, which Izuku and I have been working on together for over a month now. It started as a simple exoskeleton I called the power suit to help me when I scavenged for heavy parts, but Izuku has totally improved the electrical systems. He's helped me turn it into a fully fledged set of gear that has a multitude of functions, including Dash. Here's the food. Let's eat. Izuku interrupted, hurriedly putting filled bowls down for everyone. Yes. Mei began slurping her soup, then stopped and paused. She glanced at Inko, then said in a rather robotic voice, "Thank you very much for the food." She clapped once, then went back to scarfing down her meal. Inko blinked and looked to Izuku, who was fixedly staring into his bowl and eating himself, his face beet red. Mei ate like this with her family all the time, only pausing to argue with her siblings or tell of her latest creation. Small talk was not her specialty. So, Hatsume, what school do you go to? Inko asked, trying again to get the conversation going. What classes do you like? I go to East Nabo Middle, Mei said around a mouthful of noodles, her eyes still on her food, her tone once more oddly robotic. I enjoy math. I enjoy science. I enjoy going to Mr. Onizuka's room for social groups. I do not like English. That got Inko to blink. Social groups? That sounds, nice. It's boring and stupid, but I have to go because I'm ASD or something, Mei said, rolling her eyes. I don't have it bad, but apparently it makes me antisocial or whatever. I don't care, as long as they leave me alone and let me make my babies. It's not like I can't talk or anything. But... Sudden energy entered back into Mei's voice, and she looked up, her odd crosshair irises sparkling. Mr. Onizuka lets me build things for social groups. I've built 2 leg supports that help Nishima and Gaara walk, and I built 6 augmentative communication devices that they've sent to other schools to give kids who are like super high needs or something. They give me all these materials, and since I'm like the most social one in the social groups, I get to spend all my time building stuff if I promise to talk to the other kids while I do it, and then I can show my babies off. And I'm working on designing an exosuit for some of the kids with cerebral palsy, and I've got an award for it which I don't care about, but Mr. Onizuka says that if keep this up I can get a recommendation to get into the support program for UA, and if you're there, can build whatever you want even if it's super dangerous or something, and no one yells at you if you don't do your English homework because it's stupid and we live in Japan, and you can just keep building things all day for all kinds of heroes, which is super awesome, and Midoriya wants to go there too, and I bet if I make him some amazing babies that let him pass the UA entrance exam, everyone will let me build things forever and I can have as many babies as I want. A chunk of tofu slid out from between Inko's chopsticks as she stared open-mouthed at Mei, who was once more grinning madly. That sounds, really interesting, Hatsume. So, you think you and Izuku can get into UA together? Absolutely. It will be required. He's the best lab partner ever. He's very helpful and organized, and he helps me find all kinds of scrap for my babies, and he's really good at wiring and power supplies, and he's actually getting really good at making things himself, and you have to let him keep helping me build stuff. Mei suddenly jumped up, ran over to her backpack, and dug out a small USB device. She hurried over to Izuku's computer and plugged it in. I made a presentation. Izuku hurried after Mei, turning on the TV. She's really smart, Mom, Izuku said. We study together and my grades have never been better. I didn't get a single C after she and I started studying together. Inko frowned, her eyes narrowing slightly. Izuku, when on earth did you ever get a C? Who cares? Let's show you our baby. Mei cheered, opening up her presentation. Dun dan da da. Mei's cheery voice screamed from the speakers. Inko let out a squeal of surprise, and Izuku hastily lowered the volume before the neighbors started complaining. The presentation was, mercifully, short and to the point. It showed a few short videos of Izuku testing out the Power Armor MK2, along with pictures of their current progress. It then outlined a 5-step plan for Mei and Izuku to get into UA. Step 1. We create an amazing baby together that dash. She means the Power Armor. Izuku interrupted, flushing bright red. Not the other kind of baby. Well, what else would I mean? Mei asked, clearly not understanding the implications. Anyway, yes, we create the Power Armor MK3, along with several of the planned upgrades we've discussed. Step 2. Izuku uses it to earn the highest score ever on the UA entrance exam. Step 3. They let us into UA, where I join the support program and continue to create ultra-cute babies with Izuku. Step 4. We show them off and everyone realizes that I'm the greatest inventor ever and that Izuku is an incredible hero. And then Step 5. We get all the funding we need and make babies together for the rest of our lives. Inventions, Izuku said, waving his hand frantically. She means inventions. We create inventions together. Inko knelt on the floor in front of the TV, looking a bit overwhelmed. Well, that's quite the impressive goal you two have there, I suppose. So, will you support us in our efforts? Mei demanded, leaning forward toward Inko, causing the older woman to lean back in discomfort. I don't well that I guess that if you're going to be in the support course at UA that does sound safe enough and it's a good dream for Izuku to have, so yes. I will support you too. As long as Izuku keeps his grades up. If I hear one more thing about young man, you won't leave this house until your grades go back up again. Yes, ma'am. Izuku said, grinning widely. And thank you. Great. Mei said, standing and looking around. Now Izuku said something about a vacuum and scooter we could have for parts? Inko blinked, looking at Izuku, who only grinned and shrugged. She looked back at Mei, and managed to smile. I think maybe I do. Author's note. Disclaimer, I am not a clinical psychologist. Data presented here is a fabrication, and any resemblance to real persons is unintentional, and is not in breach of confidentiality. Assessment results summary. Name, Hatsume. Date of birth, April 16th. Age, 15. Gender, quirk. School, Nabu East Middle. Teacher, Onizuka. Test results percentile rank. Cognitive 139.99. Academic 109.73. Adaptive 69.2. Social 68.1. Speech 86.18. Score considered to be of questionable validity. Assessor's notes. Cognitive. Mei's cognitive ability is a rough estimate, as the test does not score high enough to get an accurate result. Mei consistently scores at the top end of all subtests. The only subtests Mei has ever shown any difficulties in are language-related subtests, and even in those her scores are well above the average range. The assessor feels the cognitive results are, if anything, low, as Mei has been observed to rapidly lose interest in subjects she does not find STMLTNG, X, language. Her current score is the maximum possible on the cognitive evaluation. Mei scored at the top end in the math and science subtests, achieving a scaled score of 139 in both areas, the maximum possible. However, her scores in history, reading and especially writing were relatively low, the lowest result of 74 being achieved in the written expression subtest. It should be noted that Mei is achieving passing grades in all her classes and should not be separated from same-age typical peers for the purpose of core academic instruction. Adaptive results attained from teacher and parent interviews. Mei is capable of functionally caring for herself. She can make meals and carry out complex hygiene routines independently. However, without frequent prompting, Mei fails to take care of herself. At school, Mei will often not eat unless prompted repeatedly by teachers. She often forgets to properly attend to hygiene needs unless reminded, even when provided with proper hygiene products and education. Mei also displays stereotyped behavior, frequently humming or bouncing on her toes. When she was younger, Mei had a compulsive need to count objects and calculate the area and volume of things around her, though with support these behaviors have mostly been brought to extinction. Mei's challenges in adaptive skills require specialized instruction. Social. While Mei has demonstrated the ability to have appropriate social conversations with peers and adults, she frequently fails to do so. Mei rarely initiates social interaction with peers, and when she does so her conversations are stereotyped and limited to a few topics that Mei finds interesting. When peers initiate social interaction, Mei will often not respond appropriately or simply ignore them. Mei lacks concepts of personal space, appropriate volume, and when and where certain routines are appropriate. There have been multiple incidents where she went into the boys' bathroom due to lines in the girls' bathroom. Mei's difficulties in social behavior have impeded her ability to form friendships within her peer group. Mei requires specialized instruction in the area of social behaviors. Note: recently, Mei has begun to talk about a friend she has made outside of school. Efforts should be made at home to maintain this peer relationship. Mei has improved greatly since her initial evaluation. While Mei was verbal from an early age, the majority of her speech was stilted and robotic. She has learned more social language and will use her scripted responses appropriately. After many years of speech instruction, Mei has been dismissed from speech-language services and has been placed on a consultation basis. Quirk. Mei's quirk is a heteromorphic type quirk inherited from her father's family line. She is a fifth-generation quirk user. Mei's quirk is registered as Zoom, and grants her superior vision equal to about 100x the human norm. At this time, Mei's quirk is not believed to have any impact on her cognitive, academic, social, behavioral, or adaptive development. Diagnosis: Mei was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder at the age of 5 by her family pediatrician. The diagnosis was upheld by the school clinical psychologist. Mei has been qualified for specialized educational services since the age of 5 under the category of autism spectrum disorder. Final recommendation: Mei should continue to receive specialized services under the qualification area of autism spectrum disorder for social and adaptational needs. Recommendation is 300-minute WK for non-core academic instruction. Well, that's actually what I do for a living. Anyway, I've decided that for the purposes of this story, I'm going to go ahead and write Mei as though she had a mild case of autism spectrum disorder, ASD. I'd argue that this isn't even much of a stretch from her behavior in canon, but I will be amplifying it at least slightly so you can consider that an AU element. For those interested, Mei in this story would score at about a 65 on the Gillingham Autism Rating Scale, FARS 2nd edition, which indicates that she has a case of high-functioning ASD. Yes, I know there's a 3rd edition now, but I can't just use those copies for funsies like I can the old ones. This document baited by Kyla Katarns 77. The Builder's Rejection. Success is not final, failure is not fatal, it is the courage to continue that counts. Winston Churchill. Power suit MKV, all electrical systems running. Izuku said, trying hard to keep the nervousness out of his voice. He'd done most of the wiring himself, and he felt good about his work, but still. All systems are green. This baby is ready to go. Mei cheered. Initializing. Begin startup sequence. Engaging, Izuku said, and closing his eyes, flipped the toggle that would turn the suit on. This time, there was no explosion, no fire, no sudden leak of hydraulic fluid. Instead, the suit turned on with a hum. It's working. Yes. I knew you wouldn't let mommy and daddy down, baby. Mei cheered, running forward and hugging the power suit, and by extension, hugging Izuku as well. We did it. Itsuku cheered, carefully striking a victory pose. He'd spent time practicing in the MK3 and MK4, so he knew how to keep his motions slow and steady. Well then, we're ready, Mei declared. Now we just have to head down to the UA headquarters to present our applications. Are you sure this is a good idea? Izuku asked, feeling slightly nervous. They did just invite you. Well, we haven't heard back about your application yet, which means we just have to go and show them just how important it is that you get into UA too, Mei declared. How am I supposed to show off all my babies if no one can see them in action? Alright, Izuku agreed. So how do we get there? Why, you carry me, of course, Mei declared. It's only a few kilometers. You're pretty good at running now, right? So you run over there in the power suit and carry me and the rest of the gear. It's a perfect plan. Won't we get in trouble for taking unlicensed gear out onto the street? Izuku asked nervously. I thought about that. Mei took out a few decals from a drawer and slapped them onto Izuku. Property of UA Support Department? Izuku read. Mei, maybe we shouldn't dash. Oh, relax, we're showing this off at UA and they'll probably want our wonderful baby to use for themselves. Besides, once we have their unlimited materials, we'll make you a better one, Mei declared. Then she grabbed up her backpack and jumped at Izuku, who caught her by reflex. Now onward. Despite his misgivings, Izuku managed to open the shutter to Mei's room, then carry her and her bag of gear down the street. She'd put on a jumpsuit that stores sold that was modeled after the kind that UA students wore for the annual sports festival, so she looked like she belonged at UA herself. To Izuku's surprise, no one seemed all that shocked to see a suit of power armor carrying someone dashing through the streets of Mizudafu. Apparently, the UA logo commanded enough respect that even police officers who saw them dash by didn't find anything suspicious going on. It didn't take Izuku long to draw near to UA, by which point he had worked up a sweat, and the suit was starting to heat up. I'm overheating, he panted to Mei. It's too hot in this suit. I forgot how hot the new power systems I installed could get, even with ventilation. We'll need some sort of cooling device for you in the next model, Mei mused. But don't worry, we're almost there. UA High School had a massive, sprawling campus that took up a good portion of downtown Mizudafu. The main building was many stories tall, made of 4 towers that were connected by a lower central hub. It gleamed in the early morning light, its glass surface a beacon for all the world to see. The campus was protected by a visible 3-meter wall, but Izuku knew there were additional security systems that would prevent anyone unauthorized from trying to get over the wall or pass through the main gates. When they arrived at the entrance, someone was waiting there for them. "Hi, Mr. Onizuka," Mei called, waving excitedly. The man turned, looking startled to see Mei hurtling towards him, carried in the arms of a massive suit of armor. This version of the power suit was fully enclosed, with a helmet that completely obscured Izuku's face. "Mei? What is that?" "I know I told you to bring one of your inventions, but you didn't have to bring a whole robot," Mr. Onizuka protested. He was a blond man, in his late middle years and going bald, though he had a comb over to try and hide it. He was wearing a tacky-looking suit that didn't seem to fit him well, but Mei hopped out of Izuku's arms and skipped toward him, her arms spread wide. "You said to bring one of my babies, and I brought our best one. This is the Power Suit MKV, and its daddy, Izuku Midoriya," Mei said, wrapping Mr. Onizuka in an embrace. He returned it, which made Izuku feel a bit odd for a moment. He chalked that up to the heat. Hello, Izuku said, his voice echoing slightly from the voice modulator they'd installed. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Onizuka." I thought that was just what you'd named one of your inventions," Mr. Onizuka said, blinking rapidly. "I didn't think you'd actually found a boy who willingly helped you in your lab every day, Mei." "Well, you said to practice my social skills, so I found a friend," Mei proclaimed. "He's a great lab partner. The perfect papa for all my babies. He's even rigged the electrical systems for the suit." He added the voice modulator and installed a gyroscope that helps with stabilization. She means the suit, sir. Not, actual babies. I'm not that kind of guy," Izuku hastily explained. "I'm aware," Onizuka said, scratching the back of his head. He sighed. "Well, this interview was just for you, Mei. I'm not sure how they'll feel about you bringing a friend along." "Well, I always say, the more, the merrier." Izuku turned and gasped to see the person coming out of the UA gates, a man with what appeared to be an upside-down excavator bucket on his head, though he was dressed in a suit instead of his usual hero costume today. "That's Power Loader, the excavation hero." "Call me Mr. Maijima," Power Loader said, coming out to examine Izuku. This is quite an impressive specimen. Did your students build this themselves, Onizuka?" "Actually, I don't know the boy at all," Onizuka admitted. "He must go to another school." "I go to Mustafa Private Middle School actually, sir," Izuku said, bowing slightly. It was difficult to make such a motion in the power suit, but he managed it. "Mei and I met while she was scavenging for parts. I've been helping her for the last 9 months. We built this together." "Really? Well, come on in. I think I can whip up something to put you 2 through your paces," Power Loader said, leading them back inside. They followed Power Loader into the main UA complex, past several buildings and into a testing site. "I was going to take you into the support lab and have you show off your inventions there, but frankly I think you're ready for something a bit more advanced," Power Loader stated. "I've got a few of the robots for the hero exam in a few weeks set up here to test them out before the big day. Think you could take one of them on with that thing?" "You bet," Izuku said excitedly. "I actually applied for the hero course, but I haven't heard back yet." "Oh, well, consider this a sneak peek, I guess. There's already a lot of information available online about what to expect, so this wouldn't give you much of an advantage anyway," Power Loader declared. He motioned Izuku forward. "I'll activate one of the robots. You see if you can take it out." The robot in question was painted green, with shield-like arms that concealed weapons. It rode on a unicycle-like wheel and had a single, glowing red eye atop a snake-like neck. Izuku assumed a fighting stance, raising his arm and pointing it at the robot. It activated, letting out an electronic warble and charging forward. "Grappling hook!" Izuku shouted. A spear-like projectile launched from its mounting inside of Izuku's arm, but the robot raised its left shield, which the hook bounced off of. No! Thinking quickly, Izuku charged forward, dashing around to the side of the robot. He slammed out one fist, which connected with the side of the robot's head with a loud clang. The robot spun slightly, clearly rattled, and Izuku shoved it as hard as he could. It careened into a wall, bashing its body and cracking its case. The robot collapsed in a heap. Hey, not bad, Power Loader mused. You have some sort of strength-enhancing quirk? Izuku began, but Mei interrupted. Nope. He's totally quirkless. What you see before you is purely the result of spectacular engineering and inventiveness from me, Mei Hatsume, and from the pilot, Izuku Midoriya. We've worked hard to create the most spectacular support equipment, from only scraps we scavenged off the streets, and bought with our severely limited funds. She leaned in close to Power Loader, far past what most people found comfortable, but the excavation hero didn't back down. Just imagine what we could do with proper funding and materials. Think about what a great fit for the support program I would be, and what an awesome hero course candidate Midoriya would be. Together, we're unstoppable. I am impressed, Power Loader mused, rubbing his chin. He glanced at Izuku, who was feeling slightly embarrassed his condition had been revealed. Quirkless, you say? That power came purely from your device. I also have been training really hard, Izuku said, raising his arm hesitantly. I've done extensive physical conditioning, and my grades are really good. I sent my test scores to UA and everything with my application. Well, let's go to the lab so I can pull you up, Power Loader said. He led them back to the main UA building to a rear entrance, where Izuku had to climb out of the power suit. This is a beautiful piece of engineering, Power Loader observed, examining it carefully. He took several minutes to open panels and check various systems. It made Izuku especially nervous when he eyed the wiring and how he'd connected the various systems to their power supplies, capacitors, and backup batteries. He'd had to jury-rig most of it, but it did work. Hard to believe 2 kids built it out of a bunch of scraps in less than a year. That's because I'm a genius, and Midoriya is a super hard worker, Mei declared, wrapping her arm around Izuku's shoulder and pulling him close. Hatsume and Midoriya. Remember that name, because our babies are going to change the world. As a she means inventions, Izuku clarified, blushing slightly and looking down. Sure she does, Power Loader chuckled. I was 15 once too, kid. Well, I can definitely see room for improvement here. The work is a bit rough, and I bet this thing is hotter than a tin roof. You look pretty sweaty there. Our next iteration will include air conditioning, Mei declared. She dashed forward, pointing into the helmet. You see those wires? Izuku saved up all his money and bought a VR headset, then configured it to take input through this headset. It helps modulate the movements of exoskeleton and gyroscope we installed. Just like Iron Man's suit. Iron Man? I'm not familiar with that particular hero, Power Loader said with a shrug. Well, come on inside. Show me what else you got while I look up Midoriya here on the system. Mei happily pulled out several devices, a few of which Izuku had helped her with. One was an early prototype of a pulse weapon similar to the ones Iron Man had installed on his suits. I think I can use them to help control flight, once we get a good enough power source, Mei explained. Midoriya has sketches of someone he calls Kaken who uses explosions to propel himself through the air, and Iron Man used the same thing to help him fly. I don't know if we can get enough lift for true flight, but assisted leaps would allow for traversal of tall buildings or rough terrain. Who is this Iron Man you keep talking about? Power Loader said as he typed something on a computer at his desk. I've never heard of him. Is he foreign? Keikikanda, Izuku stammered. He's, American. But he's not real. It's a comic book, one about a quirkless hero, from the before times. Oh that. Well, I never cared much about that kind of stuff, Power Loader said dismissively. But if it gives you kids ideas, more power to you. Here we go. Midoriya, Izuku. Says here you applied for the hero course. You're flagged for denial, due to your quirkless status. What? Izuku said, going pale. But why you saw me? I can be a hero. I took out that robot, no problem. Your gear took that robot out, Power Loader said absently, typing something in. Well, I'll just change that. I'm putting you in for the support course. The SS support course? Izuku asked. I wanted to go into the hero course. I heard you the first time, Midoriya. Power Loader looked up, frowning. Look, I'm sorry, but we don't let quirkless individuals take the exam for or enter into the hero course. That course is dangerous. Even kids with strong quirks get hurt. Someone like you could get themselves killed. But, from what I've seen, I'm more than willing to let both you kids in on recommendation to my course, the support class. I suppose you'll want to be in the same class. Now wait just one moment. Mei protested, planting her hands on her hips. That is not what we said. Izuku wants to be the muscle, I'm the brains. I make the gear, he tests it and uses it, so we can get funding and make babies together forever. Just who do you think you are, changing that beautiful plan? The man in charge of admissions to the support course, Power Loader, said dryly. I could just deny you both if you're going to be obstinate about it. Mei, it's okay, Izuku said, putting a hand on her shoulder. He felt tears in his eyes, and wiped them away with one hand. This is a start, anyway. If I get into the support course at UA, at least I'm closer to my dream than if I get rejected. And besides that, it would be nice to be in the same class as you. To have a friend to work with. I'd like that. Wouldn't you? Mei frowned. Well, I don't know. I've never had a friend at school before. Mr. Onizuka let out a loud sigh. Mei, what have we talked about? Yeah, social skills. Yes, Izuku. I am your friend. And I want to make babies with you in the same class. She means Dash. We know, Power Loader and Mr. Onizuka said together. Great, then I'll just put you both in class 1H, Power Loader declared. Midoriya, you might get a letter of rejection. Just ignore that, I'll make sure you get your letter of acceptance and call your parents to let them know what happened. You should have just applied to the support course. If you can rig electrical systems like those, you're a shoo-in. Why did none of your teachers recommend you? Well, they don't think Dash, Izuku stammered, meaning to say that his teachers didn't know, but Power Loader cut him off, looking slightly embarrassed. Right, well, quirkless prejudice is a problem. But if you prove yourself here, you won't have to worry about it. And I'll go to bat for you with the administration. Leave the suit here, I'll show it to them if they have any questions. Is that all? Do we have to take a test or anything? Izuku asked. Power Loader shrugged. I have your grades right here, and I already knew what Mei scored. Honestly, I couldn't care less how good you are at taking tests. What matters is what you can make, and both of you can obviously make some top quality stuff. Onizuka's been bugging me for 6 months about this amazing student he had. He's come to me with good recommendations in the past, but I have to admit you two blew me away today. You'll be good fits for my class. We've got plenty of odd ducks in the support course. Just promise me one thing, Mei said as they left the building. She flung her arms around the power suit. Take extra good care of my baby. Don't leave it out in the rain and make sure you polish it every day. Otherwise it gets lonely. Power Loader chuckled. Don't worry, your creation is in good hands. I'll make sure she's well taken care of. Well, okay then. Be good, sweetie. Mommy and Daddy love you very much and will be back for you soon with lots of upgrades. At the entrance, Mr. Onizuka and Power Loader parted ways with the two students, leaving them to walk back home by themselves. I can't believe we have to wait another 3 months to start. Mei complained. Mr. Majima even took our baby. Ugh, we'll have to find something new to work on, Midoriya. Izuku was silent, still going over what had happened. He couldn't get into the UA hero program without a quirk. It was likely he couldn't get into any reputable hero program as a quirkless individual, and besides, if he were separated from Mei, he would lose any hope he had of acquiring the gear he would need to become a hero. Plus, she was still the only person who had ever shown any belief that he could become a hero. Thankfully, Mei was fully capable of carrying on a conversation by herself, and rambled on about her various plans for the new babies, they'd be making together and how Izuku should wire them. Izuku let it wash over him for a while as he pondered the future, but then Mei said something that jerked him back to reality. You really were just like a hero when you took out that robot. One punch. Bang. It's like you knew just what to do. I knew you would be a great lab partner. Someday, you're going to be the world's greatest hero, Izuku, and it's our babies that will make you that. Izuku stopped, his emotions overcoming him. Mei continued on for a few paces as Izuku hung his head, covering his face with his hands and beginning to weep. When she noticed he wasn't walking with her any longer, Mei stopped, turning around and looking at Izuku oddly. What's wrong? Are you upset you didn't get into the hero course or something? Tears started to trickle down Izuku's face, and he scrubbed at them, trying to control himself. No. Yes, I am. I've wanted to be in that course all my life, but. Hey! Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see Mei smiling at him. It's okay. We can just keep making babies together. It's not like you can't take the hero license test or whatever even if you're not in the hero course. We'll just make such amazing babies together that everyone will have to see how cute they are. Thank you, Mei, Izuku said, wiping his eyes and smiling at her. That means a lot to me. You're the only one who believes in me in my dream. Well, of course I do. You're the only one who believes in me, Mei declared. Then she paused, frowning. Hey, did you just call me Mei? Izuku's eyes widened. I am sorry, I know that's probably too informal of me. It's about friggin' time. Do you know how confusing it is for you to keep calling me Hatsume even when we're with my family? I don't even know who you're talking to half the time. You're worse than I ever was at looking at people when you talk to them. Did no one tell you you're probably ASD too? See, we're totally alike. That's why you're the best lab partner ever. Now I know just what will cheer you up. We're going to make a super awesome baby together that will turn you into an amazing hero. I've been reading those Batman comics you left lying around and I think you need a tool belt. We can put in a rebreather device, a laser cutter, maybe some smoke bombs. I always wanted to make smoke bombs and . Izuku wiped his eyes and hurried after Mei, who continued to list off various devices they could create together. Somehow, even though he'd faced an enormous setback, he felt better. He would be a hero as long as at least one person believed in him. He could do it. Author's note. Disclaimer. I am not a speech-language pathologist, SLP, school-based behavioral health, SBBH, counselor, or clinical psychologist. The depicted information is fictional. Any resemblance to real persons is unintended, and this is not a breach of confidentiality. Transfer 500 for review. Name, Midoriya, Izuku. Age, 15. Date of birth, July 15th. Quirk, see assessment. School of origin, Aldra Junior High. Case manager, Horikoshi, K. School of receipt, UA High. Results current as of year 8, further testing waived. Test results percentile rank. Cognitive 11076. Academic 11381. Adaptive 11075. Social 9230. Speech 8719. Assessors notas. Cognitive. Izuku's strengths are primarily in the areas of fluid reasoning 112 and processing speed 114. He is able to rapidly think on his feet and react to stimuli. His notably lowest score is the verbal area, in which he scored a points were not taken off for Izuku's speech impediment. See speech results. Izuku has generally high scores across all academic areas. His main strengths are in languages and history. His written expression score, 109, is notably higher than his verbal expression score, 97, being one standard deviation higher. Izuku typically scores at the top of his class in all areas. His overall class rank is in the top 10% of his school. There is no need for specialized instruction in the area of academics. Adaptive. Izuku is very proactive in meeting his own needs. His mother reports he has long been able to care for himself and is very conscientious of both hygiene and nutritional needs. Izuku is responsible for at least a portion of his own meal preparation and is able to make appropriate choices. there is no need for adaptive services. Social. Izuku is very isolated socially, due to his status as quirkless, see quirk assessment, attached. This is exacerbated by Izuku's own speech impediment and his lack of drive to interact socially with peers. He rarely initiates contact within his own peer group, but does respond appropriately and enthusiastically when approached by others. He is able to converse about a wide range of subjects, though he does have a preferred set of subjects, as is typical. Currently, the team feels it would be detrimental to Izuku's social development to further isolate him from his peers for specialized instruction. The situation will be monitored, as per the standard 504 for quirkless individuals. SBBH note, there is a history of depression in Izuku's family. He should meet with the SBBH counselor triannually for checkups. Both his mother and father have reported suicidal tendencies or thoughts. At this time, Izuku has not reported any such thoughts. This is in addition to standard quirkless counseling per his speech. Despite progress that has been made over the previous school years, Izuku continues to display a pronounced stutter brought on by social anxiety. His social language is adequate, and he is able to communicate his wants and needs. The disability is entirely in speech production. At this time, upon parent request, speech services are being discontinued for Izuku. Therapy for social anxiety is recommended. Note, declined by parent. Quirk. Izuku is the product of the union of two fourth-generation quirk users. However, Izuku has failed to manifest any quirk. Testing conducted at the age of 5 indicates that Izuku does not possess the QR.16 gene. Izuku has been labeled as quirkless since the age of diagnosis. Izuku Midoriya is not qualified for special education services at this time, and parent has declined further speech-language services. SBBH services will continue as per the Quirkless 504 and Student Mental Health Guidelines. Received by UA High School. New Case Manager, Inui, R. SBBH. Homeroom Teacher, Mei H. Note, Izuku originally applied to the Hero course. However, as quirkless, he was slated for rejection. He was accepted into the support course on recommendation on March 13, Mijima. Izuku is close to Mei Hatsume. Both were accepted for their collaboration on advanced support gear. Social interaction between the two should be encouraged, but monitored. Case Manager will continue counseling services. See Case File. Student has IEP under ASD. SPED minutes now to be provided primarily in Gen Ed setting by Gen Ed teacher. I don't know about Japan's laws, but in the States Izuku's status as quirkless would probably qualify him under 504 for classroom adaptations. His noted depressive tendencies would also flag his file for additional 504 services for counseling and therapy. Consider all the teachers at UA being highly competent at their jobs to be my personal AU wish fulfillment scenario. Yes, that means All Might too. This document baited by Kyla Katarns 77. Alone together. Heroes are made by the paths they choose, not the powers they are graced with. Tony Stark. Midoriya, Bakugo, I have to say, I'm immensely proud of both of you, their teacher said, patting each of them on the shoulder. It was the last day of school, and Izuku was cringing at the sudden attention. For a moment, he thought Bakugo would erupt with anger, but instead the other boy just gave him a knowing smirk. Well, we both might have gotten into UA, but only one of us qualified for the hero course, Bakugo stated. Deku's with all the other extras in the support course. But to make it in on recommendations alone. I had no idea you were such a talented inventor, Midoriya. It must have been all those things you learned during your years here, their teacher bragged. Instead of correcting the teacher that it was Mei who helped him, Izuku just looked down, tapping his fingers together and blushing. Again he expected Bakugo to lash out, being reminded that he'd had to work for his placement at UA while Izuku had simply been given a place, but Bakugo just laughed. I got the highest score of the entire year. I bet Deku just showed them something lame he'd cobbled together. At least you figured out your place, nerd. Maybe if you work hard enough, I'll even let you make some of my gear. That got Izuku to look up, startled. I would be honored to help someone as strong as you, Kaken. Don't call me that, Bakugo hissed, for the first time showing his usual irritability. From now on, you address me as Bakugo. I won't be associated with a DM and extra like you, understand? Now boys, I'm sure you'll both do great things at you. It's not every day we get to send 2 of our students to the top school in the country. And from my own homeroom class as well, their teacher said, puffing himself up. Make sure to remember me when you both become famous. Sure, Bakugo said, turning to go. It will remind me how great I've become, to remember what worthless trash I left behind. Their teacher seemed mortified at that, but Izuku bowed quickly to him. Thank you very much, sir. I'll be sure to think about the things you've taught me as I attend you. Well, see that you do, the teacher ordered, looking mollified. Izuku left, and for a moment, he almost called out to Bakugo. But then his hands formed into fists, and he glared after Bakugo, who continued to walk away, unconcerned about what was behind him. One day you'll recognize me as a fellow hero, Kakin. Izuku whispered. Because now I have a friend who believes in me. I'll surpass even you, and become the most amazing hero the world has ever seen. The world's first and greatest quirkless hero. Mei, true to form, was already working when Izuku got to her workshop. Izuku, quick, come over here, I want to test these new smoke bombs. No, wait, don't dash, but it was too late. Mei detonated the smoke bomb inside of her own room, which of course set off the fire alarm, and caused the entire shop to have to be evacuated. A panicked customer called the fire department, even though there was no actual fire. Just go for a few hours, Mei, her mother said, shaking her head wearily. This was your last day of junior high. There was supposed to be a celebration. But now we'll have to spend a long time cleaning up this mess. We could help, Mrs. Hatsume, Izuku offered tentatively. She smiled at him, shaking her head. No, not you, Izuku. Take Mei somewhere and do something normal, for once. You two don't do anything but build things and study. It isn't right. You kids should have fun once in a while. I was going to spend this on dinner tonight, but, well, I think maybe it's best if you two disappear until your father calms down, Mei. It's only 10,000 yen, but I'm sure you can do something fun with it. Yes, ma'am, Mei said eagerly, snatching the money away. Come on, Izuku, you heard her. We'll keep ourselves busy for a few hours. They hadn't gone far before Mei started giggling maniacally, holding out the money before her. This is enough money to get all kinds of stuff. We could get some more coils of tungsten wire, or a few large resistors or dash. Not this time. Izuku reached out and snatched the money out of Mei's hand. What? Izuku, what are you doing? Give that back. We need more stuff for our babies. Mei squawked, drawing the attention of several passers-by. It's not what it looks like, dash. Demen deadbeat dads. Kids these days, no respect, one of the pedestrians muttered, a woman with a head like a parrot. Izuku sighed as Mei continued to try to take the money back. Izuku frowned and held it away from her. Mei, look, we should take a day off. Let's do something fun, like your mom said. We did just graduate from junior high. We could go see a movie, or get something nice to eat. Mei eyed Izuku. But we'll use the rest of the money for things for our babies. Izuku sighed. Yo, I do really want to make some new stuff before the semester starts. Maybe if I show Power Loader what I can do with the new gear, I could dash. Right, then let's go do something fun. Mei declared, grabbing Izuku's arm and hurrying forward. She paused after a few seconds, frowning and looking back at him. What's something fun we can do? We could see a movie? Izuku suggested. What movie? Mei demanded. Izuku scratched his head. It had been a long time since he'd had enough free time to keep up with new movie releases. I think a new All Might movie came out? But I don't really want to see that. That sounds boring anyway, Mei said dismissively. Then she brightened. I know. Those comic books you're always reading are kind of fun. They have some neat ideas in them. We could go get more of those. I bet they're even cheap. Yeah, sure, Izuku agreed hastily. Now that he thought about it, what was something fun he wanted to do? He'd never been much of one for amusement parks or arcades. And he really didn't want to see a movie with All Might in it right at this moment. His former idol had dramatically fallen from grace in his esteem. These days, he no longer had much All Might memorabilia, having sold most of it for money to buy new materials to use with Mei, or for training weights and gear. Come to think of it, Izuku really only did a few things these days. He went to school, he studied with Mei, he worked on inventions with Mei, he tested inventions with Mei, and he trained using the hero workout program. At first his mother had been worried he'd been spending too much time away from home, but ever since Power Loader had personally called her to congratulate her on his acceptance to UA via recommendation, those worries had melted away. "I'm so happy that you found a new dream to pursue, Izuku," his mother had said, hugging him tightly. "You'll be an amazing support. You've always been talented and a hard worker, and now you have something you can really do to channel all that into." Izuku knew his mother had been trying to encourage him, but it just made him bitter. Not even she believed in him. Only Mei did, and thus, it was with Mei that Izuku spent his time. He didn't trust his dreams with anyone else. Izuku and Mei took the train to Coruscant Comics in a comfortable silence broken only by Mei's humming. Mei alternated between PRDS of manic babbling and tuneless humming, depending on whether or not she had something she was obsessed with to talk about. Izuku didn't mind either, but it was nice to have some time with Mei where they weren't either working or studying. It almost felt like something normal friends would do, though Izuku would be the first to admit that he and Mei did not exactly have what anyone would call a normal friendship. "Well, look who it is," Mr. Azara said as Izuku walked in. "And now, I know why you haven't been coming in as often. Midoriya, you should have told me you had a girlfriend." As Izuku went beet red and spluttered, Mei walked straight up to the counter. "Hello. I am Mei Hatsume. We have been told to do something fun. I think that the Iron Man and Batman comics are fun. We would like to buy some. Or possibly any schematics relating to the support devices that Bruce Wayne or Tony Stark possess. If you have any schematics for a better variety of smoke bomb, I would really like those too." Mr. Azara laughed as Izuku shuffled up beside Mei. Well, you've managed to find a lady as single-minded as you are, Midoriya. And a cute one too. Well, you're a fan of Iron Man and Batman, are you?" Mei nodded. "As an inventor, I found reading about the exploits of fellow inventors particularly entertaining. They gave me so many ideas for my babies. We modified number 17 into a grappling hook for increased mobility and drawing in baddies. It was so impressive that Izuku and I were both accepted into UA on recommendation. I'm a genius, and he's going to be the best hero in the world. You got into U." A huge grin split Mr. Azara's face. "My God, Midoriya, you actually did it. And on recommendation too. Which course? From your talk of inventions, I assume the support course." Izuku nodded, still feeling embarrassed that Mr. Azara had assumed Mei was his girlfriend. She didn't think about Izuku like that, even if he was having a harder and harder time not thinking of her of less as just a friend and more of, well, a pretty girl who was his friend. "Why, that's the one. But you see, Mei isn't Dash. That's fantastic. This calls for a celebration. I think I might have something for you two kids. Hold on." Mr. Azara ducked into the back of the shop, while Mei hummed to herself and bounced slightly on her feet. Izuku was busy studying his feet and wondering if Mei would actually be offended that Mr. Azara had said she was his girlfriend, or if Mei, as usual, hadn't picked up on that social cue when someone cleared their throat behind them. Izuku spun to see who it was, while Mei continued to fidget, still looking at the doorway Mr. Azara had gone through. Well, we don't usually get such attractive specimens in this establishment," a fat, greasy-skinned teen a few years older than Izuku and Mei with prominent acne said in a nasally voice. Izuku vaguely recognized him as a regular at the comic store named Dean. Never done more than exchange a few words on the last comics when Izuku had visited the store in the past. The other boy had been pleasant enough then, but now he was leering at Mei in a manner that both made Izuku uncomfortable and vaguely angry for some reason. "Hello, I am talking to you," Koji repeated. Mei finally glanced at him. "Yes, hello. I am Mei Hatsume. I am here for comics." "Well, this is a comic book store," Koji said, folding his arms over his chest. I happen to know a great deal about comics. What do you wish to know? I wouldn't mind discussing such things with a female, if she weren't too dull. Do you know about Iron Man and Batman? Mei demanded. Do you know how to replicate the items on Batman's tool belt? I've been working on making smoke bombs, but I think I need a better ventilated workspace. I'm considering trying out some laser devices for slicing through locks, but I don't have the necessary power devices yet. Koji blinked at that. Iron Man? Batman? Those are lame, old comics. Why aren't you interested in more interesting heroes? But then you are with Midoriya. He's mostly interested in All Might, who is far too mainstream, but he does have an impressive amount of knowledge of other, more interesting heroes as well. I see. Well, I'm only interested in those two. It was nice to talk to you. With that, Mei turned right back around and began humming to herself again. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, but then Koji reached out and tapped Mei on the shoulder. Hello, excuse me? I was not done talking to you. Mei glanced at him, but Izuku found himself stepping forward. Koji, have you read up on the latest issue of All-Star All Might? I haven't been reading them as often lately. What are you talking about, Midoriya? You know All Might is far too mainstream for a connoisseur like me, Koji sniffed. Just then, Mr. Azara came back, holding a stack of DVD cases. Koji! Leave the poor girl alone. Go drool over something else. She's already taken, or didn't you see her come in with Midoriya? Well, I just thought that would be a first. Go bother someone else. Or I won't hold your limited edition His Purple Highness figure when it comes in next week. She was rude anyway. Koji walked off, and Mei smiled at Izuku. I bet he's SD. He has no social skills. Izuku's jaw dropped open. Mei's total non sequitur had caught him completely off guard. Normally, it was Mei displaying a deplorable lack of social graces. How on earth could she recognize those same shortcomings in someone else? For his part, Mr. Azara nearly dropped his stack of DVD cases. He was laughing so hard. Oh, he certainly might be. Haha, Midoriya. Where did you find this girl? In a dumpster, Mei said helpfully. He saved me and my baby. Now that is a story you'll have to tell me sometime, Mr. Azara chuckled, dapping at his eyes with a handkerchief. She seems like a perfect fit for you, Midoriya. You two make a cute couple. But here, these are for you too. Izuku took the offered case, hoping Mei would continue to ignore the commentary and read, Batman, the animated series? Huh, that's interesting. Mei peered at the DVD, then made a face. Ugh, it's in English with subtitles? I hate English. What? I don't accept that sort of heresy in my store. Mr. Azara declared in mock outrage, planting his hands on his hips. Begone, infidel. We are a purely subs over dubs establishment. Come on. Izuku, we can go do something else fun. Or we could just go to the electronics store and get stuff for our babies. Mei, he's joking, Izuku said, catching Mei's arm. He makes jokes like that sometimes. Oh. Mei turned around and shrugged. Sorry, I don't really get jokes. Was that sarcasm? Mr. Onizuku says I'm bad at sarcasm. It might have been, Mr. Azara said, shaking his head. You really would fit in around here, Mei. But if you don't like English, I have Batman, Ninja and Iron Man 2010 in the original Japanese. How much? We only have 2,000 yen, Mei declared. Izuku winced. That was only a fifth of what they had, and old stuff like this was usually expensive. Well, how about it's free to borrow? I bet you two just graduated from junior high, right? And you got into UA. That's pretty great. Think of this as my graduation gift to you. Just bring them back when you're done. Really? Izuku gasped. He smiled and bowed. Thank you so much, Mr. Azara. Yes, thank you. Mei agreed, reaching for the DVDs. Then she glanced at Izuku, did a quick bow in the direction of Mr. Azara, and snatched the offered DVDs. This fulfills our fun obligation, does it not, Izuku? Well, I mean we should actually watch some of it, Mei, Izuku said. He hurried after Mei. He waved one last time to Mr. Azara, who was gathering up the other DVDs and chuckling to himself. He winced. He hadn't ever corrected the store owner's assumption that he and Mei were dating, but it was too late now, especially since they'd received such a wonderful gift. Well, we can't go back and watch them now. My mom's probably still getting Dad to stop being mad, Mei said. So, I suppose we should go shopping. Maybe we could go to my place and watch them? The suggestion was out of Izuku's mouth before he could force himself and stop to think. What sort of boy would Mei think he was, inviting her back to his place to watch movies together? Oh wait, right? She was Mei. She'd probably just ask if he had any more spare vacuums. That is acceptable, Mei agreed. Especially since we still have the 10,000 yen. Oh, there are so many wonderful things we can buy for our babies. Yeah, why don't we pick up some food first? I'll text my mom and let her know we're coming over and bringing dinner. Fine. As long as it's not too expensive. Mei stated. But we should really spend at least a little time planning on what we're going to build next. Well, maybe the movies will have some ideas, Izuku suggested. Ninjas are supposed to have really cool equipment, right? Maybe we can get some ideas from Batman, Ninja. Very well. That doesn't sound like too much of a waste of time, Mei agreed, though she then turned the DVD case over and began reading the back, humming to herself and smiling. She might actually be looking forward to it. They ended up getting some hot meals from the corner store near Izuku's apartment. His mother excitedly greeted them at the door, having set out places for them to eat as they watched the movie. Oh, my baby boy graduated from junior high. And going to UA. And you're having a friend over for movies. This is so wonderful. It's not like it's a date or anything. Izuku protested. Really? Mei asked, sounding confused. I thought we were having fun. Isn't that a date? Mr. Onizuku told me about dates, and this sounds like one. She looked to Inko. Do you think this is a date? I think Izuku is confused. It can be a date if you want it to be one, sweetie, Inko said, patting Mei's arm. Now come inside. Oh, you brought drinks. That's good. I was worried we wouldn't have anything you liked. I run on coffee, energy drinks, and the occasional strawberry yoo-hoo, Mei declared. As it turned out, Mei was perhaps the worst sort of person to watch a movie with. She constantly commented on what was happening, remarking on whether or not something was impossible, or declaring that she could build a better version of whatever was currently on screen. As it happened, however, Izuku didn't mind, as Batman, Ninja, was a completely nonsensical movie that he likely would have found dull and boring without Mei's color commentary. He ended up laughing and poking fun at what was happening along with Mei, while Inko just sat on the couch, eating popcorn and crying. Izuku was fairly certain his mother was convinced that he was having his first date, and that such an emotional event was sending her into a tizzy. This didn't really feel much like a date to Izuku. There were no awkward pauses, he and Mei didn't stare into each other's eyes, or call each other pet names, or accidentally touch hands, or do any of the things he would have expected on a real date. And there definitely wasn't a dramatic love confession. Instead, he felt comfortable and was just enjoying being with his friend. At the end of the movie, he smiled at Mei. That was fun. Really? I thought that movie was dumb. You seemed like you didn't like it either, Mei mused. Did you really like it? I thought you were smarter than that. No, it was bad, Izuku laughed. But it was fun watching it with you. Especially when you pointed out how impossible those transforming castles were. There is no way steam engines or coal-powered electrical plants could have provided enough power to do any of that. And the physics just didn't work. They didn't explain how any of that worked. And how does a bomb rupture the space-time continuum and send them backwards in time to Japan when they're from America? Mei ranted. Izuku laughed. Exactly. And the part with the monkeys forming a giant monkey? Their body heat would have killed them all. See? That's exactly my point. It was so dumb. Mei agreed. She frowned. Say, was this fun? Was watching the movie, even if we didn't like it, fun? I think so. At least, watching it with you was fun. Especially since we got to make fun of it together. Well, this was fun. But I think making our babies together is more fun, Mei declared. Inko let out a gasp, and Izuku had to jump up and pound her back until she coughed out the bit of popcorn she had choked on. Mei frowned, tilting her head to one side. Should I do something? No, I'm fine, Mei, Inko gasped. She means the inventions. Izuku hurriedly explained. She calls them her babies. Well, our babies really. But that's what she means. We don't do anything like that. Alright, Izuku, but I'm warning you. No funny business. Inko glared at her son. If you were to do something to tarnish Mei's reputation, I wouldn't know what to do with you. That would be pretty hard. Everyone already thinks I'm super weird, Mei commented. For some reason, that made both Izuku and his mother burst into laughter. After a moment, Mei laughed as well. Yes, we are all very weird. I think you're right, Izuku giggled. But I wouldn't have it any other way, Mei. This document baited by Kyla Katarn's 77. Social skills. You can't go back and change the beginning. But you can start where you are and change the ending. See does Lewis. Part of Izuku felt like the day he started high school was the best day of his life. He was going to UA, his dream school, and for once he had a real friend in his class that he was excited to see. Another part of him felt like someone had just walked over the grave of his dreams. Could you really be a hero, him? Quirkless, rejected by the hero course, and with not even his parents believing in him. Izuku, I'm so proud of you. Here, this is from your father in America. He says, congratulations. Izuku took the wrapped box, feeling his heart pound slightly. He almost never heard from his father. He opened it and his excitement came to an abrupt end. It was a set of precision tools, finely made, and very expensive. With them was a note. Good job, son, you'll be a great support. Dad. Of course. His father didn't believe in him. Not that Izuku expected anything better of a man he barely knew. He forced himself to smile. Wow, it's great. I'm sure this will be helpful to Mei and I as we build things. He would use these tools. He would use them to make himself into a hero, the greatest hero in the world, one who saved lives, and believed even in those who no one else did. He hugged his weeping mother one last time, and headed out of the door. Izuku was early to UA, but not as early as Mei was. He wasn't surprised to find her already at the support building, her uniform already dirty from grease and sweat as she worked on the power suit. Don't worry baby, mommy's here, and she brought upgrades, just like she promised. Mei was saying to the invention when Izuku walked up. Good morning, Mei, Izuku greeted her. She looked up at him and smiled. I already calculated the area of the classroom and the volume. It's safe and we can work on our babies here. Ready to become a hero? Hope stirred in Izuku's heart. Yes. I will be the world's greatest hero. And it will be our babies that get you there. Hey, what's that you got? Mei jumped down off of the power suit and hurried over, and Izuku set up the tool set. A gift from my dad. They're really nice. Oh ho ho, these are beautiful, Izuku. We'll make such wonderful babies together. Now come on, I found a better power source just sitting around in Mr. Powerloader's lab. Right. Soon Izuku was also up to his elbows in grease and sweat, only remembering to make himself and Mei take off their jackets. The new tools were useful, and soon Izuku was underneath the suit, rewiring the new power source. It looks like we need higher grade wire, Mei, he called. This set is being overloaded by the voltage. And also some new capacitors, these ones are burning out. He reached out a hand, and someone placed a set of well-wrapped thick copper wire in it. Thanks, Mei. I'd say you're welcome, but it's time for class to start. Come on, kid. At least let me take roll before you get started. Izuku sat up with a JRK, banging his head on the chassis. He let out a groan, then slid out from under the power suit to look up at the amused face of Powerloader. Sorry, Mr. Powerloader, sir. I told you, in class you call me Mr. Maijima. Now come on, it's time. Izuku quickly got up to see Mei looking disappointed as Mr. Maijima motioned for her to go inside. But our baby we dash. Mr. Onizuku warned me about you, Hatsume. I'm telling you right now, I'm not mad you stole the power source out of one of the testing robots. I'm actually sort of impressed. I will be upset if you don't come in and take attendance and meet your classmates. Oh fine. But I thought we could make babies all the time, Mei complained as she headed inside. Please don't say that, Mei, Izuku groaned. And did you really steal the power source out of one of the robots? It was just sitting there, no one was watching it, Mei said with a shrug. Besides, I'm sure they have lots of those. Inside the classroom, the rest of the class was waiting. To Izuku's surprise, there were 2 seats right at the front next to one another. When he got closer, he saw that Mei and put her backpack on one, and a placard with Izuku on the next desk. He smiled at the boy next to him, who had a head shaped like that of a snail, but before he could say anything, Mr. Maijima got up in front of the class. Today Mr. Maijima was dressed in his hero uniform, which consisted of the excavator bucket helmet, special gauntlets to augment his quirk, iron claws, a pair of blue jeans, and no shirt. Though for some reason he did also have on a bright blue tie. Good morning, welcome to the support course, Class 1H. You all already know me, I'm your homeroom teacher. You're here because you all want to learn to make support items to help heroes in the field, and dash. That's not true, Mei interrupted, not even raising her hand. Izuku wants to be a hero, you just wouldn't let him in the hero course even though our baby totally annihilated that robot. She means the power suit, Izuku said, desperately turning to look at their classmates. To his chagrin, they now all stared at him in shocked amazement, instead of looking at Mei. Maybe that was better? Mr. Maijima, however, just turned to his desk and opened a drawer. He pulled out a small square of paper that had a grid on it and set it on Mei's desk. You remember this, Mei? She glanced at it. It's a point card. But, guess what? You're starting out today with 0 points. You interrupt me again, and I'll have to take some away. You don't get enough points, you don't get to work on your inventions, and I take back my robot's power source. Mr. Onizuku told me exactly how to handle you. What? Mei grasped, holding the card in both her hands. How could you do this to me? I thought at UA we got to spend all our time making amazingly cute babies. She means inventions, Izuku groaned, his head face in his hands. Even at UA, you still have other classes, Mei. You still have to follow the rules, which I shall now be going over in XPLCT detail. Not just for you, mind, but all your classmates. Also, explosions are -50 points. What about Izuku? Mei demanded, pointing at him. Where's his point card? He gets to make babies with me too. She means inventions, Izuku ummed, now covering his head with his arms. We get that, Mr. Maijima chuckled. Izuku's points are tied to yours, Mei. And remember what I said about interrupting. Mei harumphed, slouching in her desk and setting her head in her hands while impatiently tapping her foot, but she didn't say anything further. Excellent. Now, a few ground rules. First, let's talk about workshop safety. Now, you all have some experience, but... Izuku forced himself to sit up and pay attention, his face still flaming red. He glanced at Mei, who at first looked sullen, but slowly sat up eagerly and leaned forward, a manic grin on her face as Mr. Maijima talked about procurement policies, tool storage, workspace allocation, times the lab was open, and what personal protective equipment they should be using in the workshop. However, Izuku couldn't help but notice the other students glancing at himself and Mei curiously. Izuku couldn't blame them, they had made quite a scene. Right, that covers it, we'll do introductions. Most of you already met each other at the entrance exams, but we've got 2 others who you might have noticed have joined us, having got in through recommendations. Hatsume, Midoriya, why don't you introduce yourselves? Mei immediately bolted up, turning around and grinning at the rest of the class. Izuku got up and stood next to her, trying to meet the others' staring eyes. Hi, I'm Mei Hatsume, and this is my friend, Izuku Midoriya. We're both amazing inventors who make wonderful babies together dash. She means inventions, Izuku said, flushing and looking around wildly. And Izuku is going to be the world's greatest hero, using our incredibly cute babies. Shouldn't he be in the hero course then? The snail boy asked. They wouldn't let him in, even though baby number 47, the power suit, totally destroyed that stupid robot. He would have gotten the highest score ever if they didn't have that stupid rule about not letting in quirkless people. Mei ranted. Izuku blushed and looked down as soon as the whispers started. He'd heard them all before. He's quirkless? Why'd they let him in if he doesn't even have a quirk? She seems really weird. That last one wrenched Izuku's guts, and he suddenly looked up, glaring at his classmates. Mei is an incredible inventor. She works harder than anyone I know, and makes stuff even pro-heroes would be jealous of. Don't you dare mock her. That shut everyone up, the other students blinking in shock at the previously quiet and mumbling Izuku, whose gaze now held fire. Oh yeah, and I have autism or something. But Izuku has social skills, so if you have any questions, talk to him, Mei said, pointing. That's it. Can we start building now? No, now the rest of your classmates are going to introduce themselves. Try to listen politely, Mr. Maijima ordered. It was a struggle to pay attention to the rest of the students' introductions, but Izuku made himself at least listen well enough to remember their names. Mei, on the other hand, had gotten out a piece of paper and was happily drafting plans for modifications to the power suit as well as various other devices to be mounted on it. One part of the drawing made Izuku blush, as it depicted him wearing the armor and was labeled Superhero. Once introductions were made, Mr. Maijima had everyone line up to attend the opening ceremonies. Mei was about to grumble, but Mr. Maijima passed by her desk, ticking off one of the boxes on the point card. Next time, actually pay attention while others are talking and you'll get more, he stated simply, and Mei immediately lined up without further complaint. Izuku took his place next to Mei at the head of the line, noticing that the other students gave both of them just a little bit more space than they did the others. For her part, Mei was oblivious, humming to herself and following after Mr. Maijima. The other students whispered to each other as they walked, but no one talked to Izuku. Part of him was a bit disappointed, but most of him accepted it. He'd long isolated himself from his classmates as a defense mechanism. So Izuku, I'm thinking that we need to add more weapons. That power supply probably has enough juice to mount a laser, and I think that would be perfect for baby number 51. Izuku looked up to see that Mei had fallen in beside him, happily swinging her arms as she strode along. Well, maybe, but then we'd need to rewire everything. I actually think weapons should have an independent power supply. I drew something up like that in one of my notebooks, I'll show you later. But I was thinking, what if they were modular? We could swap out different gear for different missions. After all, there's lots of different villains with different quirks we could come across, and we need to be able to outfit number 47 to confront each of those situations. I'm thinking we should have multiple modules, like the grappling hook, or other devices. Yes. That's perfect. Oh, we can create so many different babies, and we won't have to leave any of them out. Izuku blushed and looked back at their classmates, but they all immediately found somewhere else to look. Modular gear is a good idea, Mr. Maijima commented. When a hero is in the field, there's no telling what you'll come up against. Adaptability is important, and support gear can both enhance your own quirk or cover for your vulnerabilities. Now talk about that later. We're supposed to be listening. Don't embarrass me, Hatsume. Keep her under control, Midoriya. They had arrived at the opening ceremony, and Izuku looked around curiously to see if he could spot Bakugo amidst the other first-year students. To his surprise, it appeared that an entire class was missing, which seemed odd. Still, he didn't have much time to consider this, as a man with tall blonde hair jumped out onto the stage as music suddenly blared. That's Present Mike. Izuku gasped, pointing excitedly, but Mei didn't seem all that interested. Good morning, Yue. Mike shouted. Welcome to a brand new year. Which is of course going to be Dash. Plus Ultra. The students roared out the school motto, even as Koku. Mei just frowned and bounced on her toes impatiently. We give a warm welcome back to all our second and third year students, and a hearty welcome to our first year students. Even those in Mr. Aizawa's class, who apparently have more important things to do than attend our opening ceremonies. Give me a break. But anyway, before we get going, here's the one, the only, the incredible, Principal Nizu. Can I get a big hand? She's got two, Mei mused as everyone applauded. Izuku glanced over and saw one first-year student, a girl, who had inflated her hands to massive size and was loudly clapping and cheering. It made Izuku a bit jealous, as he saw she was with Class 1B, one of the Hero Course sections. Out onto the stage walked a white animal in a formal suit, who jumped up onto a box placed by the microphone by Present Mike. "Hello everyone," Nizu said in a cheerful voice. "It's me, the one who could be a cat or a dog or even a bear, but most relevantly, I'm your principal." There were polite cheers and applause, but Mei turned to Izuku and frowned. "Why'd they let an animal be the principal? You didn't know?" Izuku asked, surprised. "Nizu's an animal that manifested a quirk. It makes him even smarter than most humans." "Well, he's not smarter than me. What's he ever invented?" Mei demanded. "Shoo, just listen, so we get to work on the power suit later," Izuku shushed. Mei grunted and turned back around, folding her arms and looking bored behind her goggles as she bounced on her toes. Izuku listened to Nizu's speech, which was the standard boilerplate stuff welcoming everyone and encouraging them to do their best. "But of course, I know I'm not the one you really want to see," Nizu said as his speech wound down. "I'm here to confirm, the rumors are all true. This year, our staff will be joined by the one, the only, All Might." "That's right, students," a loud cheery voice boomed from behind them. Everyone gasped and turned to a caped figure silhouetted against the sun atop the building. "Fear not for your education, for I am here." Izuku felt his blood run cold as All Might leapt over everyone's heads and onto the stage. He found himself gritting his teeth, hands clenched, as he glared at All Might. The man who had once been his idol, his hero, the one who had nearly been the final nail in the coffin of his dreams, was once more standing over him. But Izuku knew the truth. All Might wasn't this grinning giant. He was a weak, skeletal figure with sunken eyes and a battered body, who killed the dreams of children. Why were they letting him teach? "Izuku," Mei said, suddenly stepping close to him. "Are you okay?" Izuku realized his entire body was tensed up, his hands balled into fists at his side, and that he was glaring at All Might with a half-snarl on his lips. Forcing himself to relax, he smiled at Mei. "Yeah, I was a big of an All Might fan, you know?" "Wow, really? I thought you hated All Might." "I don't really like him either." Mei picked just the wrong moment to say that, in her loud, clear voice, right into the middle of a hushed silence. Everyone turned to stare at both her and Izuku, some with gaping mouths, others with looks of disdain or hatred. Not loving All Might in regular society was an aberration. Not worshipping All Might, the world's greatest hero at UA, the School of Heroes and All Might's alma mater, was a mortal sin. Izuku glanced around, swallowing. He could feel even All Might's eyes on him. He cleared his throat, forcing himself not to stutter. "Everyone has their own dreams, Mei. I guess ours and All Might's don't line up anymore." All Might blinked, and Izuku realized that he recognized him. That shocked him. Didn't All Might not even care about a weird quirkless nobody like him? Yes, well, I hope I can change your minds as you get to know me as a teacher," All Might said, a grin appearing back on his face. "In fact, I hope to get to know everyone here at UA very well. I've acquired a great deal of experience and knowledge during my time as a pro hero, and I am here to pass it on to the next generation, in hopes that one of you will rise to be the next symbol of peace." That brought a lot of cheers and celebration from the other students, but Izuku found himself glaring at All Might again, muttering under his breath. "You just watch me, All Might. I will be the next symbol of peace. I'll be the world's greatest hero, and a better one than you ever were. I'll smile at everyone, and tell them that they too can be a hero, quirk or no." Someone pushed Izuku from behind, and he turned to see one of the other support students glaring at him. He was shocked. How could that student have heard him over the cheers? But then he remembered, when they had introduced themselves they'd said their quirk greatly improved their hearing. "Shut up, you quirkless loser. All Might is the greatest. You and Goggles better watch yourselves. Freaks like you are, hey." Mr. Maijima grabbed the other student with one hand and lifted him up, his eyes filled with fury. "Hatsume and Midoriya might be odd, but that doesn't excuse rudeness. I especially won't tolerate any maltreatment of anyone in my class, disabilities or no. Understand? But they were dash. I don't care what they were doing. I'm talking to you. If I deal with them, I'll do it later." But the bullying stops, and it stops now. Need I repeat myself? No, sir. Power Loader unceremoniously dumped the other student onto the ground. Good. Now listen. There were more introductions after that. Izuku tried to pay attention, but his gaze kept wandering back to All Might. To his surprise, a few times, he found All Might looking back at him. He dropped his gaze then, feeling about an inch high. How could he really hate All Might? What had he said to Mei that made her think that? But then he thought of all the times he must have disparaged All Might, saying he crushed dreams, or that Iron Man or Batman were better heroes. Mei, for all her lack of social awareness, must have picked up on it. She'd never expressed personal dislike of All Might before, but then, Mei didn't really seem to care all that much about heroes in general. Maybe Izuku's attitude had rubbed off on her? He hoped he hadn't sabotaged her own chances at not being a social pariah in high school. Guiltily, Izuku glanced over at Mei, but she was happily humming to herself, oblivious to the disdain that others were already showing of her. But she was like that. Izuku forced himself to straighten up. He would be more like Mei, and he would believe in her, just as she believed in him. To hell with All Might and his classmates. After the assembly, they all headed back to class. Mr. Maijima glanced at Izuku and Mei, his expression grim, but he didn't say anything. As they walked through, All Might suddenly appeared. Around a corner in front of them. Power Loader. Might I borrow young Midoriya and his friend? I need to talk to them for a moment. Mr. Maijima hesitated, then beckoned All Might closer. He whispered something into the ear of the number 1 hero that caused his trademark grin to momentarily falter. Oh, I see. Yes, well, I know about this. Well, I'd still like to speak to them. But first, may I say something in front of your class? Go right ahead. But remember, call me Maijima here, while we're teaching. Right? Yes, of course, Maijima. All Might walked right up to Izuku, towering over him, and making Izuku swallow. He took a protective step in front of Mei, putting a hand out to shield her. He didn't know what he could do against All Might, but he would try. Listen, what Mei said wasn't her fault. I may have said some things in front of her, and she trusts me. Please, excuse her rudeness. Any blame should fall on me. Izuku bowed, gritting his teeth. Don't expel her. Being in the UA support course is her dream. You misunderstand me, young Midoriya. Izuku looked up to see that All Might was now bowing to him. I should be the one apologizing to you. That got a gasp from Izuku and his classmates. Mei, on the other hand, just nodded. Yeah, what you said to Izuku was super mean. He's going to be a great hero, just watch. All Might stood up again, smiling at Mei. It's good to see you care so much for your friend, Hatsume, isn't it? Well, I have to say, in front of your entire class, I am sorry for how you felt about what I said to you, Midoriya. Please understand, I didn't do it to hurt you or deny your dream. I just wanted to save you from hardship and danger. It looks like you found a way forward, regardless. All Might put a hand on Izuku's shoulder, startling him. The big man smiled. You might not ever be able to be a pro hero, but that doesn't matter. You'll be a hero in your own way, as being here proves. Nothing seems to stop you. You've grown since I last saw you, Izuku Midoriya. I look forward to watching your career. I am certain that one day, you will be known as a hero who saves others. Everyone has a place in society, and by doing their best, they make the world a better place. It doesn't matter what that place is, but I think yours will be a very special one. The support course is valuable, just as important as the hero course. I hope you understand that, and that I never meant to belittle you or your dreams, young man. Once again, I apologize. Thank you, All Might, Izuku said. But I still think I can be a hero. He glanced at Mei, who was frowning at All Might still, pressing up against Izuku's arm as if he was holding her back from attacking the man. I'm here because I hope to prove that I can be a part of the hero course. Quirk or no quirk. I think I do still want to be a hero, like you, one who smiles and saves the day. I do accept your apology. What you said hurt, but maybe I needed to hear something like that. Otherwise, I never would have met Mei, or been as determined as I am to find my own way to be a hero. I'll be the world's first quirkless hero. Just wait and see. I will, All Might said gently. He knelt down so that his eyes were level with Izuku. I can't give you a quirk, young man. But if there is anything else you need, let me know. I should be encouraging people like you. Perhaps well, one day maybe we can talk more? For now I have to go. But I will be keeping track of your progress. Be a hero, Izuku Midoriya. Prove me and everyone else who doubted you wrong. With that, All Might suddenly stood and laughed. Ha! Well, even for a teacher, work is never done. And now I have to go. I'll be seeing the rest of you later. Farewell. With a gust of wind, All Might ran off, disappearing in the corridors of UA. Mr. Midoriya watched him go, then turned back to look at Izuku, rubbing his chin. Well, that was unusual. You've met All Might before? He saved me from a villain, once, Izuku explained. I told him I was quirkless. I asked if he thought I could be a hero, even with no quirk. He said no. At the time for a long time, I thought it was because he was cruel. But now that maybe I was wrong. Maybe he is a good hero. Mr. Midoriya nodded. I think he wanted to protect you, Izuku. A realistic assessment of your abilities is important. Let's get back to class. When they returned and everyone sat down, Mr. Midoriya slammed the door hard, causing everyone to jump. He stalked to the front of the room and stood in front of Izuku and Mei, glaring at the class. You two get up. Cringing, Izuku stood alongside Mei, who seemed irritated more than anything else. He expected to get chewed out for his and Mei's behavior, but instead Mr. Midoriya put his hands on Izuku and Mei's shoulders. Alright, the lot of you owe both Midoriya and Hatsume an apology. So stand up, right now, and give them one. And you better mean it, damn it. The other students slowly got to their feet, looking confused. Mr. Midoriya strode forward, glaring at his students, leaving Izuku feeling utterly bewildered. I heard what you've all been saying. They're weird. Izuku is quirkless. Mei's autistic. They don't belong. Well, anyone who thinks they can get away with that, anyone who thinks that they're actually worthless just because they don't adhere to some imaginary standard you made up in your head, there's the door. Don't let it hit you in the butt on the way out. Sir, one of the other students asked, confused. They're both better than all of you, in case you didn't realize it, Mr. Midoriya said, pointing to Mei and Izuku. To Izuku's embarrassment, Mei nodded, as if such a statement were entirely natural. Did you see that device they were working on earlier? They made that out of scraps and salvage and a few things they bought at basic electronics stores with their own money. They built an incredible piece of machinery, on their own, with no training, while the lot of you were still tinkering with Legos and thinking you were special because you won your junior high science fairs. Izuku looked down, feeling deeply embarrassed. We just worked hard. We don't think we're better than anyone, Izuku said. Mei opened her mouth, but Izuku's hand darted out, and he grabbed Mei's hand, squeezing hard. She let out a yelp, but then glanced at Izuku. He couldn't see it, but he was pretty sure she rolled her eyes at him. She harumphed, and Izuku let go. Yes, we're not better than you, Mei stated, though Izuku heard her whisper, much. I appreciate the modesty, but everyone here needs to get a realistic view of their own abilities. Yes, Izuku is quirkless. He's also better at electrical engineering than some professionals from what I've seen. Yes, Mei is autistic and rude. But she'll be the best med inventor I've ever seen, and I'm including myself and other pros in that assessment. She's still a rookie, but she's got more natural talent in her left pinky than some of you do in your whole bodies. So, you'll treat her and Midoriya with respect. Sometimes, you'll need to come to them for advice. They're both good-natured enough that they'll probably help even if you're little JRKS to them, but I won't tolerate it. You understand? Now apologize. The class did so, some reluctantly, others with sincerity. We accept your apology, Izuku said. He put his hand on Mei's back, and she bowed along with him, muttering her own acceptance. And we are very sorry we embarrassed the class at the assembly. We will strive to do better. Apology accepted, Mr. Midoriya said. Now have a seat. We're going over your class schedules, and in a few minutes the teacher for your next class will arrive, which is English. Mei let out a loud mmm of despair. Not English. You'd better do well in it, because I'm giving Mr. Yamada your point card. All the teachers are aware of it, Mei, so just remember they all can control your access to the workshop. Yeah, Mei grumbled. She looked at Izuku and smiled at him. At least now I have a study partner who can help me. That made Izuku feel good, and he was happy enough to be attending an English class taught by none other than Present Mike anyway. And besides, he was at UA now. Time for Mei and Izuku prove that Mei really was amazing, and that he too could be a hero. Author's note. Ineffectual adults always irritate me in stories now that I am one. Especially when they let bullying or other heinous acts basically go unchallenged. I know as a teacher you can't stop everything, but when it's blatant you put your foot down so hard they can't squirm. This document baited by Kyla Katarn 77. The capstone. What is it we value? Innovation. Originality. Novelty. But most importantly, timeliness. I fear you may be too late, my confused, unfortunate friend. Hoid, the Way of Kings. Midoriya, Hatsume, stay after class, Mr. Maijima ordered. It was the end of the first day at UA, and Izuku felt exhausted. They'd gone through all their classes and learned what the expectations for the year was, as well as tinkered in the workshop for a bit, though not as long as Mei wanted. Can we stay after class and work on our babies? Mei asked excitedly. Just have a seat, Mr. Maijima ordered. Izuku sat down and waited while everyone else filtered out of the room, while Mei practically vibrated in her chair, gazing longingly towards the workshop door at the side of the class. Once the last of their classmates had left, Mr. Maijima sighed and shook his head. Well, I can already tell you're both going to be a handful. Sorry, sir, Izuku said, looking down. Mei just shrugged, apparently unconcerned. I came down hard on your classmates for mocking you. I'm not going to tolerate that sort of behavior in my classroom, not even a little. But I also have higher expectations for both of you. Izuku looked up, and Mei frowned, settling down in her seat. What do you mean? Are our babies not good enough for you? No, far from it. Hell, your work is so good I'm probably going to have to make myself go harder on you. Half of me wants to just turn the two of you loose and see what you come up with. Mei stood, a wide grin splitting her face. You can count on us, sir. We'll build something incredible. If you have any requests, just let us know and we'll make a super cute baby just for you. Sit down, Hatsume. No, I'm not worried about your abilities in the workshop. No, what I'm worried about are your, shall we say, social skills. Mei let out a loud groan. I thought those wouldn't matter at you. Hatsume, social skills are going to be more important than you can imagine. They're going to be what get you contracts with pro heroes. They're what help your classmates trust you enough to help you on projects. And they're what keeps your teacher from pulling his hair out and denying you access to the development studio. That immediately got both Mei and Izuku's attention. Mr. Maijima sighed and walked around to sit on his desk. Look, I get it. As I've said, I've dealt with a lot of odd ducks before. You're not the first kid from Mr. Onizuku's class, or from another program like that I've had to deal with. And, well, Izuku, you're not the first quirkless kid I've had in the program either. But you two have got to try a little harder to integrate into the class. You're already on the back foot since you got in through recommendations and they had to take the test. Plus, you are better than them. Some of them are going to resent that. But, I mean, WWL, we're all in the same program, Izuku stuttered. We're not Dash. You are, Mr. Maijima stated quietly. It's okay. People aren't created equal. Accepting that is the first step to finding your place in the world. Yes, we are very sorry and will do better, Mei agreed. Now can we go build something? Sighing, Mr. Maijima shook his head. I should really say no, what with the idiot stunt you two pulled at the commencement ceremony. Mei's look of hurt disbelief almost made Izuku giggle, as he'd never seen her look so utterly crestfallen before. But I'm going to let it slide just this once. Now come show me how you two rigged that suit of yours. Mei leapt up and ran into the workshop, where the power suit had been set on a large work table. She immediately started explaining how all the hydraulics and motorized assists worked, rattling off the sources of the metal and how she'd machined or jury-rigged different parts to fit within the frame. Maijima asked a few adroit questions, pointing out things he had noticed when he'd inspected the work or offering a few suggestions to how Mei could have set up the system better. Well yeah, but we didn't have those, Mei informed Mr. Maijima in a huff after the second time he made a suggestion for a material improvement. They're over there, Mr. Maijima said, pointing to a stack of supplies on a shelf. You can machine them to your specs on that one. With an eager grin, Mei ran over to do just that, leaving Izuku with Mr. Maijima. Now, show me how you were setting up these electrical systems, Mr. Maijima told Izuku. Well, honestly, I used a few old textbooks I found at the library and some videos online that I found, Izuku admitted. I just had to balance the power loads with a few series of relays here, and for others I had to boost the power outputs with a backup power supply that I spliced together. Izuku showed some of his work, feeling nervous. A lot of it he thought was clumsy and makeshift. He'd had to do dozens of adjustments to every piece to get them to work properly. And I had some problems with dirty power supplies, but the workaround I used was to build my own capacitor series and some surge protectors like it shows here. How'd you get the parts? Mr. Maijima asked curiously. Mostly from scavenging from old equipment at my school. They were upgrading some stuff, and well, I just sort of took it from the dumpsters, Izuku admitted. You took a bunch of decades-old equipment? How did you ever get it working? Well, a lot of it was bad, so I had to test individual circuits to make sure their connections were good and replace a lot of burned-out wiring with extras I took. IT took a really long time. I'm not very good at it. Midoriya, what you rigged here bears almost zero resemblance to the original. You had to hand wire each connection, didn't you? Yeah, some of the wire I had to braid together so that it could carry the voltage properly because I didn't have the right kind. I kind of failed a lot until I managed to get it right. Incredible, Mr. Maijima muttered, shaking his head. Come here. Walking over to a shelf, Mr. Maijima took out coils of copper wire, then pointed to a machine. That machine will braid your wire for you. Just figure out what you need, and it will take care of the rest. I also have raw copper you can spin into fine wire or use to braid heavier cable if you need something custom that you can't make out of standard parts. These are capacitors. We have basically whatever you need. As for power supplies, we've got access to the latest tech. Some of it you have to be really careful with. They can explode if you're not careful. I'm always careful, sir, Izuku promised. Sometimes I have to remind Mei to take it slow though. She always just sort of guesses at her power needs. She's usually right, but, sometimes there's an earth-shattering kaboom because she forgot something? Mr. Maijima guessed. When Izuku nodded reluctantly, his teacher sighed. Yeah, it figures. She seems like a leap first look later kind of gal. Well, she's got you to keep an eye on her, anyway. I'll give you another hour to mess around. I've got a staff meeting to go to, but when I get back I have to lock up when I go home for the day. Left on their own, Izuku and Mei fell into a familiar routine, drafting plans and examining their prior work. We're going to start over from scratch, Mei declared, quicking sketching out her plans for the Mark 6 on paper. This power suit will have better everything. Izuku, what about power sources? How much juice am I working with? Well, I'm still figuring it all out, but I think these would work best for the main power supply. That should just about quadruple the available power for the primary systems. Excellent, excellent. What about those modular systems? Well, their systems will have to integrate into the primary control, but I think most of their power demands should come from built-in sources. I think we're best off using battery power for that. It will sort of limit how many activations each can have, but a sacrifice we can make. Now, I think we're going to be able to add extra shock absorbers here and here. You did punch that robot, but it sort of screwed up the arm's actuators. We need to account for that. Okay, what if we try After an hour, Mr. Maijima returned, finding Izuku and Mei in the process of fabricating a basic skeleton for the power suit. Well, I hate to interrupt, but it's time to call it quits. Head home, you two. School starts early in the morning. But we haven't even begun. Mei protested. It's okay, I'll take home some of these circuits to build and you can take some materials home to machine in your shop. We can finish the skeleton later and mount them, Izuku suggested. Well, normally I don't allow students to just take home workshop materials for home use, Mr. Maijima said. He raised his hands before Mei could protest vocally. But I'll make an exception. Honestly, I really want to see what the two of you can do with professional grade stuff. Get going, you're probably hungry. Nah, Izuku always brings food to make me eat, Mei said, pointing to a couple of empty instant ramen bowls. Just make sure you actually sleep tonight, okay, Mei? Izuku prompted. Will work better if you actually get some sleep. Yeah, Mei agreed, grabbing some supplies and stuffing them in her backpack. See you tomorrow, Mr. Maijima. Thanks. Izuku called. He walked with Mei to the train station, bidding her farewell and urging her to remember to get enough sleep. Then it was back home for him. His mother was of course overflowing with questions, which Izuku absently tried to answer as he worked on wiring a circuit board. The new power suit would have much more advanced electronics, and he had opened a few tutorials on his phone to look up just what to do. Building circuits tended to make sense to Izuku, as if you planned things out carefully and then were methodical in your implementation and testing they worked well, and he'd learned a lot in the last year. His room was now a mini workshop itself, with soldering guns, a shelf with carefully stored racks of wire, blank circuit boards, and half-cannibalized computers and machinery he'd brought back to work on in his own time. The All Might memorabilia was gone, sold to pay for Izuku's new passion. A part of him was now slightly regretful about that. Perhaps All Might wasn't as terrible a hero as Izuku had thought. I'm just so proud of you, Izuku, Inko said, giving her son a hug. Don't stay up too late, okay? Yeah, okay, Izuku agreed. He took a picture of the board he'd built and sent it to Mei, adding a few descriptors of what he expected the specs to be. She replied with a picture of what she'd made, giving a brief description of what it was for. Izuku frowned, trying to turn it so he could really see. He sighed and gave up, turning off his laptop and soldering iron and climbing into bed. He'd deal with it in the morning. During the first few weeks at school, Izuku and Mei settled into a routine. They worked on their classwork alone, worked together in the lab alone, and generally were not spoken to or interacted with by any save their teachers unless it was unavoidable. While their classmates were not openly hostile or rude, they were reluctant to socialize with the duo. While this somewhat weighed on Izuku's mind, it didn't seem to bother Mei in the slightest. Mei, do you ever wish you had other friends? I mean, besides me, Izuku asked her as they worked together on an in-class assignment in modern literature class. Mei didn't look up from where she was copying from their copy of Two Heroes by Kohei Nagasaki. But I have our babies too. Well, I mean maybe if I wasn't around, people would talk to you more. Since, you know. Izuku trailed off as Mr. Ishiyama, also known as Cementos, walked by. People would rather talk to you than me, Mei stated simply, ignoring the teacher's presence. They think I'm weird. Perhaps you should focus more on the themes in the chapter, Mr. Ishiyama rumbled. Izuku still found it exciting to be taught by pro-heroes, especially a mutant type like Mr. Ishiyama, The Cementos, who looked like a living slab of concrete. Obviously the doctor betrays everyone because he wants his research back, Mei declared. I'd feel the same way if someone stole my babies. Focus on the themes in this chapter, Hatsume, not what happens later, Cementos chided, then walked away. No, I mean because I'm quirkless, Izuku whispered. Mei looked up at him, frowning. Yeah, but you have better social skills. Look, do you think the doctor betrays them because he wants his babies back or not? That's not really the theme in this chapter. This one's more about how he's willing to betray his ideals to protect his friend, Izuku said. Okay. Mei happily erased what she'd written on the worksheet, scribing what Izuku had said nearly verbatim. She was more than willing to defer to Izuku in the boring stuff, as she put it, but was equally happy to help him in math and science. Izuku was just filling out his own worksheet when alarms suddenly started to blare. Attention! Attention! Locked out. An incident has happened on campus. Locked out. All students, remain in place. Teachers, report to the front of the school immediately, a voice blared over the loudspeakers. Cementos dropped the book he'd been carrying around and raced for the door. "Stay here. Do not move," he ordered. The other students gasped, looking scared and frightened, but Mei just kept working, ignoring the sudden interruption. "It's okay," Izuku said loudly, standing up and looking around. "I'm sure we're safe. Otherwise, Mr. Ishiyama wouldn't have left us. We should just get started on the homework." "Don't tell us what to do," Karasamuri, the snail-headed boy who had been elected class rep, snapped at Izuku. "But, Kata, what should we do?" someone else asked. Kata frowned, his eyes swiveling in their long stalks. Well, I guess we should just do the homework." Izuku flushed and sat back down, but the room had calmed down and everyone had gone back to work. He and Mei finished quickly enough, then at Izuku's prodding got out their English homework to work on. "If we finish it now we can spend more time in the workshop later," he argued. Mei reluctantly agreed, though getting her to do her English homework was even harder than getting her to remember to eat dinner. After an hour, however, the principal's voice came over the PA system. "Students, you are dismissed. The school day is over early. Please carefully and calmly exit the building and head straight home. Do not linger on campus." "What?" Mei half shrieked, looking up. "But our babies." "I think something bad happened," Izuku said. "Come on. We'll go over to my place today. We can work on finishing those circuits for the jetpack." "Did you solve the power supply issues?" Mei asked, now eagerly scooping up her books. "I've got the propulsion system ready, but you know it's going to be an energy hog. I'm going to build an override that sends all power to the pack while it's active. It'll make most of the suit's systems freeze up temporarily, but it's the only way to draw enough power," Izuku explained. On the way out, Izuku noticed a large number of police and other emergency vehicles. To his shock, he saw Bakugo sitting by an ambulance, apparently arguing with the paramedics. However, he had several bandages on his body and was clearly battered. "Kaken!" Izuku called, hurrying over without thinking. "What happened to you?" Bakugo glared up at Izuku. "What do you want, extras? My gear is fine. Go away." "But you're hurt," Izuku protested. "What happened?" "Sir, I need you to move along. This is a medical emergency," one of the EMTs warned. "But this is my friend, Kaken. It looks like he was hurt badly. What happened?" Izuku demanded. "Go away. I don't need your sympathy or your help." Bakugo snapped. "Wow, you have terrible social skills," Mei commented from behind Izuku. "What was that, you med extra?" Bakugo snapped, standing up, his eyes filled with rage. "Oh, what's going on here? I knew you had an explosive personality, Bakugo, but this is too much." The new voice drew Bakugo's ire as he growled in anger, fingers twitching. The owner was a tall young man with blonde hair in a costume with 1 million printed on it. Izuku vaguely recognized him as an upperclassman, though he didn't know his name. "Piss us off. We would have been just fine without you, pantless." Bakugo snapped. "Guess I earned that one," the older boy chuckled. He turned to Izuku and Mei, smiling. "Name's Mirio Togata, but you can call me Lemillion. Don't worry about your friend here, he's going to be just fine. All Might and the other teachers got there just in time. None of your classmates were hurt too badly. I could have handled them." Bakugo raged. "If you and the others hadn't gotten in my way dash." "Sir, please calm down. You two leave. You're upsetting my patient," the EMT ordered. Izuku said, backing away. "I'm glad you're safe, Kaken." Izuku's only answer was a very rude gesture. They walked away, Togata following after them. "What happened?" Izuku asked as they walked away. "Oh, just a little villain trouble at the USJ today." Togata laughed. "They went to Universal Studios Japan?" Izuku asked, surprised. That seemed odd for the hero course. "Haha, that would have been fun." Togata laughed. No, the unforeseen simulation joint. It's here on campus, it's a training facility for the hero course." "Are in the support course, right? You probably haven't been there." "Oh no," Izuku said, feeling a little dejected. He wished he could have been with Kaken, training to be a hero. But then he glanced at Mei. Did he really? He sort of liked having a real friend in class, and he was learning useful skills. Well, some villains broke in, nothing to worry about. Togata declared brightly. Just head home, take the rest of the day off. Do something fun. We can't, they won't let us in to see our babies on campus, Mei sulked. That caused the older student to do a double take. What? You have children here? But you're so young. But fear not, I can rescue your children, miss, and dash. She means our inventions, Izuku quickly interjected. We didn't, it's not like that. We're lab partners in the support course, and, well, Mei calls what we make our babies. They're super cute. Say, could you let us in so we could see them? I'll show you the power armor. Maybe I could make you some support gear that would keep your pants on. Mei offered. I might have to take you up on that. I was in such a hurry when All Might called me, I just ran over without putting on my costume first. Guess I'll have to remember that for next time, Togata said with a chuckle. Why would All Might call a student if there was a villain attack? Izuku asked in confusion. Oh, what's that? Togata said, putting a hand to his ear. Goodness, I have to go. Goodbye, remember, go straight home. With that, Togata crackled with sudden energy, and with a cry of power, ran off at such a blistering speed he caused a small gale. Wait, our babies. Mei called, but it was too late. She sighed. Come on, Izuku, let's head to your place. At least we can work on those circuits. Yeah, right, Izuku agreed. But he looked back to where Togata had disappeared. What was going on? That afternoon, Izuku ended up not getting much done on the circuits. Oh, thank God, Izuku. When I heard there was an attack on your school, I got so worried. Thank goodness you're not in the hero course, some of those kids were seriously injured. Inko cried as soon as they arrived at the Midoriya residence. Mom, I called and texted you right away, you know I was fine. Izuku said as his mother buried him in a hug. They didn't let us work on our babies at all though, Mei muttered. Mei, did you call your parents? Inko demanded. They're probably worried sick. Izuku reminded me, Mei said, trying to sidle past Inko. We did our homework already, we're just going to work on those circuits. Wait, is there anything on the news, Mom? Izuku asked. Oh yes, it's all they're talking about. Come look. Inko hurried inside and turned on the television, where the news anchors were talking over footage of the UA campus. Reports indicate that a group of over 50 criminals calling themselves the League of Villains attacked the UA campus. Thankfully, All Might was on hand to defeat this heinous attack. The footage suddenly cut to All Might, waving at reporters and smiling. To Izuku's surprise, at his side stood not Principal Nizu or one of the other pro-heroes who taught at the school, but rather Mirio Togata, dressed in a school uniform. An upperclassman, Mirio Togata, was also involved, along with the students of Class 1A. Witnesses claim that he arrived shortly after All Might and assisted the symbol of peace in holding off the villains until the UA faculty could arrive. Him again, Izuku muttered. What does it mean? Why would a student be helping defeat villains? Shouldn't it have been up to the teachers or other pros? I wonder what his quirk is. Probably losing his pants, Mei stated matter-of-factly. That blonde JRK said that he lost his. Inko gasped and turned to Izuku. Bakugo was there? Did he do anything to you? He showed that he doesn't have any social skills, Mei said with a shrug. I don't think he likes us. Which is weird because he said we were extra. Like extra awesome? Like extras in a movie, Izuku said absently, still wondering what Togata had to do with the incident. He called me that before. I don't think we should make any support gear for him, Mei said. He was mean to you. Izuku glanced at Mei, somewhat surprised. I thought you didn't care if people were mean to you. Yes. But he was mean to you. I didn't like that, Mei explained. Izuku grunted. It bothers me how rude Kaken was to you, Mei. He doesn't even realize how talented you are. You two should both stay away from him, Inko lectured. He's trouble. Just then the phone rang. Inko had apparently texted Mei's parents she'd arrived, and they too were concerned. Despite her protests, Hari arrived not long after to take Mei home. Don't worry, we'll get started all the earlier tomorrow. Izuku promised, waving as they got into the car. Those villains better not have touched our babies. I'll kill them if they hurt any of them. Mei swore. Izuku smiled and waved again, then went back inside. He tried to work on the circuits, but his mind was elsewhere. He gave up, instead getting in another workout with his weights set. I should have been there, Izuku muttered to himself. It should have been me fighting those villains with Kaken. But, to do that he would need better gear. Izuku resolved to find out everything he could about this league of villains, and their quirks. It would be good practice to start coming up with countermeasures for them. Author's note. A big thanks to KylaKatarn77 for beta reading this chapter. Baited by KylaKatarn77. Awakenings. Give me 6 hours to chop down a tree and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. Abraham Lincoln. I suppose all of you know this already, but the sports festival is in 2 weeks. You have 10 days to finish your equipment and then submit it for final approval if you want to use it during the events, Mr. Majima announced the next day at the start of class. We're still having that? Some Yuri demanded. What about the League of Villains? Mr. Majima shrugged. All Might and the rest of us teachers took care of them. A few got away, but most of them are locked up. We need to show the world UA won't be intimidated by a bunch of thugs. What about Mirio Togata? Izuku asked, raising his hand. How did he help at the USJ? He's All Might's teaching assistant, Mr. Majima said with a shrug. And he's quite a talented student. His help was most welcome. He saved quite a few of the students in Class 1A while All Might fought the villains before the rest of us got there. What's his quirk? Izuku asked eagerly, reaching for his notebook. If Tojito was that strong, he couldn't wait to write down a few notes. He already had some ideas on how to stop the League of Villains if they came back, though the warp quirk that one of them had would be hard to counter until he knew more about it. Mei nodded. Yeah, he asked us to make some pants he wouldn't lose. I told him I could make him a wonderful baby. Of course you did, Mr. Mima muttered, then cleared his throat. Well, that's probably his phasing. He's getting better, and I made him a costume that wouldn't just fall off when he loses focus, but he forgot it. Maybe you can whip him up a pair of underwear or something for casual use, as a thank you. That got snickers from the other students, though Mei just nodded happily. Mr. Majima frowned and glared around the room. I'm serious. You're going to have to get used to the idea of making those sorts of things. Some heroes do need specialized clothing for their costumes. You may very well find yourself making special underwear for heroes more often than you think, and it can be the difference between life and death for someone. Anyway, go work on your projects for the rest of homeroom. Remember, 10 days to submit your list of gear and for me to inspect it for the sports festival. Izuku and Mei headed over to their own workstation, with Mei talking animatedly. This is our chance, Izuku. Time for our babies to shine. We just have to show the world how amazing they are. I'm certain you can do it. You've gotten super good with the power suit and with several of the modules. You're certain to catch the eye of all the support companies, and maybe even the pro heroes. Yeah, I heard that if you do well enough at the sports festival, they let you transfer into the hero course if you want, Izuku said, rubbing his chin. Well, you can do that. Our babies are the cutest, most wonderful things ever. Mei burbled. Nodding, Izuku glanced around at the various items they'd completed. There was the power suit, of course, and the grappling hook, jetpack, and hover boots. But he needed something else. I think we need something to counter everyone's quirks, Izuku muttered to himself. I know what Kaken's quirk is, but I don't know about the other students. How do I find out what they are? Maybe I could spy on them at lunch. No, that wouldn't work. They're not using their quirks then. Kaken probably wouldn't tell me, and spying on them during class would be hard, so how do I dash? Hey, Mr. Majima, if we want to work on some gear for other students, can we? Mei asked. Mr. Majima nodded, coming over to their table. Sure, who do you have in mind? Well, we already have so many wonderful babies. Mei declared. Could we just get a list of the students in the hero courses and their quirks? Maybe in general studies too, especially if they want to be in the hero course. We could really give them a leg up. Sure. I'll grab a list for you in a minute, Mr. Majima said and walked away. A few minutes later, he came back with a notebook. I was going to ask the two of you to help me with the next round of costume modifications. Especially you, Izuku. There's one student with an electricity quirk who's having some serious drawbacks from overusing his quirk. You're the electrical whiz, maybe take a look at it and see what you can do for him. Name's Denki Kaminari, he's in class 1A. Thanks. Izuku said. He took the notebook and flipped it open, his eyes going wide. On it were listed the names of every Year 1 student, along with their quirks. Even he was listed, though his quirk was just given as an A. Well, does this help? Mei demanded. A slow grin spread over Izuku's face. Yes, it does. We're going to be just like Batman. We'll look at all the quirks and create babies to defeat everyone. Starting with Kaken. For Kaken, Mei came up with a simple but effective solution almost immediately. Well, if his quirk is sweat, shouldn't we just spray him with antiperspirant? He kinda stunk when we saw him. Mr. Onizuku was always telling me I should put some on, but I never remembered. Izuku blushed at that particular revelation. Mei's grasp of personal hygiene was questionable at best, and Izuku did have to remind her to wash herself after a long day in the workshop. Personally, though, he sort of liked how she smelled, but he would never have been so crass as to say so. That's a great idea? But what about a DLVY system? That got Mei's eyes to sparkle. Missiles. Unfortunately, as it turned out, creating the missiles ended up eating up most of the 10 days they had. They had to come up with a launcher, machine the missiles, get the right propellant mix, and put out a few fires from their mistakes that had Mr. Maijima threatening to ban them from the workshop for life. However, Izuku and Mei were able to engineer a missile that could easily launch from the power suit, but could also be fitted out with a number of payloads, one of which was an antiperspirant bomb. Maybe we can add in a few other payloads? Like some sort of antacid foam for this girl, Mina Ishido? Izuku suggested. Along with building the gear, Izuku spent long hours testing it and honing his combat skills. He'd spent some time since the semester started practicing with the power suit, especially after his rather pathetic attempts to take out the robot when Mr. Maijima had tested them at the recommendation exam. Now, however, Izuku trained in earnest. Mei convinced Mr. Maijima to allow them to set up a course for Izuku to train on, though their teachers flatly refused to allow them to destroy any of the robots. Despite that, Izuku practiced his skill with the grappling hook, using it to expertly swing himself around the large city-like training area. He could combine it with the hover boots and jetpack Mei had created to fly for short PRDS, ascending to heights of up to 30 meters. He also discovered the grapple could be used as a tether or line to wrap around enemies, though he couldn't use it on just anyone as the metal cable would crush a normal human or cut them in half when tension was put on it. He also trained hard with the missiles, learning how to use the laser target finder he designed to improve their accuracy. He also practiced dumbfiring his shots so that he could quickly get off a barrage without first painting the target, and got fairly accurate at that as well. He also practiced some basic martial arts katas in the suit, though for those he soon found that if he tried to get too complicated, he just fell over or overextended. Some basic punches and kicks were going to have to be enough, especially as Izuku could easily break through concrete. We're going to have to put limiters on the suit, he told Mei. If I hit someone full out, I'll really hurt them. That won't be too hard. We can put an override in case you go up against someone like Kirishima or Tetsu from the hero course, Mei said, tapping their notepad. They've got quirks that make them super tough, and unless our baby is going all out, they won't even feel your punches, but for regular people we can reduce the power output so you don't kill them. How could everyone know how amazing our babies were if they were dead? Yeah, Izuku agreed, though he was honestly just worried about hurting someone. He did practice picking up delicate objects with the power suit, starting with watermelons. The first few times Izuku accidentally cracked the melon, sending sprays of juice and pulp over the suit, and causing Mei to berate him for getting their baby dirty. After a few times though, Izuku got to where he could hold the melons tightly without breaking them, and moved on to ever more delicate objects. He finally managed to carefully pick up an egg, though he still cracked the shell most of the time. After their 2 weeks of nearly sleepless nights, Izuku and Mei finally decided they had done enough. They'd only managed to make anti-quirk gear for a few combatants, but they were also the most dangerous. At the last minute, they slapped together some heat shielding to use against Todoroki in one, who had the powerful fire and ice quirks, and quickly added some vents that could be used to melt the exterior of the power suit if it became iced over. This is quite a lot of gear, Mr. Maijima commented, looking over the plans and the sample missile that he'd received. He looked up at Izuku and Mei, a crooked smile tugging at his lips. Way more than most first-year classes I teach submit, combined. Well, aren't they all super cute? It would be a shame to leave out any of our babies. Mei declared. At the very least, these are all extremely well made. The electrical system on this missile is a marvel. How'd you make this, Midoriya? Well, actually, I sort of ripped up a few laser rangefinders. Mei helped me reprogram them so that they would then home in on the laser beam. You have to keep the beam on target or the missile flies off course, but you can also just dumb fire them. I had to rewire them a bit to get them to fit, but it works. I know it does, I tested them. It's incredible. Make sure you find a way to show these off. I know some pros that would be interested in buying these. Hell, I might weigh a few myself, especially since you can easily swap out the payloads with this system that you designed, Hatsume. Excellent work. These are all approved, including the Power Suit Mk7. You won't regret it, sir. Mei promised. We'll get even more funding so that Izuku and I can make babies together forever. I expect to get pictures from the hospital after the DLVRY, Mr. Maijima deadpanned. When Izuku went white, he laughed uproariously. Go on, get out of here. Go celebrate your success. I think you'll put in a good showing at the sports festival. Maybe someone in my class can actually place in the finals for once. Dimmen you Vlad and your stupid bets. This is going to be amazing. Mei cheered as they left. Everyone can finally see just how cute our babies are. Aren't you excited, Izuku? Yeah, Izuku agreed absently. He tapped the notebook of quirks he was carrying. I think we can handle most of the people we face with our loadout. But there's one student I'm actually really worried about, and he's not even in the hero course. What? Who's going to hurt our babies? Mei demanded, grabbing the notebook and pulling it down so she could see. Him, Hitoshi Shinso, Izuku commented. He's got a quirk that lets him mind control anyone who answers a question of his. Well, that's easy. Just don't talk to him, Mei said with a shrug. I'm still more worried about Shoto Todoroki. Having two quirks is just cheating. I know we put on that heat shielding, but we don't have numbers on how hot his fire can get, so I don't know if it will work. Yeah, he's the son of Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Beating him would be tough, but there are a lot of tough opponents. I think we'll find a way though. Yep, you'll show everyone you deserve to be a hero. Mei cheered. Suddenly she stopped, looking worried. Izuku halted and turned. What is it? Is there something we forgot, Mei? Well, it's just, Izuku, maybe you shouldn't win, Mei said softly. She was wringing her hands, and for once she looked deeply distressed instead of her usual chipper self. If you do, then you wouldn't get to be with me anymore. At those words, something strange surged within Izuku. He felt a longing and tugging within him, but at the same time he swelled with pride, as if All Might himself had appeared to crown Izuku as the next number 1 hero. He also felt a sudden rush of savage lust as blood surged within him, causing sudden and embarrassing changes. Still, the sensation lingered, and Izuku wasn't sure what it was, so unlike anything else he had felt in his life before, so invigorating and so demanding. He awkwardly crossed his legs, trying to hide his condition. But the reason behind the emotion was obvious. Mei hadn't said he couldn't win, couldn't prove he was stronger than even the most powerful members of the UA hero course. No, she had said maybe he shouldn't win. As if Izuku's victory was a foregone conclusion to her. Why Mei? I thought you wanted to show off our babies? You're sure to get picked up by a support company, and I might get noticed by some pro heroes who would take me as an intern. That's just it, Mei said quietly, oddly not meeting Izuku's eyes. What if they take you away and I can't see you anymore? I don't think I'd like that. Forcing himself forward and trying not to show the state of his pants, Izuku hurried forward, putting his arms around Mei and trying not to bump into her below the waist. "Hey, it's okay. You believe I can win, right, Mei?" She nodded, a tear suddenly rolling down her cheek. Izuku felt a sense of panic. He'd never seen Mei cry. Not when she'd burned herself with a welding torch, not when she'd been shocked by high voltage, not when she'd smashed her fingers in a malfunctioning hydraulic joint. Mei! All thoughts of preserving his dignity were gone. Izuku wrapped her in a hug. "Are you okay? I'm here for you. Just tell me what's wrong." Slowly, Mei rested her hands on Izuku's back, then suddenly squeezed him so tightly the breath was driven out of his body. Thanks to long hours of hard work, Mei had surprising muscle strength, and Izuku hadn't been ready for this. Her fingers dug painfully into his back, but Izuku ignored that. "Would you leave me if you won?" Mei whispered. Izuku could feel a growing wetness on his chest, and realized Mei was silently weeping. "I've never had a friend before. I don't want them to take you away if you win, Izuku." That same feeling surged in Izuku again, and for a moment he couldn't even speak, so powerful were the swirling emotions. Tears started falling from his own eyes, wetting the top of Mei's head. Neither of the two noticed the stares from their fellow classmates, as they were standing on a busy walkway near the entrance. "I'll never leave you, Mei. If I enter the hero course, if I become the top hero, I won't do it unless you're with me. And if I utterly fail, if no one loves our babies well, I'll work with you at your parents' shop for the rest of my life." Mei looked up, pushing aside her goggles to reveal puffy red eyes. "You mean it? You'll always be my friend." "Forever," Izuku agreed. "No matter what. Win or lose, they can't separate us, Mei." "Okay." Mei suddenly let go of Izuku, rapidly turning and striding off. "Then we'll just have to win so we can make whatever kinds of babies we want." "Freaks," someone muttered as they brushed by Izuku, but he didn't care. He strode after Mei, confident in what the future might hold. After all, Mei believed in him. Did anything else really matter? Author's note. A big thanks to my beta Katarn77, who wrangled many egregious homonyms and other grammatical atrocities, as well as providing feedback on the story content. This document baited by Katarn77. Made equal. God made man. Sam Colt made them equal. American proverb. We can do this, I know we can, we're ready, we're prepared, we've researched every possible opponent, we can do this, we're ready, Izuku muttered to himself as they walked through the tunnel out into the main stadium groups for the sports festival. "Plus, our babies are super cute." Mei crowed from her perch atop the 2.5-meter tall power suit. It was now painted in garish pink and green digital camo pattern, which Mei said represented both of their hair colors. While part of Izuku was a bit embarrassed to be in such an ostentatious color scheme, another part was proud of their hard work and wanted to stand out. "You're gonna win, Izuku." The suit itself was bulky and bulbous, weighing in at just over 500 kilos. The main compartment was large enough to hold Izuku's chest and torso, but his arms and legs stuck out into the limbs of the power suit to aid in making the movement feel more natural, though they only extended about halfway down the limbs. Izuku's head stuck up out of the suit, though it was encased in a metal helmet shaped a bit like a full face mask model for a motorcycle with an opaque visor. He could take it on and off, though he much preferred to leave it on as no one could see his face then. The arms themselves were also rather bulbous, holding modules for the various systems that they had created. The hands were to scale with the rest of the suit, which was one reason it had taken Izuku so long to get used to using them properly. They were coated in a special rubberized substance that made gripping things easier, with haptic feedback connected to the gauntlets Izuku wore. His legs were somewhat stubby for the size of the suit, though they were still half a meter longer than Izuku's own. The feet were broad and had treads like a large boot to aid in grip along the edges, with the centers holding air jets that allowed Izuku to jump farther and in combination with the jetpack, fly for a short time. Really, the power suit reminded Izuku a great deal of some of the mecha he'd seen at Coruscant Comics, though it wasn't exactly like any of them and was a great deal smaller than the larger models. Still, he had to be carefully going through the tunnel into the stadium, the top of it only centimeters above his head. Izuku nodded, keeping his strides even and measured. Mei's presence somehow calmed his nerves, and he forced himself to keep looking forward as they made their way out of the tunnel. Support classes F, G, and H. Present Mick's voice called from the loudspeakers. Izuku tried to smile and look around to wave, but felt too nervous to do so. Mei was now standing up on top of the power suit, waving both arms to the crowd. Yes, it's us with our super cute babies. Show off your babies, everyone, the crowd is watching. This is our chance to get funding. Mei's frantic energy brought a real smile to Izuku's lips, and he used one arm to steady Mei, while waving with the other. They're looking at us, Izuku. They're all watching our baby. Oh, you really have to win. It will prove just how wonderful our babies are. Mei shouted. At last, after some frantic motions from Mr. Maijima, Mei hopped down as all the first-year students assembled before the stage. And now, to give the student pledge, the first-year rep, Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike announced. With a start, Izuku looked around wildly, spotting Bakugo walking up to the stage, a determined look on his face. What, Bakugo? Another student from the hero course with long earlobes that ended in electrical jacks asked. Why'd they pick him? He's such an a-hole. I guess he did score first in the entrance exams, another hero course student with spiky red hair commented. Even if he is a JRK sometimes. Only for the hero course, someone from general studies grumbled. But Izuku knew the truth. In the end, it was the hero course that really mattered in the eyes of the crowd. They were the students who always won the sports festival. Izuku had checked. Never in the history of UA had any student in any year who wasn't in the hero course taken first place. There had been students from other courses who made it to the final round, but the final round was always a battle, and the hero course not only typically had the students with the strongest quirks, but also the ones given the most training to use them. This year, we'll win, Izuku swore to Mei. She grinned at him and nodded. I just want to say, Bakugo drawled from atop the stage. I'm gonna win. Plenty of people booed Bakugo, but Izuku stared determinedly at Bakugo. He knew the truth. Bakugo wasn't boasting. He was making a promise. If you wanted to win this year, Bakugo was the one to beat. And Izuku absolutely believed it. See you in the finals, Kaken, Izuku whispered. Why would you say something like that? You're making everyone in Class 1A look bad, a tall boy with glasses shouted, waving frantically at Bakugo. For his part, Bakugo shrugged and glanced behind him. Not my fault, you're all just extras in my show. The boos and heckling continued, several students making threats to Bakugo, but the spiky-haired youth just walked off the stage, shouldering his way back to his spot, apparently not bothered by the critics. Do you think his social skills are worse than mine? We muse. At least people just think I'm weird. I don't think anyone hates me. Hey, Samyuri, do you hate me? Kata shifted one eye stalk to look at Mei and shrugged. No. But I might hate that punk who just shot his mouth off. Thinks he's better than us. His social skills definitely aren't, Mei laughed. Sure, they're announcing the first task, Izuku whispered. This was a tricky part. He and Mei could plan for the quirks of their peers, but they couldn't know what the challenges for the first two tasks would be. Upon seeing the trial though, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. An obstacle course. That they could handle. The power suit could run at over 40 kilometers per hour, and while Izuku knew that Tenya Ida from 1A could go faster than that with his engine quirk, Izuku should still be able to easily outpace most of the field. Ready, Mei? Izuku asked. Yep. She eagerly climbed onto his back, strapping herself in and holding on to the hand and foot holds they'd mounted onto the frame. Let's show everyone what our baby can do. On your marks. Get set, go. Izuku took off, throwing himself into a full sprint, using the long strides of the power suit to rapidly outpace nearly everyone. Most of the other students rapidly gave way for the large metal suit, which made Izuku stand just over 2 meters tall. He just about made it out of the tunnel again when suddenly a coat of frost rimmed his suit, sticking him to the ground. Todoroki's quirk, Izuku knew. Bakugo laughed and launched himself forward with explosions, dodging the frost, but everyone else was caught in it. Engaging heat shield. Izuku shouted, and immediately the lower portion of the power suit heated up. Mei was wearing insulated gloves and boots for just such a purpose, and laughed in delight as they broke free and raced forward. Ahead of him, Izuku spotted both Todoroki and Bakugo using their respective quirks to move faster than most could while running. Well, not faster than the power suit. "Hang on, here we go," Izuku warned, and threw himself into another sprint, racing as quickly as he could along the track. He'd nearly caught up to both Bakugo and Todoroki when suddenly several enormous robots reared up, blocking their way forward. "Oh man, those are huge," Mei said excitedly. "Use the He missiles." "Not yet," Izuku cautioned. "We don't know what's ahead." As it turned out, they didn't need them, as Todoroki's ice covered the robots, freezing them in place and allowing the other boy to easily bypass them. "Izuku, those are unstable. Don't let them crush our babies," Mei warned. Swerving to avoid the giant robots, Izuku ran straight into a group of smaller robots, some of which he recognized from the entrance interview. Others were shaped like a sort of scorpion with laser-tipped tails, and still more were larger models with missile launchers on their backs. For a brief moment, Izuku thought he would panic and run. Sure, he'd faced a single robot before, but that had been easy. Now there were half a dozen, all coming straight at him. "Use number 54. Mei suddenly urged, wrapping her hand on Izuku's shoulder plates. "Let's show what we can do." Her words brought sudden clarity, and Izuku's mind snapped into focus, forming a plan. "Right." Izuku raised his left arm, activating the module installed in it. A large laser cutter popped out, pointing at the robots. Izuku ran forward, charging up the laster. Firing! A narrow red beam shot out, burning into the nearest robot, one with the missile launchers. Its armor started to melt immediately, though Izuku struggled to keep the beam on target. Still, he managed to melt a sizable chunk out in just a second, causing the robot to blare in alarm. Deactivating the laser, Izuku leaped onto the robot, punching it where the laser had weakened the armor. The frame of the robot shattered under the force of the blow, but Izuku followed through too hard, losing his footing and stumbling to his knees as his fist became stuck in the robot's guts. "Watch out!" Mei cried. "Don't let them hurt our babies." With a heave, Izuku freed himself, spinning to face more robots as they charged him. He raised the laser and fired it at a charging wheeled robot with one arm, then activated the grappling hook module embedded in his right. He used it to spear another missile bot through its eyes, causing it to crash into the ground, deactivated. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to hold the laser steady on the scorpion bot. Thankfully, in the wild wiggling of the laser, it had passed over the scorpion bot's eyes, melting it and causing the robot to start to run wildly in circles, crashing into a wheeled bot and wrecking them both. The last robot was another wheeled one, and Izuku ran forward as he retracted the grapple. He punched with his right to deflect the shield arms, then followed up by launching the grapple into the robot's torso. It speared straight through the enemy's chassis, destroying the robot. Gasping for breath, Izuku wrenched the grapple free again, then took off once more after Todoroki and Bakugo. "How are you doing back there?" he asked Mei. "Don't worry about me. How are our babies holding up?" Mei demanded. Checking his screen, Izuku frowned. "Looks like we have a bit of damage. The laser is down to 20% power. I fired it for a full 4 seconds. The arms and legs have some dents and the right arm has minor servo damage, down to 92% functionality. Well within tolerances. Keep going." Mei cheered. "We're still ahead of nearly everyone." Izuku resisted the urge to look back, instead racing forward down the track after the leaders, who were spending as much time firing off attacks at each other as they were on moving forward. After another half-kilometer, they came to a wide chasm, crossed by narrow lines. "They call this an obstacle?" Mei laughed. "Engage the jetpack and hover boots." "Right." Izuku leapt into the air, then activated the hover boots and jetpack together. They both provided enough lift to send the power suit 10 feet into the air in a controlled ascent. Izuku was able to land atop one of the pillars, where he had to pause for a few seconds while the system charged again. "We need to figure out a way to have more continuous flight," Izuku muttered, watching as Bakugo used his explosions to recklessly leap from pillar to pillar, and Todoroki simply made ice paths he could skate across over the chasms. Use the grappling hook to give us more forward momentum, Mei ordered. Of course. Izuku quickly pointed the grappling hook at the ledge on the distant canyon side, then carefully aimed it at what looked like a weak point in the rock. The hook easily speared into the wall, and Izuku jumped as it began to rapidly reel him in. He swung on the line, which jerked his arm hard. Thankfully, the built-in shock absorbers did their job, handling the sudden stresses. He swung down out over the canyon floor, and when he began to swing back up on the other side, activated the jetpack and boots once more to launch himself up and over the edge. He hit the ground hard, then sprang forward, still chasing after the leaders. Come on, we can do this," Mei urged. "They're catching up behind us." "Not for long," Izuku promised, running as hard as he could. Suddenly he saw Bakugo and Todoroki slow down dramatically, carefully picking their way forward. "Minefield," Mei shouted in warning. "Izuku, careful, don't hurt our babies." Izuku shook his head. "We can't stop now. We're nearly to the leaders." "Well, if you step on those mines they'll explode and damage the suit," Mei warned. "We'll just have to explode them before we get there, then." "Missiles, activate." The twin pods of missiles mounted in Izuku's torso sprang open, and he slowed slightly to point his torso upward. He also trained the laser across the field, painting the targets for each missile. "Load he rounds." "I love it when you talk explosions like this," Mei giggled. "Come on babies, make mommy and daddy proud." Missiles, launch. 10 missiles shot out of the power suit, rising up into the sky in a wide arch. Todoroki and Bakugo looked up suddenly, then back in shock at Izuku, who continued to race forward. Todoroki raised a barricade of ice around himself, while Bakugo suddenly leapt up and recklessly launched himself forward with explosions again. He was too late though. The missiles impacted the minefield in a series of blistering fireballs, which then grew into a massive ball of destruction. Bakugo was flung back behind Izuku, who put his hands before himself and threw himself into the shockwave. He and Mei grunted at the impact, but the suit weathered the blast, and Mei stayed strapped in. "Yes. Our babies are the cutest," Mei hooted as Izuku ran through the former minefield. Todoroki was shaking himself off, his ice having protected him, but Bakugo lay on the ground, groaning slightly from the massive concussion from the blast. Izuku didn't have time to think of that, sprinting forward and into the lead. "There, ahead of us, there's the stadium," Mei cheered. "Go, Izuku, go. There's no one even close to us." They sprinted into the tunnel and out the other side to where the crowd awaited them. "I don't believe it." President Mick's voice boomed from the loudspeakers. 2 students from the support course finish first. Izuku Midoriya and Mei Hatsume from Class 1H are the clear winners of the obstacle course. The former leaders, Bakugo and Todoroki, have just now picked themselves up and are in hot pursuit, but there's now half a dozen others competing with them for 3rd place. This is incredible, folks. We've never seen such a finish from students in the support course. We did it. Mei laughed, unstrapping herself and jumping on top of the power suit to hug it tightly. Izuku felt the same giddy sense of triumph, grabbing Mei and lifting her high above his head. "We did it, Mei. We won the first round." "That's right, everyone," Mei shouted, standing atop Izuku's hands. "I'm Mei Hatsume, and this is Izuku Midoriya. We made all the super cute babies you saw in action today." "She means our inventions." Izuku laughed. "That's what we call our inventions. Just make sure you keep your eyes on us. I'm going to be the world's greatest inventor, and Izuku is going to use our babies to become the next #1 hero." Bold words from our first-place finishers, President Mike said, laugh. "But what else could you expect after such a showing? And here comes the rest of the field." Tenya Ida takes 3rd place, followed by Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Baku. "Deku Dimin Extra!" Bakugo roared, blasting into the stadium on the heels of his classmates. "What the hell was that?" "Who's Deku?" Mei asked, frowning as Bakugo stood in front of them, panting in rage. Slowly, Izuku lowered Mei to his side, then stuck out his hand. "It was a good race, Kaken. I borrowed that last move from you, using an explosion to clear my way. Yeah? Well, screw you, nerd. Do you think you're better than me? Bakugo demanded. You don't even have a quirk. Well, he doesn't need one to be better than you, Mei laughed. At least he has social skills. And up yours, you pink-haired beach. If you two get in my way again, I'll bury you, you understand. Bakugo! Calm down. The tall boy with glasses from before, Tenya Ida, the third-place finisher, ordered, interposing himself. It was probably what saved Bakugo from a broken jaw and Izuku from disqualification. They won, fairly and squarely. PSS off. You're not in charge of me, Bakugo snarled, then stalked away. Ida frowned after Bakugo, but then turned and bowed to Izuku and Mei. Please, excuse my classmates' rudeness. I assure you that not all of us in the hero course are like that. Quickly, Izuku removed his helmet, trying to smile at the polite overture. It's nothing, know Kaken well from when we were kids. We went to the same schools, Izuku explained, trying to keep himself calm. How dare Bakugo talk about Mei that way? Mei shrugged. I met him a while ago. He has even worse social skills than me. I'd see, Ida said, standing and looking at Mei oddly. He shook himself, then smiled and extended his hand. Well, best of luck to both of you in the coming rounds. I'm certain you'll both do the support courses proud. Izuku carefully took Ida's hand in the power suits and gently pumped it once. And you, Ida? With your engine quirk, you're sure to be a strong competitor. Ida smiled and nodded his thanks. I aim to make the Ida family proud. My older brother is sure to be watching. Izuku and Mei took the next few minutes to hurriedly restock their supplies from the pack Mei was carrying, reloading the missiles and doing some minor repairs to the grappling launcher, as well as swapping out the power supply for the laser. The next competition is a cavalry battle. Ms. Midnight announced from the stage. You must form teams of up to 4, consisting of a single rider and at least one mount. I'll be happy to ride you, Izuku, Mei said, slapping him on the back. Izuku winced, not from the force of the blow, but for the unwitting implications Mei had made. Nice one, but good to see at least some of us are getting some tail. A small disgusting gnome of a boy with odd purple hair commented to Izuku. He flushed and looked away, focusing on what Ms. Midnight was saying. Teams will be given headbands with their total points, earned from the obstacle course. Normally, we'd have first place worth 10 million points, with second place worth a respectable 205. 10 million? Izuku gasped, going slightly pale. But this year we had some collaborators. Well, we're going to keep the spirit of this alive, so, Izuku Midoriya and Mei Hatsume, you each have a 5 million point bounty on your heads. Izuku's eyes went wide, and he took half a step back. He could feel the eyes of everyone on him, the eyes of all the students in the hero course who were now determined to beat him into the dust and steal his points. How could he face all of that? Hurriedly, he stuck his helmet back on, not wanting to reveal his embarrassment. That's because Izuku and I are clearly going to win. He's going to be the world's #1 hero using our wonderful babies, and I'm going to make them for him. Mei proclaimed, throwing back her head and laughing to the sky. She means the dash, Izuku stammered, but Ms. Midnight interrupted. What's this? A heated romance on the battlefield. Please, keep your clothes on for this competition. We'll save the spicy details for later. Perhaps these young heroes will be in need of my expert tutelage. Izuku felt as though he were going to melt into a puddle and die of embarrassment, at least until Mei put her arm around his shoulders. Come on, Izuku, let's get you suited up so I can ride you to victory. Despite his feelings of utter shame, Izuku managed to smile. Let's win this. This document baited by Kyla Katarn 77. The main way to keep from losing is to win. Yogi Berra. Hey. Nice to see some students outside of the hero course here. You two must be pretty strong. Izuku looked up from working on the power suit to see a boy with tall, fluffy blue hair and dark circles under his eyes. He opened his mouth to answer, only to have Mei put a hand over his mouth. Izuku, don't you remember who that is? She demanded. Izuku hesitated for a moment, Then his eyes went wide. He nodded quickly, and Mei removed her hand. "We don't have anything to say to anyone that could mind control us," Mei said, turning her back to continue her work. "We've got more important things to do, right, Izuku?" Izuku muttered, turning back to work on the suit, but his eyes nervously slid to the boy, whom he now recognized as Hitoshi Shinso. His quirk allowed him to mind control anyone who answered a question of his, and Izuku had nearly fallen into his trap. "Relax. I'm not here to steal your headbands before we even start," Shinso said, giving Izuku a wan smile. "So, you know about my quirk? Wonder how that happened. Anyway, that's not important, or why I'm here. I want to team up." "What?" Izuku turned around, shocked. "Why would you want to team up with us?" "Izuku!" Mei snapped, smacking him upside the back of his head. "You're going to end up mind-controlled." "Only if I wanted to. Which I don't," Shinso said casually. "No, I'm here to offer a team-up, because you two are the only other students not from the hero course to make it to the semifinals. And, well, I respect that." Shinso looked down at his hands, which he tightened into fists. "They wouldn't let me in, no matter how strong my quirk is, because it doesn't fit their definition of a hero. You two don't fit the bill either. So, they're keeping you out as well. Let's work together to change that. At least for now. All bets are off in the finals." Izuku looked to Mei, who was frowning at Shinso. "How do we know you won't just betray us and take our headband?" he asked. Shinso shrugged. "You can choose not to trust me. If you do that, I'll just find someone else. But I think the two of you could really use my help. Sure, you're strong and fast, and that suit you've built is downright amazing. But do you honestly think just the two of you can go up against the entire hero course and win? You need allies. Izuku and I have gotten this far with just the two of us and our babies. We don't need anyone else." Mei bragged. "Wait, Mei," Izuku said, putting a hand on her shoulder. He studied Shinso. "Your quirk is strong, perhaps one of the most powerful ones here. And you're right. We are up against the entire hero course. I'm willing to partner up for this round, to prove that anyone can become a hero. So what do you say, Mei?" "Well, if you think it's a good idea," Mei said with a shrug. "Just make sure he treats our babies right." Shinso chuckled and nodded. "Oh, I'll be sure to do that. Now, I think I'd be the best rider." "Agreed." "Yes. I'm the horse, obviously," Izuku said, patting the power suit. "You and Mei can ride on top. Mei, watch our backs and look for openings. Shinso, how many people can you control with your quirk at a time?" "It depends, but no more than 4 or 5. So you can forget us just brainwashing the whole field," Shinso answered. "No, but maybe getting one team to back off or hand over their headband at one time would be helpful," Izuku said. "I'll leave that part up to you. I think our best bet, though, is to try to stay away from other teams for as long as we can. We've already got a huge lead in points. How many do you have, Shinso?" "Personally, 80, but those won't really matter compared to what you have." "Agreed. So for now, we play defense," Izuku said, slapping his fist into his palm. "Let's get loaded up and ready. It starts in just a few minutes." Soon, Izuku was back in the power suit, warming up the systems and waiting for the signal. Shinso and Mei were strapped in up top, with Shinso wearing the 10,080-point headband. Once more, Izuku felt the eyes of everyone on him, ready to take him down. He could see Bakugo glaring at him with a manic grin, riding atop Mina Ishido, Fumikage Tokoyami, and Eijiro Kirishima. "Bakugo's team is going to be hard to beat," Izuku muttered. "Bakugo is pure offense, but he's got a nearly unbeatable defense too, between Ishido's acid, Tokoyami's dark shadow, and Kirishima's hardening. We'd best stay away from them," Shinso agreed. "He seems to have a chip on his shoulder regarding you. He's got the sort of arrogance and flashy quirk I can't stand. He also has no social skills." Mei chimed in. Izuku could almost hear Shinso rolling his eyes, but there was no time to think. "Begin!" Ms. Midnight shouted, and Izuku leapt into the air, igniting his jet pack and hoverboots to leap across the field, away from the other teams that had immediately made straight for him. "Who's coming after us besides Bakugo?" Izuku asked as he looked for a good landing spot. Actually, Bakugo seems to be targeting Minoma from 1B. He's getting really angry. Minoma stole his headband in the rush to get to you. Minoma seems to be showboating, and apparently Bakugo can't stand another diva, Shinso relayed. He doesn't like it when someone else tries to surpass him, Izuku agreed. Jetpack needs to recharge. Landing. Izuku landed, but no sooner did he touch the ground than a wall of thorny vines rose up around him. Shiozaki. Her quirk made her hair into living plants, which she could control. Don't run away, face us head-on, like men. Tetsutisu of Class 1B roared as his team barreled towards Izuku, his metallic skin gleaming in the sunlight. I'm not a man, dummy. Mei called back. And don't you dare hurt my babies. Laser cutter. Izuku cried, activating the tool to quickly scythe away the clinging vines. He tried to jump away, but the ground beneath him turned to slurry, causing his legs to sink down as he became stuck in a mire. Crap, that's Honuki's softening. Hey, Tetsu, are you harder than Kirishima? Shinso called. Of course I am, you idiot. Tetsu laughed. Metal is harder than Dash. Shinso showed his teeth. He had him. Maybe you should go after Bakugo's team. A head-on fight like that would prove you're far more manly. Tetsu's face suddenly went slack, and he turned away from Izuku, pointing towards Bakugo. What? Tetsu, we were going to get the 10 million point headband. Aways, one of his riders, protested. Tetsu shook his head, and pointed again. The distraction lasted just long enough for Izuku to pull himself out of the mud, but he had to immediately dodge out of the way as a sheet of ice tried to envelop him. Nothing personal, Midoriya, but we'll be taking that headband, Ida called as he led Team Todoroki towards them. They also had Yaoyorozu on their team, who had made roller skates for herself and Uraraka while they supported Todoroki. They can fly too with Uraraka's anti-gravity on their team, Izuku muttered, activating his heat shield and dashing through the ice, breaking through it and running away as fast as he could. Look out! Mei called, just in time for Shinso to dodge the long tongue of the frog like Azui. She was hiding behind the tentacled arms of Shoji, along with the purple-haired Mineta. Don't let those sticky balls touch you. Mei warned Izuku as a few popped out from within his hiding place. On it, jetpack recharged. Engaging. Izuku once more took to the air, but as he had predicted, this time Team Todoroki followed, with Uraraka using her zero gravity to provide lift while Ida used his engines to give them a boost. Quickly, Izuku used his grappling hook to latch on to the far side of the arena, disengaging the jetpack and yanking himself out of the way. He slammed into the wall, gritting his teeth at the impact. You two okay? Izuku asked as he pulled out the grapple and reloaded it, running along the base of the arena wall. Fine, worry about yourself. We've got Team Hagakure and Team Kendo after us. Shinso told Izuku. That headband is ours, Midoriya. Hagakure cried, the only visible part of her headband as she was carried into battle by Kaminari, Wajiro, and Sato. Doesn't it feel weird, carrying a naked girl into battle? Shinso called to the three boys carrying Hagakure. What? No, yes, she asked us to. Sato stammered. Kaminari laughed. It feels great. Mineta is going to be so jealous. It's not really like that. Wajiro sighed. Don't be a perv. Hagakure lectured, her headband shaking wildly with her head. Well, don't you think Kendo and her team would be an easier target? Why don't you go after them? Shinso called. Immediately, Team Hagakure stopped chasing after Izuku, moving towards Team Kendo who had been trying to cut him off. Kendo soon had to fend off Hagakure's clumsy attempts to snatch her headband, and Izuku saw from the corner of his eye she actually managed to take Hagork's with her big hand quirk, then her team spirited away, Hagakure's team clumsily going after them. Good work, Shinso. Your quirk is amazing. Izuku panted. Despite the cooling unit and his training, he was starting to tire after 10 minutes of constant exertion to keep away from the other teams. I was born with it. It's more impressive what you two have accomplished. Don't worry, Midoriya. We'll both prove that we're worthy of being heroes, Shinso said. Everyone has their eyes on us and our babies, Izuku. Mei cheered. I can see all the support companies taking note. Make sure you use the laser a few more times, and find a way to use some missiles. They'll love those. Our babies are the best. Izuku winced slightly. She means the dash. Forget it. Here comes Todoroki again, Shinso warned. Izuku barely managed to dodge out of the way of a wall of ice, only to have to raise his left arm to hold off Dark Shadow, Tokoyomi's quirk. That headband is ours, the black bird crowed. Not today. Mei cried. She threw a canister into the air from her backpack, then put a hand over Shinso's eyes. Izuku's faceplate automatically darkened as the flare went off, filling the stadium with sudden brilliance. "Nu!" Dark Shadow ummed, shrinking back to hide under Tokoyomi. Weak to light, just like I hypothesized. Mei laughed, then let out a whoop as Izuku had to jump high into the air with the hoverboots to avoid more of Todoroki's ice. Must be nice to have so many flashy quirks. Shinso called to the other team. How does it make you feel to pick on a team that barely has a quirk among them? Todoroki stayed silent, but Uraraka replied, "We're not trying to bully you. It's just part of the game." "Sorry." Suddenly, Todoroki's team floated off the ground, spinning out of control as Todoroki fired off another blast of ice at the exact wrong moment. Uraraka suddenly vomited, and they fell back to the ground. "Dang, she broke my control when she did that," Shinso muttered. "It's all right, we got away." Izuku called back. He fired his grappling hook at the center stage, reeling himself in and leaping up. He was forced to leave behind the hook though, as the ground started to soften and vines sprung out of the ground. "What did you do to me, you cowardly freaks?" Tetsu demanded as his team ran forward. "We lost our headband to Bakugo and it's all your fault. Come back here, you B-class extras." Bakugo screamed, still in hot pursuit of Momona. "I'm going to stomp you all into the ground." "Relax, maybe you should help Bakugo out," Shinso answered. "Why would we do that?" Tetsu demanded. "You repent of your sins," Shiozaki added, and her team vocally agreed. Immediately, they veered off, vines sprouting up around Momona's team. "What? Shiozaki, why?" Momona wailed. "Screw you, that's why. Don't help me, extras." Bakugo ranted, seizing Momona's headband as his team wallowed in mud and vines. Once more, Izuku made good his escape. Mei handed him another grappling hook, which he quickly loaded into the module. For a few minutes, they simply dodged and ran, the other teams either having decided he was too hard a nut to crack for the moment, or busily engaged in a melee. All of Class B had ganged up on Bakugo, save for Kendo's team, who was playing keep away with Minetta's group. They had somehow gotten Minetta's headband, probably by trapping them in Bondo's glue and turning Minetta's own strategy on its head. Still, with Bakugo fending off 3 teams, he was far too busy to go after Izuku. The brash boy seemed to actually be enjoying himself, using his explosions to keep away any attackers, though few could get past the quirks of his horses. "Here comes Todoroki's team again," Shinso warned. "They just don't give up." This time, Ida was moving much faster than before, a determined expression on his face, blue flames leaving heat waves in the air behind him as Todoroki's ice coated Ida's legs. Izuku leapt into the air again, but an ice wall blocked his path. "That trick won't work again," Todoroki shouted. "Shame, it did so well on you the first 2 times. How does it feel, not to live up to your father?" Shinso shouted back. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. Uraraka opened her mouth, but Yorozu elbowed her teammate, and Uraraka's teeth clacked. She clammed up so quickly. "They have us figured out." Izuku gasped, punching the ice to try to break through. He activated his heat shield, but he couldn't melt the ice fast enough. It crept up around him, threatening to encase the lower half of the power suit. "Don't you dare hurt my babies," Mei screamed. She threw out several canisters, causing Dark Shadow to squawk in panic. However, instead of a flashbang, a fountain of smoke erupted, rapidly obscuring their corner of the battlefield. Shinso, Mei, and Team Todoroki began to cough, tears streaming down their faces. Mei had apparently gotten the smoke mix wrong, and it was somewhat noxious. Izuku, however, was fine, his mask sealing and going to internal air supply. He managed to finally get out of the ice and switched to thermal vision. I'm going to stay in the smoke, he told Mei and Shinso. Try to be quiet. Okay, Shinso said, his voice muffled. Mei had face masks. We'll pop off a few more. It's no good, my engines have seized up. And I can't find them in this smoke, Ida's voice gasped, his voice sounding strangled. Here, put on these gas masks, Yaoyorozu called. Sweating, Izuku watched as Team Todoroki refitted. The other teams were staying well away from the smoke, apparently thinking it was too risky to go where they couldn't see clearly. Mei had popped off a few more smoke bombs, and the air was now thick and black. Izuku moved as quietly as he could, though with the roar of the crowd and the sounds of Bakugo's explosions, it wasn't hard. He glanced at the timer he'd put on his HUD. Less than 5 minutes to go. Still, Team Todoroki regrouped, Yaoyorozu making heat vision goggles for her own team. You're better off just waiting, Shinso called to them. You're in 4th place. You'll still make it to the finals. The other team didn't respond, but they could only stumble forward in the smoke. Ida had overloaded his engines and was nearly crippled. It wasn't very satisfying, dodging through the smoke to run out the time, but it worked. At last, the horn sounded. And that's the end of the cavalry battle. Present Mike announced. What a display, folks. Team Shinso, against all odds, has held on to the 10 million point headband. Team Bakugo is now in 2nd place, having captured 3 teams' headbands in addition to keeping their own. Team Kendo is in 3rd place, with 3 headbands. And 4th but certainly not least, our former 2nd place contenders, Team Todoroki, who also kept their own headbands for a satisfying finish. What a display! Izuku squared his shoulders and strode out of the smoke, trying to project an air of confidence he didn't really feel. That was a mistake, Mei groaned. No one could see our babies through all that smoke. It doesn't matter, we won, Shinso said. He unstrapped himself and hopped off, gazing up at Izuku with a determined expression. From here on out, we're rivals again. I hope we don't face each other for the finals, since you know my quirk. Izuku nodded, not daring to speak. He reached out, extending his hand to Shinso. The other boy took it and shook silently. With a final nod, he departed. He's weird, Mei commented. I like him. He's got the same dream I do, Izuku said. In some ways, he's actually got it harder. Sure, I don't have a quirk, but that means I had to find a completely new way to become a hero. For Shinso, his quirk is weird and makes him seem villainous. People won't trust him, and it's not flashy enough to get him fans. But it's very strong. He could save a lot of people if only anyone would give him a chance. We'll just have to make him some super cute babies to help him out. Mei vowed. I can think of a dozen ways to improve his quirk. It doesn't work. Amplified, but I bet we could get him a voice modulator to disguise it so people wouldn't know it was him. That is a good idea, Izuku agreed. But we should focus on what comes next. Grinning widely, Mei spun in a circle in excitement. We'll be up on the stage showing off our super cute babies. Yeah, about that, do you want to wear the power suit? Izuku asked, rubbing the back of his head and glancing up at their creation. Nah, I'll be fine. We've got other babies too. Besides, I'm not going to win. I'll just show off for the judges for a bit. It will be your job to prove to the world that I'm the world's greatest inventor, and you're the world's greatest hero, Izuku. So don't let me or our babies down. Right? Don't worry, Mei, this is our chance. The whole world is watching and I can't let them down now. Izuku agreed. Finalists, please proceed to your preparation chambers. The first round pairings will be announced shortly. Present Mike said. And while we're waiting on that, it's time for a few games for the rest of our students. Come on, Mei said, poking Izuku. Let's get this baby back to the shop and do some minor repairs. Then it's on to the stage. I just know all the support companies will be watching us, and every pro hero in Japan. Yeah. Let's not disappoint them. This document baited by Kyla Katarn's 77. The Great Achilles. Hateful to me as the gates of Hades is that man who hides one thing in his heart and speaks another. Homer, The Iliad. Izuku glanced up at the TV screen by the vending machine. He'd left to get himself a milk and Mei Hatsume coffee. The pairings popped up, and Izuku was about to open his milk and take a drink. His first pairing was, fortunately, against Mina Ishido. She was one of the only participants he'd prepped against. But a look at Mei's pairing made Izuku drop his milk, spilling it across the floor. He dashed back to their prep room, his eyes wild with panic. "Mei, you have to forfeit," Izuku shouted, slamming open the door. She looked up, frowning. "Where's my coffee?" "Mei, you have to forfeit the first match. You're going up against Ka against Bakugo." "Yeah. But where's my coffee?" Mei prompted. Frantically, Izuku knelt down next to Mei where she was working on the power suit's legs. He put his hands on her shoulders, his arms trembling slightly. "Mei, Bakugo, he's really angry. He's going to hurt you if you fight him." Mei laughed. "No, he's not. We made those missiles special for him. I'll teach him a lesson for all those times he made fun of you and our babies." "Mei, listen. Bakugo is strong. Really strong. We never got to test our missiles antiperspirant spray. What if it doesn't even work? He'll hurt you really badly." Shrugging, Mei turned back to her work. "Well, if it doesn't, I'll just forfeit. But I have to at least test it out, or what was the point?" "Mei, please, I'm really worried about you," Izuku pleaded. "The plan was never for you to fight Bakugo. It was supposed to be me." "Well, don't worry, Izuku. If I beat him, then I'll forfeit to you. I don't want to keep you from being a hero." "That's not what this is about," Izuku half shouted. "Bakugo is ruthless in competition. And he thinks we've slighted him. He's going to go all out against you. Izuku, do you not have any faith in me or our babies?" Mei demanded. Izuku jerked back. "I know, of course I do. Why, you're really smart, and Dot and I know we've made good stuff, but dash. Then don't worry about it. Now let's finish getting ready. I'll just use the handheld missile launcher I made for my match with Bakugo." Reluctantly, Izuku helped Mei assemble their handheld launcher and load it with 3 antiperspirant missiles. Then they worked on the power suit in relative silence, aside from Mei complaining twice about the coffee until Izuku went and retrieved the fallen can from the hallway. Still, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was going to happen. Eventually, though, he had to force it out of his mind and load into the power suit as his match was up first. "Go show them how wonderful our babies are," Mei said, waving goodbye as Izuku walked out onto the arena floor. Yeah, same to you," he managed, waving half-heartedly, then turning back to the stage. "Our first 2 contestants. She's peppy, she's cute, and she's just a little bit freka. Let's get a warm round of applause for Mina Ishido from Class 1A." The pink-skinned girl glided up onto the stage on a wave of acid, then turned and waved to the crowd enthusiastically. Her quirk was strong, Izuku knew, producing acid that could seriously damage the power suit if he wasn't careful. He'd planned ahead though, and held 2 missiles in his hands loaded with the anti-acid foam. He planned to detonate them immediately, using the foam to shield himself, then detonating a series of missiles over the field to coat it in antacid foam to negate Ishido's quirk. And in the other corner, it's none other than the front-runner, Izuku Midoriya. It may come as no surprise to you all that he comes from Class 1H in the support course, but what's even more shocking is this. Izuku Midoriya is the first ever quirkless student to make it to the final round. Izuku gritted his teeth at that announcement. What would people think of him? He forced himself to look straight ahead and prayed that his trembling limbs wouldn't cause the power suit to lose its balance. He clambered up onto the stage, assuming a fighting posture with his 2 arms raised. "Wow, you're really quirkless?" Ishido asked. "That's super cool. You must be really smart. But don't think I'm going to go easy on you." "Why, same to you. But really, it was Mei Hatsume who dash. Begin." Without further warning, Ishido raced forward, spraying acid at Izuku. Out of reflex, Izuku dodged to the side, avoiding most of the attack, though some acid sprayed on his suit. Then he remembered the missiles in his hands and tossed them up in the air, triggering their detonators. "Wow!" Ishido cried. She was only a few feet away from Izuku, and a good deal of foam washed over her. What the heck? Oalita. Ashido tried to spray acid, but the foam coating her absorbed most of it, leaving only a few flecks to spray through the air. Izuku rushed her, grabbing Ashido carefully in both hands. Sorry! Izuku shouted. He spun around, hurling Ashido through the air. She wailed and flailed her arms, but Izuku stepped back, opening his missile bays. Somehow, Ashido managed to land right on the line without going over it, pirouetting and stepping back into the ring. But Izuku fired off a single missile which exploded between him and Ashido, spraying them both with a geyser of foam. When the smoke cleared, Ashido had been forced out of the ring, splayed on the ground and covered in foam. I'm so sorry. Izuku gasped. He hurried forward, gently scraping the foam off of Ashido's face, causing her to cough and splutter. I am really sorry, Ashido. Are you okay? I. Ashido coughed. Then she suddenly sat up, startling Izuku. I have never seen anything so amazing. Midoriya, how the heck did you make this stuff? I can't even use my quirk. Well, you see, Hatsume and we sort of researched what your quirk was and, WWE made these missiles to, cancel your acid. Ashido blinked. Seriously? You were that worried about me? Well, your quirk is really strong and well, we thought we should be prepared, since we figured you were sure to make it into the finals. That is like the biggest compliment ever. If I hadn't just gotten my butt kicked so hard, I might actually think it was kind of sweet. Ashido winced, glancing down at herself. As it is, good match. Congratulations. I so need a shower now. Izuku helped Ashido up, then a medical team arrived to see to her. Izuku felt really bad about how one-sided the match had been, but he looked up to see Mei running towards him. Izuku, that was amazing, she cheered, leaping up onto him. Izuku caught her in his arms, and Mei hugged him tightly. You showed everyone how awesome our babies are. Ashido never had a prayer. The missiles, they worked wonderfully. Suddenly Mei climbed up on top of Izuku, taking out a loudspeaker from somewhere. That's right, everyone, Mei's voice boomed. That amazing display was brought to you by us. Me, Mei Hatsume, the world's greatest inventor, and Izuku Midoriya, the world's next greatest hero. Support companies, take note. Wouldn't you love to fund us? Just imagine it, Izuku and I making babies together at your company forever. Silence. The roar of the crowd suddenly died as everyone stared at Mei in shock. She means the inventions. Izuku called frantically. The inventions? She calls them dash. Well, I guess love can bloom on the battlefield. Ms. Midnight called. Well, please clear the stage. You can go make babies in private in your waiting room. Thanks. We will. Mei agreed, hopping down. Come on, Izuku, let's go make more babies. Izuku groaned to himself, but followed after Mei as the crowd started chattering. What sort of person did they think he was? Still, Izuku didn't have time to watch the two other matches, instead focusing on repairing and refitting the power suit. Before he knew it, the loudspeaker came to life. Mei Hatsume, please report to the stadium floor for your match. Alrighty. Don't worry, Izuku, I'll take care of Bakugo for you. With that, Mei ran out, carrying her gear. Are you sure you don't want to take the power suit? Izuku asked. Mei shook her head. I don't know how to pilot it very well, you've always done that. I might accidentally hurt our baby. You just take care of them and I'll handle Bakugo. Despite himself, Izuku found himself leaving and hurrying to the student observation box. Hey, Midoriya. Over here. Izuku turned to see Ashido waving at him from a seat, dressed in a set of civilian clothes. He hurried over, blushing slightly. Hi, Ashido. Are you okay? Yeah, they hosed me off and I could make acid once that foam came off. Ashido explained. All I had were a few scrapes and bruises. I'm surprised, you totally could have pounded me with that thing. Yeah, well, I didn't want to hurt anybody, Izuku said nervously, gazing out onto the field. Oh yeah, this is Hatsume's match, yeah? She's your girlfriend, right? I hope you two use protection, otherwise you could get into big trouble. Izuku whirled, his face beet red, stumbling over himself to explain, but was interrupted by present Mike. Stepping out onto the field, it's our second contestant from the support class. She loves her babies and probably someone else, too. Give it up for Mei Hatsume. Mei walked out, grinning widely and toting the missile launcher, along with a bandolier of smoke bombs and other explosives. For half a heartbeat, Izuku thought she had a chance. And from the hero course, the #1 finisher in the entrance exams. He's hot-headed and determined to win. Let's hear it for Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo moseyed up to the stage, his hands in his pockets, a sour expression on his face. In that moment, Izuku's heart sank. Mei hadn't a prayer. You're going to pay for bad-mouthing my babies and Izuku. Mei snapped, readying her launcher. Bakugo snorted. Whatever. If I have to stomp the nerdette to get to the real fights, so be it. Ready? Ms. Midnight asked. Begin. Mei immediately fired her rocket launcher, but Bakugo was already moving, using his explosions to fling himself across the field. Mei panicked, dropping the launcher and flinging a flashbang and a smoke bomb at Bakugo. The stage vanished, first in a blinding flash of light, then in a cloud of thick dark smoke. Izuku strained his eyes, but failed to see anything. Down on the stage, Mei was chuckling to herself, picking up her launcher and taking a few steps forwards. How do you like my babies? Honestly, you're worse than the nerd. You think a few toys and some tricks are going to stop me? Out of the smoke, Bakugo appeared, a wicked grin slashed across his face, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Mei panicked again, firing the missile at point-blank range. It wouldn't have had time to arm, but Bakugo swiped at it, exploding it with a blast from his quirk. That sent Mei flying to near the center of the stage, coughing and gasping. Bakugo stumbled back himself, grimacing in pain. You call that an explosion? You're pathetic. Why they even let you bring this worthless crap in is beyond me. Bakugo complained, shaking his wrist to get some sense back into his hands from the recoil. He suddenly coughed, the strange mist from the missile coating him. Don't you dare insult our babies. Izuku worked really hard on those. Mei shouted, jumping at Bakugo out of the mists. Taken by surprise, Bakugo shuffled half a step back, raising his hand to fire off a blast. To his shock, nothing more than a few sparks appeared. His hands felt dry all of a sudden, and with a start Bakugo realized there had been something in those missiles that could cancel out his quirk. He had no time to think, however, as Mei was upon him, punching him square in the nose, then battering at his head and chest. Reeling from the blow, Bakugo stumbled back through the still thick smoke for a moment, unable to use his quirk. After a second he recovered, snarling and grabbing Mei. He threw her to the ground, then proceeded to jump atop her, straddling Mei and pounding at her face. Mei shrieked in pain and anger, clawing at Bakugo with her fingers, but the other boy was both bigger and stronger than Mei. While she had plenty of muscle, there was no overcoming the sheer advantages of both TSTRN and the years of fights and training that Bakugo had. Slowly, Mei's struggles faded as Bakugo battered at her. In a final burst, she grabbed his hands, struggling with Bakugo as he attempted to beat her down. Just give up so I won't have to hurt, you nerdette. Bakugo wheezed. But Mei was past reason, wailing and crying from the pain and noxious fumes. She dug her fingers into Bakugo, drawing blood with her short nails. Have it your way, Bakugo grunted. He pointed his palms at Mei, having at last worked up a bit of a sweat from his exertions, as the antiperspirant didn't completely prevent him from using his quirk. He unleashed a decently sized blast right into Mei's face. The shock shattered her goggles, sending shards of glass into her eyes, and burning her hair and face. It was too much, and Mei fell back, unconscious. Slowly, Bakugo got to his feet, panting. The swirl of smoke around him finally cleared, leaving him looking down at the broken and bloodied Mei. Oh God, Ms. Midnight gasped. The match is over. Bakugo wins. Step away from her. Bakugo spat to the side, wiping his bloody nose. Fine. He was unable to say more, blood covering his face and his broken nose making speech hard. From the stands, Izuku watched, looking down as he gripped the bars with white knuckles. No, he whispered, tears leaking down his face. Mei. Oh man, that's harsh. Bakugo went way too hard on her. She's just from the support course. He had no reason to go all out, Ishido complained. Sorry Midoriya. Bakugo, well, he's sort of an a-hole. Bakugo, Izuku growled, tears and rage blinding him. For the first time in his life, something inside Izuku snapped. He lost all sense of reason, all sense who he was or where he was. A blinding, overwhelming need to destroy something, anything, especially what had hurt Mei filled him. He found himself trying to climb over the railing, screaming at the top of his lungs. I'll kill you, Bakugo. You hear me? I'll kill you for what you did to Mei. I won't forgive this, not now, not ever. I'll kill you. Whoa! Ishido gasped. Midoriya, don't crap. Guys, help. Hands grabbed at Izuku, but he batted them away, screaming and trying to jump over the railing, despite the fact that he was at least 30 feet up. Bakugo just looked at him, holding his hand to his nose, glaring at Izuku. Midoriya. Midoriya, calm down. A voice, Ida, a part of Izuku knew, shouted. Help us, Kirishima. Get him down. Finally, Kirishima hurried forward, grabbing Izuku and hauling him back, having to activate his hardening quirk to keep Izuku from beating him. Dude, calm down. Look, it's messed up what happened to your girlfriend, but relax. You can't do this or they'll kick you out, man. Kirishima urged. Finally, Izuku managed to sek in a deep breath, tears still running down his cheeks as he slumped to the floor against Kirishima. It's over, Bakugo, Izuku whispered. I hate you. Not for what you did to me, but for what you did to Mei. What did he ever do to you? Ishido asked, confused, crouching in front of Izuku. Kaminari winced. Well, they sort of went to school together. Bakugo told me earlier. You know he's quirkless and well, Bakugo is a complete a-hole. God, don't tell me he bullied a quirkless kid? Ishido demanded. Izuku didn't say anything, just panting and glaring down at his clenched fists. He wiped his nose with the back of his hand. I'm fine. Kirishima, right? Yeah, man. The red-haired youth deactivated his quirk and extended his hand to Izuku. That was totally messed up. I'm sorry, man. I thought Bakugo was alright, but... Now hold on, everyone, Ida interjected. Bakugo is clearly injured. It looks like Mei put up quite a fight. Bakugo may have been harsh, but dash. Dude, it totally isn't the time for that. Kirishima exploded, rounding on Ida. Midoriya's girl just got thrashed and you're defending the guy who did it? Not cool, Ida, Ishido huffed. Bakugo totally crossed a line. Ida flushed but didn't back down. Well, perhaps, but it was a fight and dash. Kirishima put a hand on Ida's shoulder. Dude. Time. It's fine, Izuku sniffed. He scrubbed his eyes. I must be a mess. Sorry, I have to get ready for my match. Looks like you're facing me actually, Kirishima said. He rubbed the back of his head. Look man, I know you just had a rough time, but dash. Come at me with everything you have. Izuku yelled, making a fist and glaring at Kirishima. I want to get into the hero course. If you think for 1 second you should go easy on me just because I'm quirkless, you're wrong. Hit me with everything you have, and I'll prove to the world I deserve to be a hero. For Mei. Kirishima took a step back, raising his hands in a placating gesture. I was just gonna say, can't take it easy on you, man. I aim to make it to the top too. Plus, I mean, you kicked Ishido's butt. No offense. None taken. He's good. You'll have to bring your A game, Kirishima. Good luck to both of you. Ishido said, smiling and giving them both a thumbs up. Then she suddenly stepped forward, pulling Izuku into a quick hug. And I'm sorry about Hatsume. She'll be okay, Recovery Girl came out to get her. There had been a time when Izuku would have flinched from such a show of physical affection, especially from a girl his age. Now though, he just closed his eyes and hugged Ishido back, giving her a firm squeeze. Thanks. I'll be okay. I just hope Mei is too. I'll go check on her, Midoriya. Good luck. And I'm rooting for you to get into the hero course. You're totally gonna be an awesome hero. With that, Ishido left, hurrying off towards the infirmary. I guess I should go get ready for our match, Kirishima said. He extended his hand to Izuku. May the best man win. Yeah, thanks. You too, Izuku said awkwardly. Kirishima laughed and slapped him on the back, then headed towards his waiting room. Midoriya, a moment? Ida said quietly. Izuku turned to face the other boy, who had a serious expression on his face. What is it? I know you care for Hatsume, Midoriya, Ida began. I understand that it can be hard to see someone you love get hurt. But Hatsume knew what she was getting into and dash. No, she didn't. Izuku exploded. She doesn't understand. I tried to tell her, but she gets like this sometimes and won't see reason. She becomes obsessed and I don't know how to help her then. Ida shook his head and held up a hand. Midoriya, I don't think you're giving Hatsume enough credit. She's clearly an intelligent young woman and dash. She's got a disability. Izuku snapped, sticking his own finger out at Ida. Part of him could hardly believe how rude he was being, but the other part of him was still full of that rage that needed venting. I'm quirkless. She's got autism. We're both weakling freaks to Bakugo. She doesn't live in the real world. I have to take care of her, keep her safe. She doesn't remember to eat, or sleep, or take care of herself at all when she gets focused on something. She was so convinced that she needed to show off her babies to the world and that she could handle Bakugo because she's never been in a situation where she was threatened, especially by Bakugo. Well, I have. I spent years getting pushed around by Bakugo because I thought of us as friends. But he never did. He was offended at my very existence. Do you know why? Because I'm quirkless. And now, he hates Mei because she's with me, because she's different too. Well, I'm not going to allow that anymore. Do you understand me? I won't let that happen. Ida took a step back, a look of horrified bewilderment on his face. I'm sorry, I didn't know, Midoriya, I am sorry. That's truly vile. I didn't think even someone like Bakugo could do that to a person. Izuku sniffed and looked away, feeling tears come into his eyes. He told me to kill myself, once. I think maybe if I hadn't met Mei, but that doesn't matter now. I did meet Mei. And I'm going to become a hero. Part of that is saving people in trouble. And the other part? It's justice. With that, Izuku turned and walked back to the preparation room. Part of him wanted to be at Mei's side. Maybe even most of him. But he knew what he had to do. He needed to win his next 2 fights. Then he could see Bakugo in the finals. Don't you dare lose, Bakugo. Not before I have a chance to teach you that just because someone is different, doesn't mean they're worthless. Baited by Katarn 77. Finding the heel. If a man has you entirely at his mercy, then hope like hell that man is an evil man. Because the evil like power over people, and they want to see you in fear. Hope like hell your captor is an evil man. A good man will kill you with hardly a word. Terry Pratchett, Men at Arms. It took just over half an hour for Izuku's next match to start. In that time, he refitted the power suit with he and flashbang missiles, and recharged all the power supplies. It was hard, doing it without Mei, but Izuku was determined not to fail. When the time came, he loaded himself into the suit, and strode out to the arena floor. From the Hero Course Class 1A, it's the stalwart Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima walked out, cracking his knuckles and grinning as the crowd cheered. And of course, you all know him by now, it's the quirkless wonder, Izuku Midoriya. This time the crowd went wild for present Mick's announcement, though Izuku hardly noticed it. Izuku walked into the ring, no waving, no showboating. For once, he wasn't panicked or nervous. Calm filled him. He could do this. He had to do this. For me. Again, no hard feelings, Kirishima said, activating his quirk. His skin turned hard as stone, and spikes of rock formed on his arms and hands. No hard feelings, Izuku agreed. Begin. Ms. Midnight called. Kirishima came straight on, just as Izuku had figured he would. But he wasn't playing that game. Jumping straight up, Izuku activated his jet pack and hoover boots, then launched his grapple at Kirishima. He dodged to the side, but Izuku hadn't really been trying to hit him. Instead, he flew around Kirishima, using the grapple as a tether. In short order, he had Kirishima wrapped to the grapple spear, bound tightly. Izuku landed, keeping tension on the line. He slowly reeled himself in as Kirishima struggled, but the high-tension wire cable was too much for him to easily break. Izuku yanked out the spear with one hand, then tossed Kirishima into the air, tugging on the other end of the cable to maintain tension. He spun around and around, whirling Kirishima like a hammer throw. He let fly, sending the other boy soaring through the air to crash into the stadium wall. Wow, that was fast. Midoriya wins. Present Mike called, but Izuku ignored it. He clambered off the stage, walking over to pry Kirishima out from the wall. Friggin' ow, Kirishima muttered. Thanks man. Geez, you are strong. And smart. I never even saw that coming. Sorry. But I had to win, Izuku said, helping Kirishima to his feet. Hey, no worries. I told you to come at me hard. You kept your word, like a man. Kirishima extended his hand, and Izuku grasped it. His pressure sensors screamed as he squeezed back, Kirishima's grip literally hard enough to crush boulders. Thanks. It was a good fight, Izuku said. Kirishima laughed. Easy for you to say. Looks like I got a lot of work to do if I hope to keep up with you. Good on you, man. I think you really can make it all the way. But you'll probably face Bakugo or Todoroki in the finals. That's gonna be tough. Izuku shrugged, the motion slightly exaggerated by the power suit. It had better be Bakugo. It's time he learned that quirkless doesn't mean worthless. Izuku and Kirishima's match had been the first of the second round, which gave Izuku more time to refit the power suit. He felt fairly useless, as while he was good at the minor repairs and refits, he couldn't diagnose if there were any deeper problems. Mei had always been better at that, and being able to tell if there were any problems with their creations by sound, smell, and touch, instead of relying on tools and instruments like Izuku had to. Still, the power suit was in fairly good shape. The damage so far had been minor, and thanks to his short battle with Kirishima he'd expended minimal power. He glanced up at the monitor to see Shinso win another easy victory against Yanagi from Class 1B. She seemed to be aware of his quirk to a degree, but after a brief fight she'd slipped up and answered something Shinso had said, then simply walked out of the ring. As for Bakugo, he blasted away at Bondo, easily escaping the glue Bondo threw at him and then knocking Bondo right out of the arena in one solid hit. This time, it was Bakugo's turn first. His match with Todoroki was long and taxing, but even with a last-ditch effort using both his fire and ice powers, Todoroki just couldn't overcome Bakugo's skill and determination, leading to a win by TKO after Cementos and Ms. Midnight both decided the match was too dangerous to continue. However, Todoroki had a bit of a breakdown after using his fire powers, and was trembling with exhaustion, barely able to stand. This led to Bakugo being declared the winner, much to his consternation. He didn't try hard enough. Bakugo complained as he was led away. Then it was time again. Izuku climbed back into the power suit, taking a deep breath. This time, he'd be going up against someone he considered an ally and a friend. But he couldn't say a single word. This match of the semifinals is one for the history books, folks. Present Mike declared. We have not one, but two students from outside of the hero course, an unprecedented event. No matter what happens, one of them is going to the finals. Coming out now is the mysterious Hitoshi Shinso. His weird but powerful quirk has led to uneventful but decisive battles. He's gunning for the hero course, and with skills like his, he just might make it. But can he defeat the unstoppable Titan? You know him, you love him, he's the quirkless wonder from the support course, Izuku Midoriya. Can he reach the finals to face down his legendary rival Bakugo and avenge his fallen love? Let's find out. Izuku stood across from Shinso, who gave him a crooked smile. You're not going to make this easy on me, are you? Izuku didn't respond, only falling into a ready stance. To his surprise, Shinso motioned to the crowd for quiet. After a few seconds, the stadium fell silent. Shinso, what is the matter? Do you wish to delay the match? Ms. Midnight asked. I have something to say, Shinso said, turning to the crowd. He put his hand on his chest, extending his other arm out in a broad gesture. I was born with a powerful quirk. As most of you have probably guessed, I can use it to control others. I won't tell you exactly how, but Midoriya already knows the secret. And frankly, that's the match. Are you forfeiting? Ms. Midnight prompted. Just a moment, Shinso said. He continued on to the crowd. I was rejected from the hero course. Just like Midoriya was. We don't fit society's definition of what it means to be heroes. He was born quirkless, and I was born with a quirk that scares people. They label me a villain and him useless. Well, look at us now. Shinso pointed to Midoriya, a twisted smile on his face. We're at the semi-finals of the UA Sports Fest. Now, normally, even backed into a corner like this, I'd try to take on Midoriya. I'd fight for all that I'm worth. Because I too can be a hero. I can use my quirk to save lives, to help others, in ways that people with flashier or more conventional quirks could never dream of. But today, I'm going to do something else that a hero needs to be able to do. I'm going to step aside. True, Midoriya could probably beat me anyway. But he's out to prove something bigger than what I am trying to do. I'm trying to prove that my quirk is good enough. I'm doing this for me. But Midoriya? Midoriya is doing this for every man, woman, and child who is quirkless. Our society rejects those who don't fit the mold. We tell people, you can do this, you can do that, but don't try to be something else. Well, today, Midoriya is something else. He's proven he's the strongest, fastest, most qualified person in the entire first year at UA to be a hero. But he's not in the hero course. Because he's quirkless. I ask you, is that right? There were mutters from the crowd, many of them uncomfortable. It's too dangerous, someone shouted. Really? Shinso demanded. Did you see him during the cavalry battle? Because he took on the whole DMN school and won, even when every single one of them were gunning for him. I might have helped, but frankly I did it because I thought he could win even without me. I rode him to victory, not the other way around. I think Izuku Midoriya can be a hero. No, that's not true. I think Izuku Midoriya can be the greatest hero we've ever seen. We just have to let him. With that, Shinso turned back to Ms. Midnight and stepped backwards out of the ring. I forfeit. Ms. Midnight nodded. Izuku Midoriya wins the match by default. Shinso shrugged, then turned to Izuku. Prove me right. Don't let the rest of the quirkless down. I won't, Izuku tried to say, but found his voice was raw and husky with emotion. Instead, he nodded and bowed. Shinso seemed to accept that and turned away, walking out of the stadium. Well, that was something. I guess it's down to the grudge match of the century. Midoriya versus Bakugo. Can these old friends reconcile their differences on the battlefield? We'll find out in 15 minutes. Instead of leaving, Izuku crouched down, waiting. He'd already loaded the suit for Bakugo. He had known he could easily beat Shinso as long as he kept his mouth shut, since the suit gave him overwhelming force. He hadn't wanted to hurt the other boy, but he had also been determined to win. Thank you, Shinso, Izuku whispered. Thanks for reminding me this is about more than me. More than Mei. I have to show the world that being quirkless doesn't mean you can't become something more. After the allotted time was up, Bakugo strode out onto the field, his clothes plastered to his skin with sweat. So he'd learned. Izuku knew Bakugo had needed to see Recovery Girl to mend his wounds from his fight with Mei and Todoroki. He had to be at least a little tired. But he knew about the antiperspirant, and he was ready. That didn't matter. Izuku stood up, waiting for Bakugo atop the stadium. You really do think you're better than me, don't you, nerd? Bakugo demanded as he walked up the steps. Or are you just mad that I hurt your girlfriend? Furious, Izuku said, falling into his fighting stance once more. But this is about more than that, Bakugo. Once we were friends. I would have done anything for you. I looked up to you, admired you for your strength, your drive, your courage. I was blind to your flaws. But now I see them. And it's time for me to open your eyes. You talk a lot. But that's all you've ever been good at, isn't it? Your girlfriend made you that suit. Now she can bury you in it, Bakugo snarled. Izuku clenched his fists, readying himself, but Ms. Midnight stepped out onto the field. Now I want a nice, clean fight. From both of you. No reckless displays of violence. If the other fighter goes down, you stop, you understand me? If I have to step in, I'm disqualifying the offender. You won't even take second place. Whatever. If he's down in the dirt, who cares about a medal? Bakugo demanded. Everyone will know who won this, no matter what you do. So will you get out of my way, or are you going to try to protect the freak? Ms. Midnight's lips formed into a tight line. I won't accept any hate speech either, Bakugo. Especially not for his being quirkless. Oh, will you give it a rest? He's a freak because he's a nerd, because he's a crybaby, because he thinks he's better than me, and because he hangs out with the nerdette. His being quirkless is just a result of him being weak. Ms. Midnight blinked. Young man, I think you need therapy. But I'm going to let this match go on, if for no other reason that I think you're about to learn a valuable lesson. You're right. I'll show you what it feels like to have you idiots eat your words. Now get out of my way. Ms. Midnight glanced at Izuku. I will stop the match if you rough him up too much. Izuku nodded. I won't leave him any more battered than he left his other victims. That seems fair, Ms. Midnight agreed. She winked at Izuku. Just make sure you're not too rough with Hatsume later either. You are a naughty boy. With that, she giggled and stepped out of the ring. Begin. Bakugo came straight at Izuku, launching himself forward and up into the air, expecting Izuku to do what he'd done at the start of the cavalry battle, and at the start of each of his matches. Instead, Izuku ducked and strafed to the side, launching out half a dozen antiperspirant missiles. Bakugo dodged most of them, shielding himself with a volley of explosions, but the field was still coated in the misty spray. Demon you! Bakugo roared. Don't think you can stop me so easily. I worked up a nice sweat before we even started. He rubbed his hands on his shirt to get more fuel, then flung more explosions at Izuku. Now for the second part of his plan. Izuku fired off the other 6 missiles he had, all loaded with anti-acid foam. The missiles flew up a few feet, then exploded, coating the entire arena and both combatants in a thick layer of foam. The hell is this? Bakugo spluttered, shaking the foam off of himself. What are you even dash? He was interrupted by a sudden explosion that flung him into the air as all the sweat in his shirt detonated. Nitroglycerin is unstable, Izuku commented. But it's even more unstable in a basic solution. Which that foam is. Bakugo gasped and tried to rise, but more tiny explosions covered his body. He cried out in pain, twisting and writhing as every sweat gland on his hands that wasn't blocked by the antiperspirant continually exploded as soon as sweat formed. His convulsions only coated him in more foam, causing even more reactions. Seeing Bakugo broken and bloodied on the ground did something to Izuku. While he was still angry at Bakugo, he also felt pity for him. The rage went out of his heart, and Izuku felt sick, knowing he was responsible for the humiliation and breaking of a boy who had once been his friend. But he still had to win. It's over, Bakugo. Izuku walked forward, grabbing Bakugo by the collar and preparing to fling him out of the arena. DMNU, Bakugo hissed. He clapped both his hands onto Izuku's arm, causing a small blast. Bakugo flinched back in pain, but Izuku's armor was only dented. The blast had been too weak to do much. Izuku felt as though he were manhandling a child now. You can't beat me. You're just a worthless nobody. A weakling. I'm better than this. Bakugo wheezed. You were born with a gift, Bakugo. I envied you for it. But you've turned that gift into a handicap with your arrogance. Izuku grabbed Bakugo with both arms, squeezing hard enough to crush the air from Bakugo's lungs. Izuku winced when he heard a crack, and he knew he'd broken at least one of Bakugo's ribs. He hadn't meant to do that. He'd wanted to simply force Bakugo into giving up without hurting him further. The real disgust, though, came when he realized at least part of him was reveling in his former friend's pain. Gently, Izuku lifted Bakugo up. He's done. End the match, he shouted to Ms. Midnight. I can still fight, Bakugo cried. He coughed, and a few flecks of blood escaped his lips. Don't you dare dash. He needs medical attention. Izuku called, but Ms. Midnight was already running over, ripping her sleeve to release her somnolent mist. Izuku's mask kept it out of his system, but Bakugo mercifully passed out. Gently, Izuku lifted Bakugo into his arms, then carried him over to Recovery Girl, who was hurrying out onto the arena floor. Looking down at Bakugo, broken and bloody, a lot of the hate drained out of Izuku. Instead of feeling good about beating his long-time tormentor, he just felt empty. What had he taught Bakugo? That if you were stronger, you really could beat up someone weaker than you? That hadn't been what he'd wanted. He set Bakugo down so that Recovery Girl could use her quirk, and stepped back. Broken bones, bruises, and multiple lacerations. You kids just don't know how to take it easy, do you? Recovery Girl asked. After bending over Bakugo and administering her quirk, she looked up at Izuku. Do you feel better now, young man? Did revenge feel like you thought it would? No, Izuku admitted, feeling dull and empty. Mostly I'm just worried about Mei. How is she? In the first aid station. You can go see her now, but don't get her too excited. She needs rest. Her eyes were badly damaged. I fixed the worst of the injuries, but she'll need days of rest yet before she's at 100%. Izuku deactivated the power suit and climbed out, tossing his helmet aside. I'll make sure she gets it, ma'am. Thank you. Hurrying through the halls, Izuku's heart pounded with worry. He threw open the doors to the infirmary, wildly looking around and, hey, how did my babies do? Did Izuku win? Did everyone see him beat up Bakugo? Mei was sitting up in bed, a bandage wrapped around her eyes. The typical manic grin was back, and she was humming to herself softly as soon as she finished speaking. Mei, you're okay? Izuku cried, hurrying over and grabbing her hand. Are you going to be all right? Izuku, you didn't answer my questions. What about our babies? Are they okay? Did they work? Was everyone impressed? Did you beat Bakugo? I did, Izuku whispered, squeezing Mei's hand. I won, Mei. Everyone saw how amazing you are. No, I'm pretty sure they saw how bad I am at fighting. I think from now on, I will exclusively leave the field testing to you, Izuku. I did not like it very much. But the power suit is okay? Bakugo didn't hurt it. It's just fine, Izuku laughed, wiping away tears. Hardly a scratch on it. Everything worked perfectly. I used the antiperspirant to prevent him from sweating, then sprayed him down with the anti-acid foam. It's basic sodash. So it would react with his nitroglycerin-like sweat. Great thinking, Izuku. I bet you blew him in half. Izuku looked away, feeling guilty. I sprayed him with the antiperspirant first so it wouldn't kill him. I was really angry, man. Seeing you get hurt, that IT was the worst thing I've ever seen. It's a good thing you never came to my old school then, Mei observed. That's one reason I like being at UA. With you around, I get beat up a lot less. Mei, I. Izuku choked up, unable to speak, instead just squeezing Mei's hand. Izuku, do you need a hug? Mei asked quietly. Sometimes, people need hugs, Mr. Onizuka said. And it's okay. Yes, Izuku whispered, a strange mix of emotions swirling inside him. Mei leaned over and gave Izuku a tight squeeze. I like hugs. You hugged me 2 days ago. I think you should do it more often. I liked it. I'll hug you whenever you like, Mei, Izuku promised, squeezing his eyes shut. I'll never let that happen to you again. What? You just said you'd hug me, Mei said, sounding confused. No, I mean Bakugo hurting you. I won't let anyone hurt you again. Well, that's really stupid. Izuku blinked, jerking back. What do you mean? Mei, I just want to protect you. Well, I'm glad, but you told me not to fight Bakugo. I didn't listen. And you can't protect me all the time. Are you going to try to take away my welding torch like my teachers used to do? Because I hurt myself all the time with that. Not as much anymore, but look here. See the burns? I had to go to the hospital so many times, 'cause I burned myself. I will be very upset if you try to take away my welding torch. No, I mean prevent you from being hurt by other people, Izuku explained. Well, you can't do that either. Other people still hurt me all the time. You hurt me sometimes, but I think it's because you care about me. I don't like it when you make me leave our babies and go get food. But I'm also glad you do it later because I really was hungry. Are you going to stop doing that? No, Izuku admitted. Well, then just be my friend, okay? And tell me if I'm doing something stupid, like fighting another Bakugo. Just say that. Mei, you are trying to fight Bakugo again. And then I will remember and listen better. Even if I'm not actually fighting Bakugo. It's a reminder. Yeah, I understand, Izuku agreed. I guess I just felt responsible, because Bakugo really hates me. He is a JRK, Mei agreed. I don't like him. He's mean to you. Izuku shook his head. You don't like him because he's mean to me? Mei, he just beat you bloody. Yeah, but he gave me a chance to give up. I just forgot that I could because I really wanted to show off my babies. But I used a smoke bomb so no one got to see anyway. Kinda silly, huh? That brought Izuku up short. Bakugo tried to get you to give up? But a couple of times. But I didn't listen. He was still mean though. He hurt my babies. And he broke my goggles. That's baby number one. I'll never forgive him for that. We'll make new goggles, Mei, together, Izuku promised. Now he felt guilty about telling Ida that Bakugo had deliberately targeted Mei for being disabled. Truth be told, Izuku didn't really think Bakugo had gone after him just for being quirkless, but he had been too angry to think straight then. Well, Ida probably wouldn't spread it around much anyway. Mei thought about that, humming to herself softly for several seconds. At last, she nodded. I think I like it better when we make our babies together, Izuku. I used to think I wanted to make babies by myself forever with no one to bother me. But now, I think I want you to keep bothering me forever. Let's keep making babies together, okay? They're way cuter that way. Oh, Mei, Izuku agreed, a warm feeling suffusing his body. On an impulse, he leaned over and hugged her again. We'll keep on making babies together forever. Well, I think it's high time someone had a talk with you too. Izuku jumped about 3 feet straight in the air from a sitting position, causing Mei to gasp in surprise. Recovery girl. Izuku gasped, clutching his chest as his heart thundered. I didn't hear you come in. You were involved. Sit down, young man. Tell me, has anyone ever had the talk with you? Izuku blinked. We get talks all the time, usually about not exploding the lab. Yeah, Izuku caused 2 explosions. I was really proud, Mei said happily. He mixed the propellant wrong. I warned him, but he didn't listen. Izuku winced. He'd thought he'd known better than Mei, which was a mistake all on its own. Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the birds and the bees, Recovery Girl stated, pulling up a chair. Sit down, young man. Blushing, Izuku sat. Look, when she says making babies, she really means dash. You can make whatever excuses you want. It's high time someone sat the 2 of you down. Now, I'll ask again, has anyone ever told you too about the birds and the bees? They're both pollinators, Mei said helpfully. Biology isn't really my strong point. Can we talk about strong and weak forces instead? I like that a lot better. Oh, we're going to talk about a strong force and attraction, all right. Recovery Girl reached into her pocket, rooted around a bit, and to Izuku's mortification, pulled out a condom. Do you know what this is? Nope, I can't see right now, Mei said brightly. Izuku, what is it? The conversation went rapidly downhill from there in Izuku's opinion. As it turned out, no one had ever talked to Mei or Izuku about the birds and the bees. And Recovery Girl was something of an expert on the subject. Author's note. In case you care. Onto Midoriya v. Kirishima, W. Midoriya. Todoroki v. Tokoyami, W. Todoroki. Shinso v. Yanagi, W. Shinso. Bondo v. Bakugo, W. Bakugo. Round 3. Bakugo v. Todoroki, W. Bakugo. Midoriya v. Shinso, W. Midoriya. Round 4. Midoriya v. Bakugo, W. Midoriya. Final. Ranking. 1st Midoriya. 2nd Bakugo. 3 ND Shinso, Todoroki, tie. Baited by Kailakatarn 77. Luck is when opportunity meets preparation. Seneca. Izuku stood proudly atop the first-place podium beside the power suit. He'd requested that Mei be allowed to stand beside him, but Recovery Girl had vetoed the idea before anyone else could come up with a good reason to reject it. That girl needs bed rest for the next few days. Be grateful I'm giving you young Bakugo until the ceremony is over. Then that boy is right back on bed rest. Thinking of Bakugo, Izuku glanced at his one-time friend. Bakugo stood dejected and listless, his eyes on his feet, his body posture slumping and defeated. Izuku had expected an explosion of rage when Bakugo had laid eyes on him again. Instead, Bakugo had gone pale, looking down and not meeting Izuku's eyes, or saying anything. Now he stood like a statue, oblivious to the adulation of the crowd. And now, to hand out the medals, the one, the only, All Might. Present Might called. Izuku watched as All Might did a swan dive into the stadium to the roar of the crowd. He smiled and waved, giving a short speech. Izuku's mind was elsewhere though. He looked over at Todoroki and Shinso. Shinso stood with his hands in his pockets, looking a little bored. Todoroki seemed more alert than Bakugo, but still looked disappointed in himself. Ah, young Shinso. You did well coming this far. Truly, you showed the strength of your convictions, All Might said, placing the medal over Shinso's head. You too, young man, can be a hero. Thanks, Shinso said, straightening slightly. A slow, thin smile crept over his lips. Not for the praise, but because All Might was recognizing him as a potential peer. All Might pulled the young man into an embrace. But you need to learn not to just rely on your quirk. Before you can be a pro, you've a long way to go. See this medal not as the final goal, but as a challenge to do better. I will, sir. Shinso vowed, nodding fiercely. I will be a hero. All Might pumped Shinso's hand one last time, then walked over to Todoroki, who was staring at his shoes, nearly as dejected as Bakugo. Young Todoroki, you have not failed this day. Not yourself and not your father, All Might said. At the mention of his father, Todoroki looked up, his eyes flashing. I am not my father. No, you are not, All Might agreed. He pulled Todoroki into a hug too, causing the boy to stiffen slightly, as if he were unused to such a display of affection. But you are also your own man, all of you. Even your quirk. Learn to embrace all of who you are, and you will be well on the path to surpassing even me as a hero. A wet gleam entered Todoroki's eyes, and he suddenly closed them. Awkwardly, he squeezed All Might back. Yes, sir. Next, All Might turned to Bakugo. Young man, you already have much of what it means to be a hero. Determination, drive and dash. What does it matter? Bakugo mumbled. I lost. I lost to a quirkless nobody. What does that make me? Proud. Bakugo suddenly looked up, confused. All Might knelt, poking Bakugo in the chest. It makes you guilty of a sin I've had to struggle with for years, pride. You think too highly of yourself, and not highly enough of others, Bakugo. You're just as strong and capable now as you were before you lost to Midoriya. Let go of that pride, Bakugo. It's one thing to be proud of your accomplishments. It's another to be proud of what you were born with. One is a satisfaction in your own achievements. The other confuses luck with ability. Learn the difference. All Might hung the medal about Bakugo's neck. I'll be speaking with you more, I think. You've come a long way since the day we met, but it seems you still have lessons to learn. Keep that medal as a reminder that sometimes we're our own worst enemies. My own worst enemy, huh? Bakugo glanced at Izuku, and the pure despair in that gaze made Izuku flinch. Yeah, right. Then All Might mounted the highest podium. He paused before Izuku, hefting the medal. Somehow, I feel like I'm the worst possible person to give this to you, young Midoriya. Sir? Izuku asked, confused. His own emotions towards All Might were still mixed, but more and more Izuku had realized that he had been wrong to simply lash out in anger at a man trying to protect a young boy. Besides, if All Might had never told him no, would he even have met Mei? You remember? I know I do, All Might said gently. He suddenly turned to the crowd. I want you all to know that even I, All Might, can be wrong. And today, that is proven before the world. You see, once, not that long ago, I met young Midoriya. He was just another fan, and I had a moment of weakness. He asked me, I am quirkless. Can I be a hero? I told him no. There was an intake of breath and a buzz of conversation. Izuku felt something catch in his chest, and his breathing grew rapid. All Might. Was it going to happen again? Today, Midoriya proved I was wrong. I was short-sighted. I told him that without a quirk, he could not be a hero. That he should just give up on his dream. I wanted to spare him pain and disappointment. What I did was wrong. I acknowledge that now. All Might suddenly pointed straight at the cameras of the press. Whoever is out there watching, wherever you are, whatever you are, you too can be a hero. It's not going to be easy. It's going to take endless hard work. It's going to take dedication. Some days you might feel like giving up. But don't. Remember Izuku Midoriya. Remember the boy with no quirk, who proved that he could be a hero. One day, the world will look back and remember Izuku Midoriya not as quirkless, but as one of the world's greatest heroes. Mark my words. All Might turned back, kneeling down and smiling at Izuku. I asked you once before to forgive me. Can you find it in your heart to do it again? Forgive a tired old man for a mistake, even one that must have hurt deeply? Tears filled Izuku's eyes, leaking down his cheeks, but he nodded and whispered, yes. All Might placed the medal around Izuku's neck, putting both hands on his shoulders. Young man, you too can be a hero. Izuku fell to his knees, weeping. I just wish Mei could have been here with me. She's the only one who believed in me. Even when I didn't believe in myself. Then don't lose her, Midoriya. If you must give up all else, even your dreams, don't lose young Hatsume. To have a true friend, one who will be at your side, even in your darkest hour, is a precious thing. Do that and you'll have it. Prize greater than any I could give you. Yes, sir, Izuku whispered. All Might suddenly stood, grabbing Izuku's hand and raising it to the sky. Izuku Midoriya, the winner of this year's UA First Year Sports Festival. Let's all give him a great big cheer. Are you ready? Plus Ultra, the crowd shouted. Good job, All Might said. The crowd erupted in jeers as All Might looked embarrassed. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like something Mei would have done. Much later, Izuku was helping Mei back to the school. She absolutely refused to ride in a wheelchair, but she was willing to have Izuku lead her. She contentedly held Izuku's hand, trailing after him and humming to herself. It was a soothing sound by now to Izuku, and it helped calm his still frayed nerves. Somehow, they'd be okay. They were just about to exit the building when a bandaged, wrapped man blocked their way. So, you're Izuku Midoriya, the man said, his voice muffled by his layers of wrappings. He looked somewhat like a disheveled, long-haired mummy. Can I help you? Izuku said, taking half a step back and protectively extending an arm to guard Mei. Who is it, Izuku? Mei asked impatiently. Remember, I can't see. I suppose I'm hard to recognize right now, the man said. I'm Shota Aizawa, the head of the Hero Course Instruction. Oh, Izuku said, dropping his arm. It's okay, Mei, this is one of the teachers. He's also known by the name Eraserhead. Aizawa nodded approvingly. I see you've done your research. Well, come with me. We have a lot to talk about. Vlad's waiting for us. Aizawa led Izuku out of the stadium building, his stride firm and steady despite his injuries. Instead of taking the main way back, Aizawa led them to a parking garage, where Sekijiro Ken, alias Vlad King, was waiting for them with a car. To Izuku's surprise, Shinso was waiting in the car as well, looking impatient. Get in, Aizawa ordered, taking a seat up front. Izuku helped Mei inside, then squeezed in next to her. So, are you finally going to let Izuku into the hero course? Mei demanded. Mei, Shinso is here as well, Izuku informed her. Hi. Did you like our babies? Mei asked. I heard Izuku beat you. He would have, Shinso said before Izuku could correct Mei. I forfeited actually. Didn't feel like getting tossed around by that mecha of yours. Power Loader has a lot of explaining to do. Ken, also known as the hero Vlad King, grumbled as he pulled out. If he thinks I'm going to pay up now dash. Not in front of the students, Aizawa said quietly. Ken subsided, though he continued muttering under his breath. So, are you finally going to let Izuku into the hero course? Mei asked again. Shinso cleared his throat, but Mei didn't take the hint, as usual. We'll answer that later, Aizawa replied. But he beat everyone. Even that JRK Bakugo. You should kick Bakugo out and let Izuku in. He has much better social skills, Mei explained. Aizawa glanced back at Mei, his lone visible eye peering at her. I thought you'd be quieter. Nope. My form of autism doesn't include much verbal language delays. If anything, I have a hard time knowing when to be quiet. Hey Izuku, should I be quiet now? It might be a good idea, Mei, Izuku said gently. Just take it easy. You're still hurt. I'm not hurt that bad. Hey, could you take these bandages off? I'm sure I'll be fine. WWL, Recovery Girl said they should stay on for at least 2 more days. I think maybe we should listen to her, Mei. Remember when you stayed up all night when you had a cold, then you had to rest for 2 days? It's like that. Fine, Mei sighed. But you'd better take care of our babies while I'm sick. I expect lots of reports. Why don't we take care of you first, Mei? Then we can take care of our babies together, Izuku said, squeezing Mei's hand. She hadn't let go when they got in the car, and Izuku didn't see the need to separate himself from her. In fact, she was pressing herself up against him, and unlike he usually did, Izuku didn't back away or remind Mei about personal space. Why did you bring the girl? Ken said with a sigh. You're not seriously considering letting her into the hero course, are you? We'll talk about it, Aizawa said as they pulled into the staff parking lot. Come on. Let's go up to my office. Izuku carefully undid Mei's seatbelt, then helped her out of the car. She grabbed onto his elbow as they went up the steps and didn't let go. She didn't seem frightened or concerned in the slightest, just that she wanted Izuku close to her. It surprised him how much she was willing to trust him. If he couldn't see, would he be able to trust Mei like this? Maybe. At least, he could trust her to look out for him. Not so much not to take him into the girls' restroom because she forgot they were together. At last they came to Aizawa's office, where Principal Nizu of all people was waiting, a full tea service out with steaming cups. Along with the principal sat Mr. Maijima, this time in his formal suit and tie. Welcome, everyone. Congratulations, Midoriya, on your excellent performance. And you as well, Shinso and Hatsume, Nizu said. Actually, I did pretty terrible, Mei said cheerily. Did you see? Bakugo totally beat me up. But Izuku said he didn't hurt my babies, so it's not all bad. Just take the compliment, Hatsume, Mr. Mima said, shaking his head slightly. Good job, you two. You just won me 50,000 yen each. Sorry, Shinso. I didn't bet on you. Considering I didn't even know about it, no offense taken, Shinso said blithely. I know you did something, Loader. Ken growled. They knew all about everyone's quirks. You've been trying to sneak a fast one past me for years, but I'm not going to dash. Not in front of the students. Aizawa growled again, causing the other 2 teachers to fall silent. Principal Nizu chuckled, serving up tea for everyone. It's all in good fun. Besides, I think they should be proud that you had so much faith in them, huh? Here, Mei, it's tea, Izuku said, handing her a cup. Can I have coffee or an energy drink instead? Mei said, grimacing at the tea she couldn't see. I don't like tea. Mei. Izuku hissed. Social skills. Thank you for the tea, Mei said robotically. It is very nice. It's not a problem. Will you grab the young lady a coffee from the teacher's lounge? I think she's earned it. How do you take yours? Half sugar, half coffee, Mei said eagerly at the same time as Izuku said, 2 sugars. Mei sighed and nodded. 2 sugars. I probably don't need to. Think about wonderful babies right now, even if Izuku is here. Shinso eyed Izuku over the rim of his teacup, one eyebrow raised in a questioning fashion. It's really just the inventions, Izuku sighed. We're not even we're not really even boyfriend and girlfriend. Really? Mei asked, sounding hurt. I thought we were friends, Izuku. Does that mean? That's all very fascinating, Aizawa said, setting aside his untouched cup of tea. And completely irrelevant. You're here because both of you have stated you want to be in the hero course. Is that still the case? I don't want to be in the hero course, Mei began. That's Izuku dash. Izuku squeezed her hand, and Mei lapsed into silence. Well, I suppose I should explain why you're here anyway, Hatsume, Aizawa sighed. Yes, I'm going to give Midoriya, and Shinso too, a chance to join the hero course. But you're here because if Midoriya joins the hero course, I have the feeling that it's going to be in large part thanks to you. I want to know just how much. It's basically entirely because of her, sir, Izuku said quietly, swirling the tea in his cup. I was ready to give up on being a hero. Mei changed that. She believed I could be a hero when no one else did. He was very heroic, Mei added. He saved me and my baby from a dumpster. But Izuku is too modest. He is a great hero and hard worker. And he makes lots of stuff for our babies too. Mr. Kan returned and handed Mei her coffee, which she enthusiastically began to guzzle. Mr. Aizawa took the opportunity to continue uninterrupted. That's not exactly what I'm talking about. I mean the gear. What % of that does she make, Midoriya? Most of it. I basically just do the wiring and power systems. I'm a bit better at those. Mostly because, well, Meis are prone to exploding the first few times. It's true, Maijima put in. The boy's a DMN fine electrical engineer. I'd say he's at least as good as a master electrician right now. He's a natural. Better than a lot of college grads too. Picked most of it up on his own from Hatsume or internet tutorials. But most of your gear, that suit, the grapple, the missiles, the jetpack and those boots, she made all of those, right? Mr. Aizawa asked. When Izuku nodded, Mr. Aizawa sighed. Well, the thing is, Midoriya, that actually puts us in a tricky situation. Technically, you shouldn't have been able to use half that gear in the sports festival. Not just because you didn't make it, but because it was military-grade equipment that could have easily been lethal. I'm going to have a very long staff meeting discussing what is and isn't allowed for support corps students to have in the future. Mr. Nizu said brightly. But don't worry, Midoriya. We're not going to take your laurels. Frankly, even with all of those marvelous machines, it's a wonder you were able to overcome all of the hero corps students. Some of their quirks should have utterly crushed you. But they didn't, because he cheated, Ken grumbled. Izuku noted that he wasn't looking at him, but rather at Maijima. We did not. Our babies are just super cute and amazing, Mei said, setting down her empty coffee cup with a smack of her lips. Did you see us? Izuku was so amazing. He's the best test pilot ever. Let me tell you, I've tried a few times, but I'm not as good as he is. Aizawa rubbed his temples with both hands. I see. So, Hatsume, the question for you is this. Are you willing to work extra hard to continue to provide Midoriya with his gear? You mean I won't have to go to my classes anymore? Mei asked eagerly. I can move into the workshop. I won't ever have to leave, I can just work round the clock with Izuku. He can move in too. He's actually a good cook, he'll make sure we get the right food and go to bed on time and I remember to shower and brush my hair. And we'll do nothing but make super cute babies all day long. Hatsume. Midoriya wouldn't be with you all the time if Midoriya joined the hero course, Maijima said gently. He'd have other things to do. I'd still help you. Izuku put in quickly. It would just be more like when we were in middle school. We wouldn't have all our classes together anymore, but I would help you whenever I could. Oh. Mei deflated slightly. She considered this. Could I join the hero course with Izuku? That made Izuku whip his head around. Mei, you want to be a hero? I thought you just wanted to work on your inventions. Well, yes, but I also want to be with you. Going to school is much more fun and interesting when you're here, Izuku, Mei said as if that were the most natural thing in the world. I'd rather still be in your classes and just work with you in my spare time too. That's not exactly what we were talking about, Aizawa said slowly. Maijima leaned over and whispered something to Nizu, who frowned. I see. She doesn't talk to their peers at all. Not once. Not unless they or Midoriya started the conversation, Maejima confirmed quietly. He's her whole world, basically. And frankly, she's his too. I don't have time for childishness in my course, Aizawa said with a shrug. I won't tolerate any fooling around. Nothing past first base as long as either of them are in my hero course. Why do heroes have to play baseball? Mei demanded. It's not quite like that, Maejima said hesitantly. Mei, well, she doesn't think the way most people do. You've heard of autism spectrum disorder. Aizawa grunted. Why don't we just all assume I'm a competent teacher that will make all this a lot easier? I had, in fact, noticed that Mei exhibited such tendencies, but I think that they're largely irrelevant. My course doesn't teach social skills. That's good, because those are really boring, Mei commented. However, I may be willing to make an exception, Aizawa concluded. He looked at Mei steadily. Will you or will you not be willing to work extra hard to continue to provide Midoriya with support gear, in addition to your own workload? I said yes, Mei grumped. Obviously I'm going to make super cute babies for Izuku forever. But what does that have to do with baseball? It means that you'd best not try to make it to second base, as long as Izuku's in the hero course, and definitely no home runs, Mr. Aizawa answered. Izuku wondered if he could still get into the hero course if he crawled under his chair and died. So does that mean we're in? Shinso demanded. Will you let Midoriya and I into the hero course now? Not by a long shot. Neither of you are even close to ready, Aizawa stated. He held up a hand. Before you argue with me, know that I don't mean I don't think you can be heroes. We wouldn't be having this conversation otherwise. I mean, you're not quite ready to enter the hero course. And Hatsume, if you interrupt me, I'm going to make you wait outside without Midoriya. Mei closed her mouth, looking frustrated at being preempted. The fact of the matter is, you two might have the potential, but you lack the basic training our hero course candidates have had. You haven't had the right kind of quirk counseling for one. Well, I suppose that's only a factor for Shinso, but Midoriya's going to need some help. How's your physical fitness? Mei raised her hand. Aizawa sighed and looked to Izuku, who nodded. Yes, Hatsume. Izuku runs 10 kilometers every day. He does 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats too. And then he does different kinds of training every day like different weights and pull-ups and balance training and martial arts katas, and I make him do extra practice with the power suit. Aizawa blinked. Or winked. It was hard to tell with one eye visible. Really? That's a fairly intensive daily routine for a kid. Maybe you're not as far behind as I thought. How fast can you do the run, Midoriya? I average about 54 minutes, but when I'm pushing myself I can do it in my best time is with the power suit, I can do it in about 10. That thing is that fast? Ken asked, clearly surprised. Maejima grinned. Oh, it is. And I bet you they can figure out how to make it stronger and faster. He couldn't do it if he weren't extremely physically fit. About the only time Izuku does something that isn't with Hatsume is when he does his daily training. I think he actually runs all the way to her house and changes there most days. Yeah, actually, that's pretty much what I do, Izuku admitted. I do the rest of my exercises throughout the day. It's called the Hero Program. I found it online. I'll look into it, but I imagine it's plenty, Aizawa said. You, Shinso? Well, I thought I was doing fairly well. I have good scores in PE, but I don't do much beyond that, Shinso admitted. That changes now. You don't need to quite be doing what Midoriya is, but dash. I'll do everything he does, Shinso vowed. If he can do it, so can I. Aizawa nodded. But you need more than one trick. You can't be a pro if your quirk is all you have. To be a pro you need more than one trick. That quirk of yours is powerful, but you will find yourself in situations where it isn't enough. Just like I do. I'll train you in a few techniques I have. Your power is somewhat similar to mine. Believe it or not, I was rejected from the hero course as well, and started off in general studies for a year before they moved me over. Really? Shinso asked, intrigued. I never knew that, sir. It's not exactly common knowledge, Aizawa said with a shrug. Plus, we do make it hard to get into the hero course. Both of you aren't ready just yet. What about me, sir? Izuku asked. What do I need to do? You'll need to pass a few tests I have for you, Aizawa explained. Plus, you'll need to prove to me you do know how to use that gear of yours in a variety of situations. For example, those missiles you had were expertly tailored to counter specific quirks. I looked over the manifest. Someone gave you access to information on all the students' quirks, didn't they? Yes, we got it from Mr. Maijima. We were working on some support gear for some of the Hero Corps students. We made a special set of capacitors for Kaminari to prevent him from overloading himself, and we're going to make some other stuff too. I'm making a storage tank for the acid girl. Mei added. She visited me in the infirmary. Did you know she's pink? She says she is, but I don't remember. Anyway, we're going to make her some super cute babies to help her store then spray her acid. Like those stupid, ugly things Bakugo has for his hero costume. We're not making any babies for him. That's cheating, Kin grumbled. They had insider information. That's smart, Aizawa countered. They did their research like a smart pro does. They evaluated their opponent's quirks, and then figured out how to cancel them or reduce the advantage they had. Tell me, how did you plan on dealing with Todoroki? We put in a system that vented heat to the exterior surface, Izuku explained. And the power suit is flame resistant. But, well, we maybe underestimated how strong he is. But our baby is totally cute and amazing and handled it all anyway, Mei added. Then you got lucky, and were smart enough to avoid a direct confrontation when you realized you were at a disadvantage, Aizawa said, ignoring Mei. That was starting to bother Izuku. She was a person too after all. Like I said, smart. Being quirkless, you will need to heavily rely on gathering intelligence and adapting your gear to what the situation calls for. But, you also seem to have some general trump cards. For one thing, that suit seems to be fairly physically strong, plus that grapple and jetpack give you excellent mobility. It's a good start. Frankly, we have to apologize to both of you, Nizu put in. Midoriya, Shinso, the fact is, our entrance exam isn't perfect. It does favor flashy, combat-related quirks. Those like you or Mr. Aizawa are at a distinct disadvantage. Just like you will be in the field, Aizawa agreed. So the test is valid. Life isn't fair. If you're going to cry about it, I don't want you in my course. Understand? The plan is, we train you until next semester, Kin stated. You pass muster at the end of the summer, we let you in. Won't you have to cut someone for us? Shinso asked. Kin shrugged. Maybe. But you two are promising enough we're willing to work harder ourselves to give you kids a chance. And Mei? Izuku asked. She can go to hero classes with you, Mr. Aizawa explained. Maijima assures me that he has to physically bar her from sleeping in the workshop, so I don't think you'll fall behind in your support course duties. I keep telling him there's room for a bed there, Mei grumbled. Izuku and I could even share. Shinso and Izuku both turned red, but Aizawa pointed to the door. You interrupted me. Hallway. Count to 100, then knock. Mei sighed, but got up and fumbled around for the door, until Izuku led her outside. Then she began to count. Loudly. Izuku winced and shut the door. Sorry. She, has her own set of unique issues, Aizawa said. But she's good. Very good. Without her, being in the hero course wouldn't even be worth considering, Midoriya. But I'm willing to take a chance. Are you? Yes. Izuku agreed quickly. I'll do whatever it takes. But now, here's what I am going to expect of both of you, Aizawa said. He and Kin then outlined a multi-tiered training program, with duties split between them. Kin would train them on search and rescue, first aid, and hero law. Shinso would learn a special combat technique from Aizawa to make up for the holes in his quirk's abilities. Izuku would have to train hard with the power suit, learning how to use it in a variety of complex situations. They'd essentially be doing an entire semester and a half of hero course work in addition to their regular studies. Halfway through, Mei knocked on the door and called for Izuku, who quickly helped her back in. She actually sat quietly, humming to herself for a bit, then fell asleep on Izuku's shoulder, apparently exhausted. Well, that covers everything. Are you still willing to try? Nizu asked. It's more than we ask of our normal students. We're not normal, Izuku said, fondly looking at Mei. I sort of like it that way. Well, Shinso said, a smile tugging at his lips. I suppose I don't mind being considered abnormal for a change. Aizawa nodded. Good. You start before school on Monday. Author's note. Once again, I am a humble special education teacher with no degrees outside of elementary and special education. The information depicted here is fictional, and any relation to real persons is unintended. This is not a breach of confidentiality. Incoming psychiatric evaluation. Name: Shinso Hitoshi. Age: 15. School of origin: Saitama 1 Middle. Quirk: 3. Evaluator: Inui R. Assessor's notes. Hitoshi is a typically developing adult male of 15 years of age. His scores on testing and interviews with parents and peers indicate that he is in the average range for cognitive, social, adaptive, and academics. Hitoshi is a third-generation quirk user. His quirk was double inherited. The maternal side of his family possesses emitter quirks that allow them to soothe or calm others by singing or speaking to them. On the paternal side is an emitter quirk that allows users to impair motor functions of those who answer verbally to questions. Hitoshi's quirk is known as brainwashing. It allows him to seize control of anyone who answers verbally to Hitoshi. Hitoshi has good command of his quirk and can choose to either activate his quirk or leave it dormant. Peers report that he has never used his quirk on others since he was a young child, save for 2 incidents. In the first, Hitoshi broke up a fight in 8th grade by forcing 2 combatants to stand still and wait for teachers once they had answered him. He faced disciplinary action for this, though others state he prevented serious injury. The second was to protect his elderly grandmother when a villain attempted to mug her while on an excursion with Hitoshi. Police largely overlooked this incident, citing that Hitoshi had simply held the criminal still until authorities had arrived, and that the perpetrator was possessed of a heteromorphic quirk he was using to threaten Hitoshi and his grandmother. Hitoshi has expressed that he wishes to become a hero and seeks to use his quirk to help people. However, he failed the entrance exam to the UA Hero course. He was admitted to general studies on the merit of his academic achievement. Peers report being afraid to talk to Hitoshi, though they admit that he has never used his quirk on them. There is no evidence that Hitoshi has ever used his quirk for personal gain or to exploit another, outside of the aforementioned incidents. Due to the nature of his quirk and how easily it could be abused, it is recommended to continue monitoring Hitoshi. It is also recommended that Hitoshi be monitored for hero potential. His quirk is powerful, and while unconventional, does have a large degree of merit in hero work. Addendum: Shota Aizawa has vouched for Hitoshi following his performance at the UA First Year Sports Festival. Pending approval, Hitoshi will be transferred to the hero course when he meets the expectations of Mr. Aizawa. This document baited by Kyla Katarns 77. Take me out to the ballgame. Love can be found in unexpected places. Sometimes we go out searching for what we think we want and we end up with what we're supposed to have. Kate McGahan. Believe it or not, Izuku, I think this is the longest Mei has gone without an extended visit to the hospital anyway, Hari said as Izuku helped Mei out of the car. It's true. Mei agreed, clinging tightly to Izuku as he led her up the steps to the Hatsume shop and home. I haven't even managed to set the house on fire since we got into UA. Mei, I don't know if that's really a good thing, Izuku said, wincing slightly. You really should just take it easy and rest for a few days. The door suddenly banged open, and Kamaru and Nikawa rushed out, both off them grinning madly. For a moment Izuku thought they were going to attack him for hurting their sister, but then they both started cheering. You won, Midoriya, you won, they cheered. Izuku blushed, looking down. Well, it was because of Mei's help that I got as far as I did. No way. You were super awesome, Kamaru said, jumping up and down. Nikawa nodded and began shadowboxing. You were like bam, and then pow, and then you totally crushed that Bakugo jerke. He was very mean, Mei agreed. But Izuku and our super cute babies triumphed, so it's all right. Oh yeah, Nikawa said, frowning at Mei. So, are you like blind now or something? Shoo, both of you. She needs to lay down. Hari scolded. Shish. Leave her and Midoriya alone for 10 seconds, you little monsters. The boys made way, but they started arguing about which of Izuku's fights had been the most impressive. Once they were inside, Mrs. Hatsume came over, wrapping Mei in her arms. Oh my goodness. Sweetie, we were so worried about you. But proud, Mr. Hatsume said, coming over and grasping Izuku's hand. You did good, son. Taught that brute a good lesson. He'll think twice about messing with my baby girl again. It's okay, Mom, none of our babies were hurt too badly, Mei said. Except for number 1, but we can rebuild the goggles better than ever. Doc says her eyes will be fine in a day or 2, but to leave the bandages on and keep her in bed for the next few days, Hari told her parents. She slapped Izuku on the back. Don't worry, like I said before, this is far from the worst she's ever managed to hurt herself. Midoriya. I still feel bad, Izuku mumbled, looking down. If it hadn't been for the anger Bakugo felt towards me, I don't know if he'd been so willing to hurt Mei. Mr. Hatsume shook his head. That boy seemed like he didn't care who he had to crush to win. Besides, Mei's told us he was cruel to you even before you enrolled at UA, and that you were never the one to pick fights. Izuku looked up, surprised, and looked after Mei, who was being led upstairs by Hari and her mother. Really? I didn't think Mei would ever mention something like that. Son, Mei talks about 2 things. You, and what you're building together. That is, in fact, about a 100% increase in her conversational subjects. Oh, I guess that I didn't think about it that way, Izuku admitted. He looked after Mei again, almost wishing he could follow after her, and could stay by her side while she healed. But that wasn't an option. I felt out really bad. I couldn't do anything to save her. I tried to get Mei to forfeit, to not fight Bakugo, or to take the power suit herself, but she wouldn't listen. I'm sorry I failed. Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see Mr. Hatsume smiling at him. I know you care for her, son. I do too. And sometimes, the hard part about loving someone, especially someone like Mei, is that you have to recognize that you don't control them, that you have to let them make their own choices and mistakes. I'm glad you tried to help her avoid this, and wanted to jump in and save her. That's noble of you. But it's also a little selfish and foolish. Mr. Hatsume sighed, looking up the stairs towards where Mei had gone. There was a time when I tried to keep her from building stuff, because when she was 5 she tried to make some DMN fool thing and the battery exploded, and she nearly got battery acid in her eyes and went blind. But then she made her own goggles and told me she would be fine. And try as I couldn't see any way to prevent her from following her dreams that wouldn't have crushed her. Her mother's the same way sometimes. Not about crazy inventions like Mei, but about cars. You might not know it, but she was a street racer for quite a few years. That's how we met. I was her mechanic. Told her time and again she was going to hurt herself. Well, she did, but she didn't give up racing until we had Hari and she settled down to work in the shop. And honestly, if I'd tried to control her, I don't think she would have ever grown to love me. I helped her, I supported her, I told her when things were dangerous, and then I had to let her make her own decisions. Yeah, Izuku sighed. I guess you're right. She supported me in my dream to be a hero, so it's only right I support her in her dreams. I just well, you know she doesn't always realize all the consequences, because of Dash. It ain't because she's got a disability, son, Mr. Hatsume chuckled. It's because she's too smart for her own med good and has a stubborn streak a mile long. Besides, she Dash. Dad! Hari's voice shouted. You need to come up here. Right now. Izuku made to run up with Mr. Hatsume, but he put a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about it. Just keep the boys distracted for a minute, will you? They think you're some sort of hero now. Izuku turned as Mr. Hatsume ascended the stairs to find Kamaru and Nikuwa practically vibrating with excitement. Are you a hero now? Can we see the medal? Did All Might really meet you twice? Do you think you could have beat Todoroki? He's Endeavor's son. Izuku started to answer their questions, but only got through a couple before he felt Mr. Hatsume's hand on his shoulder again. This time, it was less reassuring and more of a death grip. Son, we need to talk. Dad, do you think Dash? You two go outside and don't bother me or your mother or your sisters or Midoriya for a while. Get some money out of your mother's purse and get snacks at the corner store. Just disappear for a bit." The two brothers cheered and ran off, leaving a now sweating Izuku alone with Mr. Hatsume. "Son, I want you to know, I'm going to listen before I get real angry. I told Hari to stay up there before she tries to kill you," Mr. Hatsume said slowly, his eyes burning with a sinister light as he glared down at Izuku, his mustache quivering. "I'm sorry," Izuku wailed, bowing deeply. "I know it was my fault she got hurt. If she loses her eyes, I'll never forgive myself." "Not that." Mr. Hatsume grabbed Izuku's shoulder and forced him upright. "I just told you that wasn't your fault." "No, I'm talking about this." He held out his hand, opening it to reveal a condom. Izuku groaned softly. "Yeah. So, start talking," Mr. Hatsume said, his voice a half growl. "I do want you to know, I'm not going to kill you two for acting like teens. But they're going to need to be some ground rules, damn it and dash." "It was from Recovery Girl," Izuku cried, waving his hands. She thought we were dating and she sort of assumed because Mei keeps calling all our inventions babies and talking about making babies with me, and she thought dash." "Oh." For a moment, Mr. Hatsume looked vaguely disappointed, his anger vanishing. "So, you're not?" "No. I think of Mei too highly to, take advantage of her or force myself on her or, do anything like that." Izuku explained, feeling tears of frustration come to his eyes even as he turned beet red. "I know Mei doesn't think of me that way." Saying that hurt for some reason, even though Izuku knew it to be true. "Really?" Mr. Hatsume said, raising an eyebrow. "Son, just what do you think she thinks of you as?" "A friend," Izuku said immediately. Then he looked down. "And, a hero. She believes in me, even when no one else did." "But, honey, Hari, we're coming up. Don't kill the boy, I think Mei has some explaining to do." Izuku was led upstairs, past the kitchen to Hari's bedroom. Mei's parents knew her well enough to know that if she stayed in her usual bedroom, she'd just try to take off her bandages and get back to inventing instead of resting. "And that's where babies come from," Mei was saying. She was laying in bed, changed into a pair of pajamas, her eyes still covered in bandages. Her sister looked like she was trying very hard not to laugh, while her mother just looked tired. But not the super cute kind. The ugly, human kind. "You don't say," Hari giggled, a hand over her mouth. She looked up at Izuku, her eyes sparkling. "Sorry, Midoriya. Guess we jumped to conclusions when we found that in Mei's pocket." "Is it the condom?" Mei asked. "I think you should give it to Izuku. He has to save it." "For what, dear?" her mother asked with a heavy sigh. "You going to build some sort of device out of it?" "For when we graduate. Then we can use it," Mei stated as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Recovery Girl said it was for girlfriends and boyfriends who were going to have dash. Mr. Hatsume let out a loud cough. He glanced at Mei, then looked at Izuku. "And why, exactly, does Izuku need to save that for graduation?" "Because Mr. Aizawa told us we had to wait to play baseball until then," Mei said. "Izuku knows more about it than I do. I think you need a condom to play." "Baseball?" Hari broke into gales of laughter, nearly doubling over. "You think you need a condom for baseball? You want to play baseball with Izuku?" Mei nodded her head. "Yes, and then I want Izuku to dash." "Right. And you're wisely going to wait for high school graduation then?" Mr. Hatsume demanded. "I'm not going to insist you wait until you're married, but I'd prefer you at least be responsible adults." "MMA." Izuku stammered. But Recovery Girl and Mr. Izawa but you want to be my girlfriend?" Mei looked towards Izuku, frowning slightly. "But we already went on a date. Doesn't that make us boyfriend and girlfriend?" Hari continued to snicker, despite her mother elbowing her and giving her some rather scathing looks. Mrs. Hatsume cleared her own throat. "And when exactly did you go on a date, young lady?" "When you gave us the 10,000 yen, which we definitely spent on having fun on a date, and not on hydraulic fluid and high-quality electronics," Mei stated. Got some movies and watched them at my place, Izuku said. He suddenly glanced around wildly. But, my mom was there the whole time. We didn't, we haven't dash. Izuku just found out what he was, Mei said in a somewhat loud voice. We learned a lot about biology today. And about what being boyfriend and girlfriend means. Apparently, it is not just eating together, having fun together, and making super cute babies. Right? Well, I think that's enough for today, Mr. Hatsume said somewhat faintly. He grabbed Izuku's arm and began to haul him away. Good night, Mei. Did I miss dinner again? Can I have some before I go to sleep? Mei asked as Izuku was pulled after Mr. Hatsume. Well, I guess now we both know a lot more than we wanted, Mr. Hatsume grumbled as he took Izuku downstairs. He fished in his pocket and pulled out a set of car keys. Come on. I'll give you a ride home. Usually I run home. I didn't get my 10K in today because of the sports festival and dash. I insist, Mr. Hatsume stated. He opened the door. Firmly. Izuku slid into the car seat, glancing nervously at Mr. Hatsume. The older man didn't speak for a few minutes as he guided the car out onto the main road. He spoke up as he drove along the street. Honestly, Izuku, you don't mind if I call you Izuku, do you? Well, honestly, Izuku, I wasn't even as mad as I should have been, thinking you and Mei were not well. Let's just say I jumped to conclusions. But I wasn't that mad. Izuku glanced at Mr. Hatsume. Really? Yes. Honestly, for a long time, I thought Mei was going to die alone. She was always more interested in things than people. She never had any friends. Not even when she was little. She was always taking things apart, putting them back together, seeing how they worked. She was never interested in people. Izuku stayed silent as they drove. They came to a red traffic light, and Mr. Hatsume sighed as they stopped. And then you came along. Nearly as socially awkward as Mei. A weird kid with a weirder dream. Well, the dream wasn't weird, I suppose, just seemed impossible for a quirkless kid. No offense, but I honestly thought you were just as autistic as Mei at first. You kept stuttering, you'd never meet my eyes, and all you did was work with Mei day in and day out. I don't think I'm autistic, Izuku said, liking his lips. TA tested me, when they found out I was quirkless, but dash. Don't care really. Sorry. What I mean to say was, Mei had found someone who got her. Understood her. Put up with her. Because while I love my daughter, she is a complete pain. And I could tell, she made you uncomfortable sometimes. But you pushed through it. You kept coming back. You started to get good with electronics. Don't think I haven't noticed. You helped me and Hari diagnose those problems with the starter on that Toyota a few months back, remember? Izuku nodded. It's because Mei believed in me. I just thought I needed someone who believed in me. And I think Mei needed a friend. Your DMN right, she did. And well, you two got close. Really close. You spend all your time together. And I have noticed that you find Mei attractive. I might be biased, seeing as she's my daughter and all, but I think she's a cute young woman. Do you agree? All Izuku could do was nod and hope his face didn't burst into flames. This had been quite the day. From the highest highs to the lowest lows. And well, Mei likes you too. And you're both healthy young people. Your mother and me and Noriko, well, we figured we had to keep a close eye on the two of you. But well, you were good for one another. And if it happened, it happened. But we trusted you. I take it our trust was not misplaced. No, sir, Izuku said firmly, looking up and meeting Mr. Hatsume's gaze briefly, before the older man had to turn back to the road. I do like Mei. Maybe I even love her. But I don't know how to talk to girls. Well, I know how to talk to Mei, but not as a girl. I mean, I can talk to her but dash. But you're both incredibly awkward. Mei couldn't express her feelings unless they were to a robot, and you have so little self-confidence you'd never believe Mei could actually find you attractive or love you back, Mr. Hatsume observed. Izuku liked his lips. Do you think that she? Mei thinks you are literally the most wonderful person in the world. As far as she's concerned, you can do no wrong, Mr. Hatsume said with a sigh. And she has no shame. How many times have you seen her naked? Izuku blushed and looked down, unable to speak again. Well, I know the answer is not 0. And, well, if a cute girl that I liked walked in on me naked, I might get some ideas. And, well, Mei frankly doesn't get that physical intimacy can have other aspects or what the consequences are. And I'm a coward. What? Izuku's head snapped up, and he looked at Mr. Hatsume in confusion. Hands tight on the wheel, Mr. Hatsume's face grew red, and his eyes a little misty. I just thought I never knew how to talk to her about that sort of thing. And neither did her mother. And, until you showed up, Mei had 0 interest in the subject. Hell, even after you showed up, she didn't understand what her own feelings meant. And you didn't seem to either. So I never had that talk with her. I don't mean to pry, but is your father around, son? He lives in America, Izuku said, looking out the window. I see him sometimes. He sends me stuff on my birthday. And that's it. I think maybe he's embarrassed. Because I'm quirkless. Son, I want you to know something. Look at me. Izuku turned to look at Mr. Hatsume. I ain't calling you son just because you're a young man. I'm calling you that because I think one day, you probably will be my son. And I'd be proud to have you. You're a good man, Izuku. You're not finished yet, still need a little work under the hood as it were. But you're a good man. You got courage. You got honor. And you care a whole lot about my little girl. And, well, if she were going to play baseball or whatever you're calling it these days, I wanted to be with you. Not some punk who's just taking advantage of my girl. You care about Mei. You love her, right? Yes, Izuku whispered. He looked down, ashamed. But I never told her that. Mr. Hatsume sighed. I hate to say this, but you might never hear it from her. At least not spontaneously. If you want her to say it, you'll need to tell her you like to hear it. Though then it's likely she'll start telling everyone she meets she loves you. But anyway, I don't think that matters to Mei. You heard her. She thinks you're dating. But she never asked you, or told you, or anything. She just figured she liked you, and you liked her back, and that was that. How her mind works. Yeah, Izuku chuckled, shaking his head. We're both a bit weird. Understatement of the DMN century, Mr. Hatsume said with a snort. He pointed ahead. That's your place. You can just dash. I'm going to need to talk to your mom, son. She needs to know this too. And you're so dead much like Mei that you'd probably never mention it just to not be a bother or something. And maybe, Izuku admitted. Mr. Hatsume parked and followed Izuku up to the apartment. The door, of course, slammed open before Izuku could even put his hand on it. Izuku, his mother wailed, bursting from the doorway and wrapping him in an embrace. I was so worried about you. After Mei got hurt, I could hardly stand it. Then she stepped back, putting a hand to Izuku's cheek and smiling through the stream of tears running down her face. I have to apologize, Izuku. All this time, I thought I was protecting you by telling you not to try to become a hero. But I was wrong. You can be a hero. You're stronger and smarter and more capable than I ever realized, and I dash. Inko trailed off, looking up and blinking, realizing that Mr. Hatsume was there. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm Shu Hatsume. We've talked on the phone a few times. Oh, Inko said, bowing quickly. Welcome to our home. Please come in. I know it's thanks to your daughter that Izuku won the sports festival. And I'm so sorry about Mei. If there's anything you need, I'll be happy to help. It was so awful when she got hurt. Is that why you're here? I've told Izuku he needs to be more careful with Bakugo. That boy has always been trouble, since they were in kindergarten. No, actually, that's not why I'm here, Mrs. Midoriya, Mr. Hatsume said, stepping inside. It's actually about both of them. Our children. Oh, well, wait, Izuku, what did you do? Inko said, sounding half panicked. You didn't get in trouble, did you? Was it Bakugo? Oh God, is she going to be all right? Let me get my coat, we can go to the dash. It's fine. Mei's going to be okay. I have something to tell you. And, well, Mr. Hatsume wanted to talk to you too. Oh, well, I suppose it's a good thing we finally meet, you two being so close and all, Inko burbled. She hurried into the kitchen, putting on some water. Tea? Or maybe something else to drink. I'm afraid we don't have much. Izuku only drinks protein shakes it seems like and dash. Tea would be fine ma'am, Mr. Hatsume said, playing with his ball cap in his hands. Izuku noticed that Mr. Hatsume was a bit dirty, his fingernails coated with their usual grease, and his overalls and t-shirt stained as well. He supposed that Mei wasn't the only one who didn't always think about her appearance in her family. Inko hurried over with cups of tea, quickly sitting down across from Mr. Hatsume. Well, Izuku, what did you have to tell me? And why is Mr. Hatsume here? Well you see. Izuku swallowed and finally just blurted it out. Mai and I are sort of dating. Inko blinked, holding her teacup close to her face. Well, I was wondering when you'd finally tell me. She glanced at Mr. Hatsume, biting her lip. You didn't catch them? They've behaved themselves admirably, Mr. Hatsume said with a heavy sigh. It's just well, I haven't been doing the best job of supervising them when they're over, and well, I didn't want you to think my daughter was using your son. Mei? She's a sweet girl. If anything, I'm afraid Izuku's been dragging her off on his quest to become a hero, Inko said, sipping her tea. Honestly, I always thought Mei just kidnapped Izuku and dragged him into her harebrained schemes, Mr. Hatsume admitted, rubbing the top of his head. He kept putting on and taking off his hat, and had yet to touch his tea. But, well, I found Mei with this. Mr. Hatsume produced the condom, and Inko's eyes widened. Oh, well, at least they're being safe. Mom. Izuku gasped, going beet red. We didn't dash. His mother eyed Izuku. I'm not sure I believe that, young man. I've seen the way you look at Mei and how she looks at you. It's fine. Just be careful. Don't end up like your father and I. What? Izuku said, blinking rapidly. His mother and father? Inko sighed. A discussion for another time. At least I think the two of you actually love each other. But you're really too young to be doing anything foolish. I don't think they've tried anything yet, Mr. Hatsume said, looking deeply embarrassed. And well, honestly Izuku's a fine young man. I don't mind him dating my daughter. I just I agree. And well, how much do you know about Mei? More than I probably should, Inko admitted. She's not shy at all about discussing much of anything. She, once asked me if I had any extra feminine products. Izuku looked down, feeling even more embarrassed. Mei had, in fact, been somewhat vocal at times about how irritating certain aspects of the female anatomy were, and had Izuku fetch her supplies for it more than once. In fact, Izuku had stashed a few sanitary items in their corner of the UA workshop because Mei kept forgetting them. That's, well thank you. She, needs help with that. Her mother and sister take care of that for the most part, but well anyway, what I really meant was, do you know about her condition? Which one? Inko said with a faint smile. I take it she's not in a family way? No. Izuku blurted, feeling mortified. He means about, autism. Oh that. Inko waved her hand dismissively. They tested Izuku for that when he was young. I don't think he really remembers. He was a bit awkward and socially withdrawn. Well, I suppose he still is. And there's his speech impediment. Mei's just a bit odd. Honestly, I'm sort of glad Izuku met such a brash young lady. He needs to be more forceful. I've always struggled with that myself. Izuku felt various aspects of his world rocking. He'd never known this about himself, or his mother for that matter. This was turning out to be a lot. Well, Mei's definitely, on the spectrum, as they say. She's got a lot of issues. Izuku's been a real help with that, honestly. He cares about her, even though she tends to drive people away. She only is ever interested in her inventions, her babies as she calls them, and she's rude and has no sense of personal space. I think she's nice, Izuku muttered. The two adults looked at him, and he flushed and looked down. Well, she is Mei. But I like all of her. Even the harder parts. Like her always touching me or, the fact that she didn't seem to realize she was a girl and I was a boy for a long time. But I care for her anyway. Because she believed in me. And I believe in her. I think she really can change the world with her inventions. And I want to help her do it. That's good to hear, son, Mr. Hatsume said quietly. He finally took a long gulp of his tea, looking faintly relieved. You've got a fine son, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm glad Mei found someone like him. He is special, Inko agreed, smiling at Izuku. And I'm glad he found Mei. It's been a long time since Izuku had a real friend. But I mean, you two are, okay with us dating? Izuku managed. I mean that we haven't really done, dating stuff. Son, if you think for one moment any part of your relationship with Mei is going to be normal, you're dumber than I thought, Mr. Hatsume chuckled. What, exactly, did you expect to happen? I don't know, Izuku admitted. But I thought, it would feel different. I don't feel any different about Mei, really. I just thought I really want to be with her, to help her. Good enough for me, Mr. Hatsume rumbled. He awkwardly stood. I've got to get back to the shop. Thanks for the tea. We'll talk some other time, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko showed Mr. Hatsume to the door, then came back and sat down with Izuku, a wide grin on her face. First you win the UA Sports Festival, then you get a girlfriend. My little boy is growing up. Thanks, Mom. But, there's something else, Izuku said quietly. Inko eyed him sideways. Are you and Mei sleeping together? I won't be mad, but if you are dash. No, definitely not. This is just about me really. They're offering me extra training. To get into the UA hero course. I'm not accepted yet, but I could really do it. Become a hero. Inko sat quietly for a long time, making Izuku sweat and feel nervous. At last, she spoke, almost timidly. You're not mad at me, Izuku? No. Why would I be mad? Izuku asked, feeling rather baffled. Because I didn't support you. I didn't believe in you. I'm your mother, and I should believe in my son's dreams. Izuku felt his heart skip a beat, but he made himself smile. It's okay, Mom. Mei was there for me. And you're here now. Inko reached out, more tears trickling down her face. Oh, Izuku, you really did find the right girl. I'm glad to hear you'll be in the UA Hero program. And if I can do anything to help, I will. I believe in you, son. I always did, just not in the best way for you. Thanks, Ma. That means a lot to me. This document baited by Kyla Katarn's 77. Courage to strengthen. There are basically two types of people. People who accomplish things, and people who claim to have accomplished things. The first group is less crowded. Mark Twain. The sun was barely up when Izuku got out of the train station, and he ran all the way to school, his breathing steady, only a little sweat running down his face. He'd missed the day before's exercise routine after all, having been so exhausted he'd simply passed out after dinner. But now he was up and ready for a new day, a new life where he was finally on the road to being a hero. Except, that wasn't really true. He'd been on that path since he met Mei. The only difference now was that others believed in his dream too. But as long as he had Mei, it would be all right. They'd make it through. He arrived at school well before 6 a.m. and set about doing the rest of his exercises. He put on his PE clothes and did his push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, then started running around the track. He took it easy, going at a steady pace, but not pushing himself too hard. After a few minutes, Shinso showed up, wordlessly setting down his pack, taking off his school jacket, and falling into place beside Izuku. Good morning, Izuku said, unsure of how to treat Shinso. He didn't know the boy well, aside from yesterday they'd never spoken before. Good morning, Shinso grunted, sweat starting to trickle down his face. You do this every day? Oh yeah. I sort of change what I do. The running and most of the exercises are the same. But today's Monday, which means 100 lunges and 100 side-to-side jumps. Shinso nodded. And the other days? Tuesday is 100 curls and 100 bench presses. I'm at about 25 kilos for the curls, and 45 for the bench press. And on Wednesday, 100 jumping jacks and 100 jump rope hops. Then on Thursday, 100 pull-ups and 100 leg lifts with weights. Friday is 100. sitting toe touches and 100 seconds standing on one leg. Each one. Then Saturday is 100 punches and 100 snap kicks on a bag. I have one at home in my room. Sunday you just do the core routine. Shinso ran quietly for a second, then shook his head. That sounds frankly insane. How do you have time for anything aside from exercising? I don't get out a lot, Izuku admitted. Aside from Mei, I don't have any friends. And it only takes about 2 hours. Most of that is the 10K run, but if you work hard you can get it down to less than an hour. 2 hours of exercise. 8 hours at school. 2 hours of studying, at least that's what I have to do. That leaves 12 hours. What do you do, aside from eat or sleep? Actually, I only sleep for about 6 or 7 hours. And Mei and I eat together as we work. So, I have about 4 hours to work with Mei. Usually I run to school in the mornings. It saves time. And I sleep over at Mei's house, or she sleeps at mine sometimes. To, save time. No wonder you two weren't playing ball, Shinso muttered. You're both too damn exhausted to do it. Izuku blushed, looking down. That had a grain of truth in it. He was pretty tired most of the time. On Sundays he usually slept for a good 10 hours, then spent the rest of the time with Mei. She seemed to need less sleep than he did, though she also didn't spend any time exercising. After a few laps, Mr. Kan came out to watch them, his arms folded across his chest. Izuku and Shinso finished their lap, then came up beside him. Not bad, Mr. Kan mused. You two might make it after all, if you show this kind of dedication every day. I'll do whatever it takes, Shinso vowed, clenching his fist. Even this insane exercise routine Izuku's on. I looked it up. Honestly, when I was a full-time pro, that was an easy day for me. My quirk, blood control, needs a strong physical body to work. Aizawa's the same way. We still hit the gym for a few hours every day, Ken stated. Shinso nodded slowly. And I suppose I'll need a strong body if I'm not just going to rely on my own quirk. That would be wise. And what I'm going to start teaching you today. Without warning, Ken's arm and leg shot out. His arm connected savagely with Izuku's chest, driving the breath from his lungs. He retched as he sank to his knees, barely aware of the fact that Shinso was suffering similar effects from Ken's leg. Ken grunted, looking down at the boys. So, you don't know how to take a punch. I suppose that's a good place to start. Wasn't expecting point one, Izuku gasped, painfully getting up on his knees. You're going to have to learn to always be on guard. Granted, that was a low blow, but when you're in the field, you need to be ready for low blows at any moment. Someone can turn hostile at the drop of a hat. Be prepared. Now get up. Izuku and Shinso staggered to their feet, and Ken nodded. Well, before you learn how to throw a punch, you've got to learn how to take one. Come on. Ken led the boys to the gym, where he had them put on pads and helmets. In a fight, there's a lot of things that matter. One of the more important ones is how to get back up after you've been hit. Isn't it smarter to just not get hit in the first place? Shinso asked. Ken shrugged. Yeah. We'll be working on that too. Dodging is important. But at some point you're gonna get hit. It's vital you get back up as fast as you can, or don't go down in the first place. Villains will take any opportunity to end you. No matter how good you are. Aizawa is frankly one of the best technical hand-to-hand fighters I've ever met. But he didn't end up looking like a Halloween prop because he always dodges. Now, here's how you take a punch. Ken tossed a padded striking stick to Izuku. You're going to hit me in a moment. Don't be shy, you might hurt me, but I'll get over it. Hit me in the stomach. I'm going to tighten my muscles and breath out so that I can create a hard surface to deflect the blow. Ready? Izuku nodded, then smacked Ken with the stick across the stomach. The instructor grunted. Not hard enough. Give it to Shinso. Shinso gave it a shot as well, and Ken sighed. Guess we'll have to work on how to hit too. You're afraid of hurting me. Most novices hold back at first. Well, I'm going to beat that out of you. Now I'll hit you. That morning, Izuku developed a large array of bruises across his torso, arms, and legs. Can show them how to roll with a blow, how to block a hit, and how to get back up when you were knocked down. It was an exhausting hour and a half, and when it was over Ken simply jerked his head towards the showers. Get cleaned up. School starts in 20 minutes. Make sure you're not late to class. Don't go to Recovery Girl until lunch at the earliest. You've got to learn to work through pain as well. Groaning, Izuku and Shinso stumbled into the showers, the hot water washing away only some of the pain they felt. Is it going to be like that every day? Shinso gasped. Izuku shrugged. I don't know. But if it is, I'll keep going. I'm not giving up. Yeah. I suppose I shouldn't either. School that day turned out to be torture, and not just because Izuku ached from head to toe. Everyone kept looking at him, talking to him, congratulating him. But the only person whose praise he really cared about wasn't there. Mei was still at home, resting and recovering. At lunch, Izuku tried to eat in the cafeteria, but ended up back in the workshop when he grew anxious without Mei there. He ran several diagnostics on the power suit, cataloging the damage and looking at what systems had suffered the most. Overall, the suit was still in fairly good condition, but the rough stress it had undergone had revealed several flaws. Then it was back to class. Izuku made sure to take careful notes, promising each of the teachers he'd share everything with Mei. Most of them were also congratulatory, with Mr. Maijima practically preening whenever he saw Izuku. Apparently, Ken seemed to have paid his bet off, though Izuku got the impression it was more the principle of the thing. At the end of the day, Izuku hurried out of school, heading straight for the train station. Usually he stayed late, but he didn't see any reason to waste more time in the workshop. He headed straight for Mei's house, running all the way from the station. Hey there, Midoriya, Hari called as he hurried into the shop. There was only one customer, an old woman who was snoozing in a waiting chair. Hari was minding the counter and doing paperwork, her face smudged with less grease than usual. Hey Hatsume. How's Mei doing? Is she okay? She's driving everyone nuts is what she's doing, Hari laughed. Go on up, she'll be glad to see you. Izuku hesitated slightly, glancing nervously about for Mei's parents. Oh, go on, Hari said, shooing Izuku to the back of the shop where the living quarters were. We've taken your word on you behaving yourself so far. Not like anything's changed. Thanks, Izuku said, bowing slightly, then hurrying to the back and up the stairs to Hari's room, where Mei was staying. Izuku! Mei called as he opened the door. Is that you? It is. How'd you know? He asked, leaving the door open as he entered. You didn't take your shoes off, Mei said, grinning mischievously. Better do that before Mom catches you. Izuku let out a yelp and quickly removed his shoes, then sat down beside Mei's bed. How are our babies? Mei demanded. Did you check on them? Yeah, let me read the diagnostics from the power suit, Izuku said. Mei listened, commenting on various things as he read off the status of the various systems. When he was finished, she nodded. Well, number 47 seems to be holding up at least. I'm glad they had their daddy to take care of them. Now, if you can help me take off this band-aid dash. Mei, I think you're supposed to leave it for another day at least, Izuku said gently, putting a hand on Mei's to lower it from the bandages. Yeah, it's just so boring, Mei grumbled. I've done nothing but sit here all day. I never do that. Yeah, I know, Izuku said, smiling faintly. Even when Mei was sick, she ended up working on something. Idleness wasn't a disease she was cursed with. Did you start with Mr. Aizawa yet? Mei demanded, interrupting Izuku's reverie. What did he teach you about being a hero? He's still hurt too, Izuku explained. It was Mr. Kansas, he taught me how to get hit. Well, that's not very hard. I thought you didn't want people to hit you, Mei said, sounding slightly irritated. More like how to get hit, but not let it stop you, Izuku added. Oh. Mei pet her head to one side. That might have helped against Bakugo, I guess. Yeah. For a time, they just sat there together, Mei leaning back, apparently content to relax now. The only sound was her tuneless humming as she fiddled with the edge of her sheets. For once, it was Izuku who broke the silence. Mei, about what you said yesterday. I said lots of things yesterday. You're going to have to be more specific, Mei said, sitting up slightly. I mean about us dating, Izuku said, looking down. Oh, I have another condom, if you want to try baseball. I know we said we wouldn't but I dash. And not that. Izuku said, going beet red. He suddenly smiled. Not that I don't sort of want to. But, I think I sort of promised your dad to behave myself. And Hari. So not that. No, I mean do you really want to be my girlfriend? That made Mei frown slightly. Well, I wouldn't be if I didn't want to. You really mean it? Izuku asked, feeling tears come to his eyes. Yes, I said so, didn't I? I know, it's just well, I mean I really do like you, Mei. Not in a friend sort of way, but dash. You don't want to be friends? Mei whispered, her hands going suddenly still. No. I mean yes, I mean it's different being boyfriend and girlfriend. I just thought I wanted to make sure you. No, you understood that. What? It just means you really like that person and want to spend all your time with them and maybe play baseball, Mei said confidently. Then she paused. I am not sure about the baseball or what it has to do with dating, but I think if I did it with you it would be at least a little fun. But could we make a special bat? I've been thinking, and I bet if we added some rocket motors to the bat, or maybe put a magnet in the ball with a gyroscope and then modified the bat with a powerful electromagnet, it would be much more interesting. Mei, that's just a metaphor for physical intimacy, Izuku said, now struggling not to laugh. Like hugs and stuff? We already do that. What does that have to do with baseball? Mei demanded. It's just that I don't really know, Izuku admitted. That's sort of how metaphors work. They're just weird things people say that mean something else. Well, I still think the rocket bat would be fun, Mei said with a shrug. But what about this boyfriend and girlfriend being different than friends? Aren't we still friends? Yeah, but, well, you can only be dating one person at a time. And it means you love the other person. Ah. Mei considered that. Well, you're my only friend. Ever. And I don't think I would ever find someone I like better than you. I think I do love you. But no one has ever really explained love to me. I think it's like how I feel about my babies, but I'm not sure. You're my best friend too, Mei, Izuku said quietly, taking her hand in his. And I think it is sort of how you feel about your babies. It means you believe in that person, no matter what, and accept them, even when it's hard, and help them. And you've sort of been doing that for me, since I met you. I don't know what I did to deserve it. Well, you did it for me, Mei said as it was the most obvious thing in the world. So I should just do it back. No one else ever did. Izuku felt something tighten around his throat. Yeah. I know what that feels like. It's really strange, Mei said, pulling Izuku closer to her. You're not even ASD. But you are quirkless, so I guess that's kind of the same thing. Both of our brains are different. Sometimes, I wished I were like our babies, so that I could fix myself to be like other people. I used to wish that a lot. I tried to make things that would make it so other people liked me. But then I met you, and I realized I didn't need to do that. Yeah. It's nice to have someone who cares about me. Not someone who just pities me. I hate that, Mei said, sudden venom in her voice. Everyone always acted like I was less than them. I wanted to fix myself to add something, not take things away. And you're the best person I've ever met, so maybe more people shouldn't have quirks, so they could be more like you. Actually, maybe I won't have my quirk when my eyes get better. So then we'll be the same. No, Izuku said quietly. I want you to be the way you are, Mei. That's good, Mei said. Because I think I'm pretty great. Too. They spent the rest of the evening going over what had happened in class, even in English. Mei wasn't too thrilled to go over a lot of it, but she seemed happy enough that Izuku was there. Mrs. Hatsume brought them dinner, warm miso soup with a bit of chicken in it. When Izuku looked up, he realized with a start that it was getting late. He and Mei had gotten absorbed in working on their physics homework, and just talking about how they could apply it to the various things they wanted to build. It's getting late, kids, Mr. Hatsume said, poking his head in. Izuku, why don't you bunk with the boys tonight? You seem like you were beat to hell today. Yeah, Izuku agreed with a yawn. Okay. He headed over to Mei's brother's room, but they were both asleep already, snoring softly. Izuku lay down on the pallet that the family had set aside from him, staring up at the ceiling. He wondered briefly if this was what the rest of his life would be like. He smiled. If it was, he could have gotten a much worse life.